This is an Etha Echoes Tales production, bringing stories to life one chapter at a time. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. If you're enjoying the content, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop a comment below. Now let's get into it. My Vampire System. Chapter 26, Blood Types. As Quinn put on his mask, he moved in closer to where Riley and the student were, making sure to move in and out between the trees. "Hey, do you want a beating? Pass over the credits now," Riley said, holding up the student against the tree. "But I only get 10 credits a day. They're mine. This isn't fair." "Since when has this world ever been fair? Blame the people at the top for not looking out for us," Riley said. As Quinn heard those words, he realized that Riley was in the same position as him. He was only a level 2 user and was just part of the weak bunch being pushed around by those above, but that didn't mean he could do it to others. That would fix nothing. Layla followed Quinn closely and had taken out her bow and arrow. She knew from last time if Quinn had put on the mask, he was going to act. "Do you want me to help out? It will be easier with the two of us," Layla asked. "It's okay, there's something I wanted to test out," Quinn said. The last time the two of them had fought, Quinn was only a level 1. Now he was a level 2, and he had also obtained a new skill which he wanted to test, and Riley was a great test subject. Quinn started to move closer and closer. He was hoping to finish off Riley in one shot, and this was the perfect chance while his back was turned. Finally, Quinn was just about in striking distance. That's when the student held up against the tree and spotted Quinn. "Please help me," the student cried. "You idiot," Quinn shouted as he leapt forward, hoping he could be quick enough to hit Riley before he could activate his ability. The student's warning had given Riley enough time to activate his ability and turn around. However, Quinn's fist was fast, and even though Riley put out his hands to stop the attack, Quinn's fist still managed to hit Riley in the stomach. The impact was just like last time. It was solid and felt like he was punching a wall, but the blow managed to still hurt Riley a bit. The attack was slightly stronger, and this time Quinn's fist hadn't broken. I've been waiting for you," Riley said as he put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Just then 2 students came running in from the park and into the forest. "You think you can take on 3 of us," Riley said. Quinn looked at the 2 students running towards them, and that's when an arrow came flying from the words and hit one of them in the knee, causing the student to instantly fall to the ground. The other students went down to his friend. "What happened?" the student said. Then he noticed an arrow in the student's leg. "Where did this come from?" Quinn saw this as an opportunity and dashed away from Riley and started heading towards the other student. The skill said 5 meters right. "Well, show me what you got." As soon as Quinn was within 5 meters, he activated his skill blood swipe at the same time swinging his hand across. A red line of power came surging out of Quinn's fingertips and hit the student right on his chest, causing a claw-like mark, but it wasn't enough to knock him out. Blood swipe, blood swipe, blood swipe. Quinn then cast 3 more blood swipes, swinging his arm out. Each blow managed to hit the student dead on, with multiple marks across his chest. He had finally collapsed to the floor. System alert HP 1115. System alert. An opponent has been defeated. 50 exp granted. System alert. 110-200 exp. Blood swipe had no cooldown, but did use 1 point of HP per swipe. As long as Quinn had HP, he could continuously cast out his blood swipe skill. Riley, seeing his 2 teammates who were of equal power level to himself be defeated in an instant, started to feel scared. His body was shaking, and all he wanted to do was get out of there. He turned away from his friends and started running deeper into the forest. Quinn's speed was greater, though, and was easily able to catch up. When his attack was in range, Quinn cast 2 more blood swipes aiming for the back of Riley's ankles. As they hit, Riley fell to the ground. Please, please don't hurt me, I'll do anything, Riley begged. Oh, really? Quinn then placed his watch up against Riley's. Hand over all your credits. But if I do, I won't have enough credits for Dan, he'll kill me, Riley said. Is now really the time to worry about Dan? Quinn asked. Riley quickly transferred over 50 credits that he had obtained that day over to Quinn. So will you let me go now? Riley asked. Quinn smiled at Riley, although Riley couldn't tell due to the mask he was wearing. No, Quinn said. He then went up behind Riley and held him in a choking position. Riley tried activating his hardening skill, but Quinn's strength was still strong enough to get through and eventually caused Riley to pass out. That's for pushing me around in the canteen. Quinn then looked at Riley's body and noticed that his ankles were bleeding from where he had used the blood swipe skill. Quinn then went to his bag to pull out a test tube and held Riley's leg up, allowing the blood to slowly drip into the test tube until it filled up. Quinn also filled up a second tube for testing later on. Next were the other 2 students. Layla had dealt with the other when she hit with her arrow earlier, and the other student had passed out from the multiple attacks of blood swipe. Quinn then did the same with the other 2 students, collecting blood from their open wounds, and from where Layla's arrow had managed to pierce the student's leg. After they had finished collecting the blood, it was time for them to get out of there and leave the scene. It was getting late, and it was almost curfew time. If the students were out past 10, then the guards would go out looking for you. It seemed like not only did the watches act as a credit device and power level indicator, but it was a tracker as well. Students who were found injured outside the school would be taken to the doctor's office. When the 2 of them arrived at school, it was still 9 o'clock, so they had an hour before they needed to head to their dorm rooms. That's when the 2 of them had decided to head to the school roof instead. It was quiet up there, and no one was around, so the 2 of them could talk freely. So what do you need all the blood for? Layla asked. You know, if you need some blood, you can just take some of mine anytime. I really don't mind. Thanks, but I just wanted to test something out. Inspect. Quinn had used his inspect skill on each of the containers. The first was Riley's blood. System alert, blood type B+. Here goes, Quinn said as he popped the cork open and drank the small tube of blood. System alert. You have regained 5 points of HP. System alert, 1415 HP. System alert, B+ blood type has been absorbed. System alert, +1 point of agility has been added. Quinn couldn't stop smiling as he saw the message. He then went on to drink the second tube of blood. Drinking the blood no longer bothered him once he found out the taste was quite sweet. All Quinn needed to do was convince himself it was some type of juice. System alert. You have regained 1 point of HP. System alert. HP 1515. System alert. This person blood has been consumed before. No extra stats will be given. As Quinn thought, the blood still regained his health, similar to how a potion worked in a game, but once a person's blood had been consumed, it would no longer give him any stat points. Quinn, then, drank the 2 other test tubes from the other students. System alert. Blood type A has been absorbed. System alert. +1 strength point has been added. System alert. Blood type AB+ has been absorbed. System alert. +1 stamina point has been added. Quinn looked at messages he received and started to notice a pattern. When he drank Layla's blood, which was A+, he had gained a strength point. It was the same when he drank the A blood. Riley, whose blood type was B+, had given him an agility point, and lastly, AB+ had given him a stamina point. Assuming being positive or negative blood type didn't matter so far. A type had given him strength, B gave him agility and Ob stamina. That left one blood group that Quinn hadn't drunk from yet, which was O. Quinn couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he drank the O type. Chapter 27, Soul Weapon. After absorbing all the blood tubes apart from the spare one that contained Layla's blood, Quinn was feeling stronger than ever. System alert name, Quinn Talen. System alert race, halfling. System alert HP 1515. System alert 110-200. System alert strength 12. System alert agility 12. System alert stamina 11. If Quinn's body before was that of a top athlete in the past, then Quinn now surpassed the capabilities of regular human power. But he was still weak compared to those with an ability. Lucky for Quinn, it seemed like Riley and the other two students weren't very good fighters. In Quinn's old school, he would get into fights all the time regardless of what ability they had. He saw how the others got bullied more than him, while the bullying for him lessened because they knew he was a target that would bite back. But because of this, Quinn managed to get a good grasp on how people fought and a good grasp on different abilities. If Quinn was to face a level 2 user who was good with their ability like Layla, at this point it was still most likely he would lose. What Quinn needed more than ever was more skills he could use. Blood Swipe was great, but it only had a distance of 5 meters, and it took away his health. With other abilities, you would be able to obtain new skills by purchasing books or being taught by someone who already knew the skill. Quinn didn't have this option, as there was no one who he knew that had the same ability as him, and that, of course, meant there were no skill books either. Before Layla and Quinn split ways to head back to their dorm rooms, Quinn had one last request. "Do you know about what happened to Vorden?" Quinn asked. "Oh, your blonde friend," Layla replied. "Honestly, I don't know too much cause when everything happened I was stuck in the hospital bed because of someone." Layla pointed at Quinn. Quinn laughed nervously. "Well, do you mind finding out for me? It seems like the second years are behind this and are stopping me and Peter from getting any information." "The second years are involved in this. Well, that's not good. You're not planning to get involved, are you?" Layla asked, concerned. Quinn thought back to when the second years had called Quinn, Peter, and Vorden out. That Momo person had warned them not to disturb the system within the school. Quinn wanted to punch his face in, but at the time he couldn't. But now, with this ability, he could grow stronger, without the need of help or relying on others, and he couldn't wait for the day he could punch Momo's smug face in. "Yeah, but I need to get stronger, of course." There was one big difference between the second years and first years, and that was something called awakening. The second years had learnt how to awaken their ability. This allowed the user, regardless of the power level, to get a power boost for a short period of time. Once a user had awakened, they then also could form something called their soul weapon, a powerful weapon unique to each user that was formed in the body itself. This was different from a beast weapon, as a beast weapon could be used by anyone. After finishing everything he needed to do with Layla, the two of them split up, and Quinn said he would contact Layla via his watch when he needed her. Quinn also kept the test tube containing Layla's blood on him. What he needed to do now was figure out how long his body could go without needing blood. If Quinn was to go out on a mission or through a portal to another planet, there might be times where Quinn wouldn't be able to contact someone for a while. In these situations, he needed to know how many test tubes of blood to take with him. So, for now, Quinn would do his best to avoid blood until the system message appeared again. If he fought anyone along the way, he could keep their blood for after. He didn't want to waste any precious stat points after all. Quinn headed back to his dorm room, where Vorden and Peter were still practicing their Earth abilities. "I did it, I finally did it," Peter shouted. Peter held a small, round, solid lump of mud in his hand. As he moved his hands, he was able to change the shape of the mud. He turned it from a ball into a long staff, then back into a ball again. The only problem is, as a level 1 user, you will need to keep some type of mud on you at all times, Vorden explained. Perhaps it's best if you keep it as a round staff and carry it around with you, then you will always have something to take with you. Vorden then grabbed the mud and started to demonstrate. He did the same thing as Peter and started to change the mud ball into different shapes. But the difference between speeds was noticeable. While Peter took a long time to form the shape he wanted, Vorden was changing the mud in seconds. "Wow, is this because you're a level 5 user, Vorden?" Peter asked. "No, this is something you should be able to do as well. It just takes practice. When I copy someone's ability, I also copy whatever power level it is at. So everything I can do with this mud you should be able to as well." Vorden then turned the mud ball into a sharp dagger and placed it up against Peter's neck. "See, not so useless after all." Peter gulped as he looked down at the sword, but then realized that Vorden had already changed the ball's shape into a harmless stick and handed it back to Peter. "Oh, Quinn, you're back," Vorden said, smiling. "Did you have fun?" "Yeah, a little bit," Quinn said. "Vorden here said you got a girlfriend," Peter quickly added. "What?" Quinn said. "You know that girl that was with us at the testing that time." "Oh, her, no, we're just..." Quinn started to think about what his relationship with Layla was. He wouldn't exactly call them friends, and they definitely weren't lovers. Layla did almost everything Quinn asked without answers. It was almost a master and servant relationship, but if Quinn said that, they would definitely get the wrong idea. "We're just acquaintances. I was talking about how she got to use her weapon and discussing what classes to take, since I won't be going to the elementary class with you too." "Oh, so you finally decided then?" Peter asked. "Yeah, I'm going to join the Beast Weapons class." Chapter 28, Weapons Hall. When the next morning had arrived, Quinn made sure to pack some things with him in his bag. He put in the blood tube that contained Layla's blood, the 4 remaining empty tubes, and also the mask that he had bought at the convenience store. He never knew when a situation would come up when he had to use these things, so it was better to be prepared than unprepared. The 3 boys headed down for breakfast as a group as usual, and like always, people would give Quinn, Vorden, and Peter looks. Vorden decided to split from Quinn and Peter and sat on his own on the higher power level tables. But even then, no one seemed to be sitting next to Vorden. It was clear for some reason the second-year students were making Vorden a target, even though he was no longer hanging out with Quinn and Peter. "Do me a favor, will you?" Quinn asked. "Keep an eye on Vorden while you're in your combat classes today. If anything happens, let me know." "But if something happens, I won't be strong enough to help, and you can't exactly do anything either," Peter replied. Peter was right. Quinn right now could barely deal with the level 2 first-year students, never mind the second-year students. But at the same time, Quinn hated the fact that they might be targeting Vorden just because he chose to hang out with them. Perhaps Quinn could find a weak one in the group and target him at night for questioning. These groups always had a weak person acting as a shuttle for them, asking them to carry their things, grab their food for them, etc. "I'm not telling you to get involved. I don't think Vorden is expecting you to help him out either, but just to let me know what you see." Peter then gave a quick look around the room to make sure no one was hearing the 2 of them before giving a nod. Finally, after finishing their breakfast, it was time for their combat classes. After registering what type of class you wanted to attend via the watch, it would then indicate what room you would be in for training that day. Quinn had chosen the Beast Weapons class after thinking long and hard. Quinn was known as a no-ability user, so it was really the only option for him. Otherwise, he would have to just sit back at the back of the other classes and do nothing. The weapon class was popular among those that had an ability that was able to enhance it. Those who could slightly see the future or had a telekinesis ability like Layla would attend these classes. But Quinn wanted to find a weapon that would suit him and his fighting style. The weapons hall was away from the main school building and off to the side in its own separate building. It was a single large one-room building that had an Asian palace feeling to it. To enter the building, students needed to scan their watch into the scanner, and then the two large doors would slide open. Although the outside of the building had an Eastern feeling to it, the inside was completely different. It was a large room where the ceiling was about 20 meters high. The room had no decorations apart from mountains and mountains of weapons hung up on the wall, and in the center of the room was a round, raised platform. Standing at the back of the hall was a bald-headed man wearing leather armor and had a long katana blade by his side. But the katana blade hilt was jagged and rough, and the back of the blade the same. It looked like it had been forged from an animal that was not of this planet. The man remained silent at the back with his eyes closed. Quinn could only assume the man was their teacher, being the oldest one in the room. The room slowly started to fill up with students, and that's when Layla had entered and spotted Quinn. She immediately came over to him and started chatting. Unlike when Vorden had spoken to Quinn, the other students didn't really pay attention because Layla herself was also considered weak. "This class is a lot more popular than I thought," Layla said. The room was filled with about 30 students inside. The other classes had around 50, but it was still more than they had expected. "Yeah, I wonder what weapon I should pick," Quinn said, staring at the wall. "Well, I already have mine," Layla said, pointing to her bow on her back. A lot of the students in the room already had weapons of their own. Quinn and a couple of others were the only ones who didn't have anything on them. Just then, while Quinn was busy staring at the wall, the other students started to get rowdy as someone entered the weapons hall. "What is she doing here? Isn't she an elemental user? Why would she be here?" "Who cares? Maybe we can spare her, and if we beat her, we can ask her on a date." As Quinn turned around to see who the girl was everyone was talking about, it turns out he had already met her before. It was Erin Helly, the ice ability user. "I wonder why she decided to go to this class instead of the elementary class," Layla asked. Just then, the bald-headed man opened his eyes and shouted at the top of his voice, "Attention!" Everyone froze and turned to look at the old man. "My name is Leo, and I will be your teacher for today." Leo then pulled out his katana blade from his sheath and pointed it out in front of him. "Your first task will be to pick your weapon. You must think carefully. Your weapon is your lifeline. When your ability won't work, the only thing you can rely on is your own skills. Now go and choose one from the wall around you." The students fanned out and started to look at weapons. Even those who had beast weapons already were trying out new ones. Quinn looked at the wall and saw all sorts of things: axes, short swords, spiked clubs, whips. Besides, there was so much to choose from. Quinn was really having a hard time. Quinn looked at Layla and her bow. It matched up well with her telekinesis ability. If Quinn was to pick a ranged weapon, he would never be able to be as good as Layla. He needed something that suited him right now and his ability. Quinn then walked up to one of the random swords on the wall and used his inspect skill. System alert, Corge sword. System alert, tier basic beast weapon. System alert, strength +3. System alert, agility 2. System alert, the sword and incompatible with the skill blood swipe. The sword Quinn looked at was large in size and looked heavy. Quinn needed to be fast, so losing some points in agility was a definite no-no. But what surprised him was how much information his inspection skill had given him. It even told him if his blood swipe could be used with it. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard picking out a weapon, after all thanks to Quinn's inspect skill. Chapter 29, Picking a Weapon. As soon as Quinn realized that his inspect skill would tell him the stats of each weapon, he started to go around the room looking for the perfect one for him. Quinn ruled out anything that was too heavy. Although the strength stat it added was good, Quinn needed to be fast and agile in the night. All the weapons Quinn had inspected so far were at the basic tier level, the lowest level a weapon could be. Weapons were categorized into 8 different levels, depending on which beast core it was made with. Of course, this was based on beasts from planets that had already been discovered. There was sure to be other planets with stronger beasts and abilities that they had yet to find out about. That may be categorized above that. In the human world today, there were 2 known weapons of this class. The world called them demon weapons instead. After searching around the room for a while, Quinn came across a weapon that stood out from the rest. System Alert, Black-Horned Gauntlets. System Alert, Basic Tier Beast Weapon. System Alert Strength 3. System Alert Agility. System Alert Stamina 0. System Alert Defense 2. System Alert, this weapon is compatible with the skill Blood Swipe. When used with the Gauntlet's Blood Swipe, will have an increase of 5% in power. The gauntlets were black in color and had little tiny horns going up the forearm. The fingertips were pointed and bladed at the ends. It made them look almost like some type of dragon claw. There were 2 reasons why the weapon had interested Quinn. The first was it was the only one that had also given him a defensive stat, not just a strength stat, but the second one stood out to him even more. It was the fact that it increases the power of his only skill, Blood Swipe. 5% didn't sound like a lot right now, but if in the future Quinn was to get more powerful, 5% would make a huge difference. There were also other bonuses. The gauntlets acted as armor for his hands, and he could still hold other weapons if he needed to. "What a strange choice, young boy," Leo said. Quinn looked to his side to see who had spoken to him. Then he noticed it was the bald teacher. "It's not many people's first choice. With a weapon like this, you have to have no fear and get in close to your enemy. But that is also the reason it is more sturdy than most and can be used as a form of defense." Quinn had already experienced fighting more than most kids. He was used to using his fists, with his blood swipe skill as well. He didn't always have to get up right close to his opponent. "Do you mind if I try it?" Quinn asked. "Go ahead," Leo said as he left to check up on other students selecting weapons. System Alert, Basic Horned Gauntlets equipped. System Alert Strength, 12-3. System Alert Agility, 12. System Alert Stamina, 11. System Alert Defense 2. Now when Quinn checked out his status screen, he had a smaller number next to his stats, which would indicate the equipment level. Quinn now had 15 stat points in strength. He felt 3 times stronger compared to before he had discovered the system, and was ready to test out his newfound strength. Once everyone had finished picking out their weapon, Leo called everyone to gather around the center ring. "Now I won't claim to be an expert in every weapon," said Leo. "Some of you might even be able to use your weapons better than me. But what I am an expert in is fighting with weapons alone. Fighting can be considered a game. You are always trying to predict your opponent's next move, you measure your opponent's ability, and so on. For your first lesson, I want to see what you've got. We will have a sparring match, 2 people at a time. We will all watch the match and commentate on what could be improved on. Now, are there any volunteers?" In an instant, Erin was the first to put her hand up. Without even waiting for Leo to say anything, she headed for the arena in the middle and stood inside. She held a single silver longsword that shined bright. It wasn't one of the weapons that Quinn had seen on the wall, so he could only assume it had been one she already owned. At first, a lot of the students were hesitant to go up against Erin. Her reputation for being a high power level had already reached many people's ears. Oh, I also forgot to add, abilities will be banned during today's sparring sessions, Leo added. It is important that you know how to use your weapon first. Only then can you truly bring out the full potential of the weapon with your ability. After saying those words, students had raised their hands like a rocket. They all wanted to get the chance to beat the famous Ice Queen. Now that she wasn't able to use her abilities, this was their chance. In the end, a large man was selected from the crowd who wielded a two-handed axe. He was about double the size of Erin in terms of muscle. I think you chose to join the wrong club. Your ice abilities will be useless here, the man said. Erin didn't reply, though, and simply took her stance, waiting for her opponent to come forward first. The man charged in wielding his large axe above his head. When he swung it down, Erin spun her body to the side, avoiding the blow, and at the same time slashed at the back of the man's legs, causing him to stumble. She then placed her blade towards the man's neck, inches away from his throat. I give up, the man said. Everything had happened in an instant, and the room was suddenly silenced. They all knew Erin was strong, but it was unexpected of her to be so skillful with the blade. Most ability users, if they had a strong ability like Erin, would rely on that power and not bother learning a weapon. But it was clear to everyone she had some practice. After the fight had finished, two men seemed to appear out of thin air wearing a black military uniform. They then grabbed the student by both arms and escorted him to the school doctor to get healed up. The group continued to watch a few fights. The rest of the fights had lasted a lot longer than Erin's, as most of the students were equally matched when it came to using weapons. Even when level 4 power users were fighting against level 2. When they couldn't use their abilities, it all came down to skill and the body. The next fight that had caught Leo's attention was the fight with Layla. Even though Layla could no longer use her telekinesis, with her bow, she was able to shoot ahead and predict where her opponent would turn. She had trapped her opponent multiple times and continuously asked him to give up. But her opponent was a level 3 power user, and he had his pride on the line. He didn't want to admit being defeated by a level 2 user, even if he wasn't using his ability. That's when he got reckless and decided to charge forward. But a few arrows in the boy's legs stopped him dead in his tracks before Leo had decided to call the match himself. The next pair, Quinn Talen and Brad Richardson, to the arena. Now it was Quinn's turn. With the weapons hall being indoors, Quinn was able to use his full stats, and his opponent was unable to use his ability. Finally, for once, Quinn was in a situation where he didn't feel weaker than the person he was going up against. Chapter 32 Strong. As Quinn walked up to the stage, he noticed that Brandon, his opponent's indicator, showed that he was at the power level of 3. If this was a fight in the outside world, where they both could use their abilities, Quinn felt like he didn't have much chance of winning. But here in the arena, where abilities weren't allowed, Quinn had a body stronger than most, his speed was faster than most. In the novels he had read, a vampire's strength was far greater than the human race before the introduction of abilities. If they wanted to, they could have ruled the world. Brandon held a large spear in hand, which had great reach. The end was sharp with a single curved blade at the end. System alert, opponent power level 3. System alert, bonus X will be rewarded. It seemed like Quinn's day was only getting better. Begin, Leo shouted. Brandon immediately charged in with his spear, while Quinn stood there and took a fighting stance with both of his hands held out in front of him. When Brandon was within striking distance, he thrust his spear forward. It was fast and impressive to the people watching outside. But to Quinn, who had 12 points in agility, it was easy for him to dodge. He avoided the spear strike and ducked down. Then before Brandon could pull the spear back, Quinn went and grabbed the spear with his hand. "What the hell?" Brandon said as he tried pulling the spear back. "Let go." While holding the spear with one hand, Quinn opened up his other hand and swung out his fist like a claw as hard as he could at the spear. Then a few moments later, the spear had been sliced in half. My weapon, it's faulty," Brandon complained, but Leo did nothing to step in. Quinn rushed forward, and before Brandon could do anything, Quinn punched him hard in the stomach. Brandon's feet lifted off the ground, and it looked like his body was about to fly away. "Inspect." "System alert, Brandon Richardson." "System alert, ability, elemental." "System alert, HP 515. "System alert, blood type plus." Quinn knew that if Brandon was to fly out of the arena, it would be considered his win, but the system wouldn't allow him to win like that. He needed to beat his opponent down to at least 1 HP. So before Brandon could be lifted into the air, Quinn grabbed him and pulled him back down, and at the same time kneed him in the face, causing Brandon's nose to bleed and his head to be sent backwards. And finally, Brandon collapsed lying there on the ground. "Winner, Quinn Talen," Leo said. "System alert. Opponent has been defeated, 50x rewarded." "System alert. First time higher power level bonus 50x rewarded." "System alert. 220-200 exp." "System alert. Congratulations, you are now level 3. "System alert. 2400 exp." "System alert. 1 attribute point awarded." "System alert. New skill blood bank unlocked." After defeating Brandon, Quinn had received multiple messages and had even leveled up. The bonus reward for defeating a level 3 user was higher than when he defeated a level 2 user. However, it was a shame that the bonus reward was only a one-time thing. With the messages, there was also a new skill that had been unlocked. Although Quinn didn't have the time to look at it now, he needed to get off the stage and look at it later. Before leaving, Quinn looked at Brandon, who was lying on the floor. Blood was dripping from his nose, and Quinn just had one thought. What a waste. It was a shame Quinn wasn't able to store or drink Brandon's blood. After all, everyone was watching, but if he did, he would have learnt what the O-type blood did as well. The 2 military men again appeared out of thin air and took Brandon away to the doctor's office. But before Quinn could leave the arena, a couple of boys shouted from the crowd. "That's not fair," a boy said. "Brandon obviously was using a faulty weapon." "Yeah, and what was with that anyway? That idiot decided to still attack him anyway after seeing his weapon break. He should be punished," another boy added. These 2 were friends of Brandon. One was a level 2.5 user named Faye, while the other was a level 3 user named Loop. Leo then stepped up onto the stage and picked up the broken spear from the ground and started to inspect it. "I can guarantee you that all the weapons in this hall are not faulty. Each one has been given the same care as the next." "Then how can you explain the weapon breaking?" Faye said, "Unless it has to be it, he cheated and used an ability." As soon as acquisitions were made, the crowd started mumbling to each other. They could see Quinn's power level, but not many knew about Quinn having no ability. Perhaps he had an ability that simply enhanced his strength, the students thought. "Settle down, everyone. I can guarantee that no abilities were used," Leo said. "How can you be so sure?" Faye argued. Then an unexpected person had chimed in and interrupted their conversation. "You fool, will you stop being so disrespectful to the teacher?" Aaron said. "Do you not know who he is? Perhaps if I told you his war name you would know. This man is General Leo, or known as the Blind Swordsman." The chatting between the students had gotten even louder. The name Blind Swordsman was well known among common folk. He had helped out a great deal when fighting against the Dalki. "He's blind," Loop said, unsure whether it was true or not. "Doesn't that mean he definitely couldn't tell if the person used an ability or not?" In that instant, Leo threw a piece of the broken spear in the direction of Loop. The spear just missed Loop and had hit the back wall. Loop then started to feel a sharp, stinging pain on his cheek. As he touched his cheek, he noticed a scratch mark. "I can see and hear very well, better than most of you. My ability allows me to see the aura of people, and when people start to use their ability, their aura changes depending on what ability they are using. And I'm telling you now, Quinn didn't use a single ability." With that, the students startled to settle down a bit. It was a memorable first day for all the students in the weapon club, so much had happened. But the class was finally over, and it was time for them to head home. Leo, however, couldn't stop thinking about the student known as Quinn. He inspected the spear again and again and found nothing out of the ordinary. However, what Leo didn't reveal was that from the very beginning when Quinn had stepped into the room, he could see his aura was slightly different from everyone else's. It wasn't the same as when someone used an ability, though. It reminded him of an aura of that of the beasts or the Dalki had, one that wasn't human. "Pull up the file on Quinn Talen for me." "File found," Leo's watch replied. "Ability." "No ability, power level 1, the watch said again. Just what are you hiding, Quinn?" Chapter 30, One Blood Bank. Once the class had ended, Quinn had to give back the gauntlets and leave them in the weapons hall. After all, they didn't belong to him and were only there for the purpose of him getting used to using a weapon. Once Quinn went on his first portal outing, then he would be able to hunt for a suitable beast to make a weapon of his own. At that time, he would also be allowed to borrow the equipment. As Quinn was heading back to his dorm room, he decided to first put his stat point into something. So he opened up his status screen to see if there were any changes. System, Alert HP 2020. System, Alert Strength 12. System Alert, Agility 12. System Alert, Stamina 12. All stats are currently halved, due to being hit by the direct sunlight. The system seemed to be consistent with the last time he had leveled up. Although there was no evolution process this time, he still gained 5 points of HP and 1 stat point. There was one thing that bothered Quinn, and it was the fact that his stat points were halved in sunlight. There would come a time where Quinn would need to be at full strength even in the sun. When reading about vampires in novels, he was thankful that he was able to be in the sun at all, as some of them burnt to a crisp in an instant. Quinn decided to stick with his plan and add the stat point to agility. As long as he could hit his opponents without being hit back, he couldn't see himself losing, and worst case, if he couldn't hurt his opponent, he could always run away. It was also handy if he planned to use the clawed gauntlets as his choice of weapon. He would need to be fast to get in close and use hand-to-hand combat skills. System Alert, Agility 13. The next thing Quinn wanted to check out was the new skill he had obtained from leveling up. System Alert Skill, Blood Bank LV 1. System Alert, the skill Blood Bank will allow you to store up to 100 liters of blood in your reserve. The blood bank will automatically be used to heal the user if HP drops below 5. Every 10 milliliters of blood will be used to restore 5 HP of the user. Users may also use the blood bank to consume blood at any time for his own personal pleasure. Quinn looked at the skill in disbelief. It seemed like the skill was too good to be true. Essentially, the blood bank acted as a second life for Quinn. As long as his blood bank was fully stocked up, Quinn was able to restore up to 50 points of HP. Not only that, but it had also solved Quinn's storage problem. Although Quinn had used a test tube and cork to stop the blood from oxidizing, it still wouldn't delay the process of it being spoiled for long. At most, Quinn would be able to keep the blood fresh for 8 hours without keeping in some special type of storage. Sure, he had Layla he could rely on, but Layla wouldn't always be by his side. Quinn then took out the test tube of Layla's blood and used his inspect skill. It seemed like the blood was still fine to be used for now. System, alert skill blood bank. The blood then started to shine bright in Quinn's hand and suddenly vanished from the test tube. System, alert blood bank 10-100. System, alert your hunger grows. Quinn was happy that the blood bank skill was convenient, and finally, after waiting for a while, he had received a message he had seen once before. Last time he had seen the message about his hunger the next day, the system told him he needed to consume blood, otherwise his HP would drop. With his blood bank skill, though, he wouldn't have to worry about it as long as he kept it topped up. After checking out all the information, Quinn had finally arrived back at his dorm room to see Peter and Vorden a little roughed up. "Wow, what happened to you two?" Quinn asked. "Was it the second year again?" No need to worry. This was just during our combat classes. The teacher made us do a sparring session on our first day." "Were there any problems?" "Not really. I was humiliated and lost my fight, of course. I still can't control my ability well enough. I think I was too nervous. When I brought out the stick of mud on my back, the other students started laughing and I got distracted," Peter explained. But Vorden, on the other hand, was so cool. He told those kids to shut up and asked them to fight him next. Then, with the same ability as mine, he managed to defeat a level 3 user. "Oh, shut up," Vorden said as he punched Peter on the shoulder. "You're embarrassing me." "But it's true. You were so cool back then." The three of them continued to share stories about what had happened in their combat classes. Quinn had even talked about his victory against Brandon. At first, they were surprised, but when Quinn explained that the use of abilities was banned, they understood. The three of them were exhausted from their first day of combat classes and decided to get some rest. The next day, when Quinn woke up, he was greeted with another message. "System alert. Daily quest complete 5x has been rewarded. System alert 25/400 exp. System alert your hunger grows. System alert your HP will now drop by 1 HP every hour until human blood has been consumed." The message had appeared roughly 2 days after he had last consumed blood, meaning this was the time frame before he would need to consume blood again. System alert skill blood bank. System alert. 10 milliliters of blood will be consumed. Would you like to proceed? System alert yes. After selecting the yes option, a sweet fragrance entered his mouth. The hole he could feel in his stomach had disappeared, and once again he was satisfied and back to normal. Now all he needed to do was meet up with Layla and fill up his blood bank to the max. For the next week, combat class was a normal requirement for students. This would be the case until the teachers were satisfied to take the students on their first outing through the portals to hunt beasts. After the students picked their weapons from the wall, once again Leo stood at the front to give the students further instructions. "Today's lesson will be sparring once again, but this time you will pick your own opponents. You will fight with them for a minute each before switching to the next opponent. On the battlefield, there will be all types of different opponents that use different weapons and abilities. It is important for you to get used to as many of these as possible." The students, then, immediately got into pairings, and Layla had run up to Quinn as soon as possible. "Don't worry, Quinn, I'll let you win the first one," she said with a wink. But just then, Leo had walked towards the two of them. "I'm sorry about this, young lady, but I'm going to have to ask you to sit out of this one," Leo said. Layla then took a step back. Leo then pulled out his katana blade and pointed it at Quinn. "Show me what you got, boy, and don't hold back." Chapter 32, A Lesson. Without Quinn realizing it himself, the rest of the students weren't really paying attention to their own matches. They were all looking towards Leo and Quinn. They wanted to see how the so-called blind swordsman fought. But in the room, 3 people in particular were paying attention to Quinn. "Look at him. He cheats in my match and now he's getting special treatment," Brandon complained. "Didn't Leo say he didn't use any ability?" Loop asked. "Don't be a fool, of course he did. He managed to break a beast weapon. Have you ever heard of that?" Brandon complained. "Maybe if he had a higher tier weapon, but all the weapons in this room are of the same tier." "Yeah, I agree," Faye added. "The weakling must have never won a fight in his life before, and then when he saw the opportunity, he just had to do it." Before the sparring match started, Quinn decided to use his inspect skill, but for the first time ever, not a single bit of information had come up. "Does this mean he's too powerful? Maybe when the skill levels up, I might be able to see something," Quinn thought. Just then, though, a new message from the system appeared. "System alert. A strong opponent has appeared. System alert. Defeat the opponent for an instant level-up reward." Suddenly, Quinn's blood started to rush through his body with excitement. He wasn't going to go easy on Leo in the first place, but if the match proved too easy, then he was going to ease up a little to not raise suspicion. But with a reward like this, Quinn would figure out an explanation later. Every time Quinn leveled up, the exp requirement seemed to double, making it harder and harder for him to level up. "What's wrong?" Leo asked. "Oh, nothing, sorry," Quinn said as he got into a fighting stance. "All right, students, the minute starts now," Leo shouted. In an instant, the sound of weapons clashing around the room could be heard, but the ones closer to Leo and Quinn decided to take it easy so they could watch the fight, and that included Brandon's group. As soon as the fight started, Leo dashed forward with a strike, but it wasn't at a speed Quinn couldn't handle. He blocked the first blow, knocking it away. However, straight after another attack appeared, but Quinn managed to block that as well. "A bit sloppy and rough, but your reflexes are good," Leo said. "Now let's take it up another level." Before Quinn could catch his breath, Leo attacked again with his blade, but this time even faster than the attacks before. But thanks to Quinn's agility points, he was still able to keep up. "Ha ha, I can't believe I'm actually having fun against a student," Leo said, laughing. And once again the attack, coming from Leo, sped up again. This time it looked like Quinn was getting knocked around like a rag doll. All the students watching from outside thought Leo was playing with him, but Leo was truly impressed. Although Quinn looked silly, Quinn was still able to block each and every one of his attacks with the gauntlets. "Now try this," Leo shouted. The attack from Leo's katana blade came from underneath. Quinn held out both his hands to block the attack, but suddenly it looked like the blade had disappeared and phased through his hands. Before Quinn knew it, the blade was right underneath his chin. "Beep, beep, beep." "Oh, looks like our time is up," Leo said. "About level 14 or 13 maybe. That's pretty good for a first-year student." Quinn was in admiration for the weapons teacher. At first, he didn't have a lot of respect for the teachers at the school. They would usually just dominate over the students and tell them to toughen up and get stronger, but Quinn felt like Leo was different. Quinn could now tell that Leo was able to beat him in a fight anytime he wanted. Leo was just testing him to see how strong he was. What Quinn also learnt during that fight was just getting stronger and faster wasn't good enough. He needed to learn how to fight properly. "Please, would you be able to teach me how to fight?" Quinn asked as he bowed down. "Unfortunately, the weapon you have chosen I do not specialize in myself. Although I do think it suits your fighting style, it seems like you have had some experience in hand-to-hand combat," Leo explained. "There is one thing I can suggest to you. There's a popular VR fighting game that the military students from all the other schools play. The first thing you will need to do is get experience. Although the use of abilities in the game is not prohibited, so you might have a hard time, but still, I think it will be a good experience for you. Thank you so much, Quinn said as he bowed down again. Oh, and before I forget, it was the first time I have had fun like that in a while. As a prize, feel free to keep the gauntlets. When you get better in the future, come and challenge me any time. I will be happy to fight you again, Leo said as he walked off back to the center of the weapons hall. After watching the fight, many of the students were quite disappointed. After seeing Quinn fight well against Brandon, they were hoping he would be able to do something against Leo, but to them, all it looked like was Leo toying with Quinn and throwing him around like a rag doll. Brandon then had come up with a brilliant idea and started to whisper into his friend Faye's ear. "All right, students, it is time to get into your next pairing," Leo shouted. Just then, before Layla could get up and ask Quinn for a match, Brandon had gotten up in front of her. "Do you mind if us two have a round?" Brandon asked. Layla kissed her teeth and scorned, but she didn't exactly have a good reason to say no. After all, it would only be a minute. Then another student, Brandon's friend Faye, had gone and approached Quinn. "Please, I would like to be your next opponent," Faye asked as he drew out his two short swords. "I don't see why not," Quinn said. Quinn didn't mind too much. So far, every new opponent he faced, as long as he defeated them, would grant him 50 exp, and this was the best chance he had right now, in the weapons hall where people weren't allowed to use their abilities. "And please begin," Leo shouted. Faye seemed to have some experience using the dual swords. His flow was natural, and he was able to follow his attacks up well from one to the next, but after fighting with Leo, the attacks just seemed slow. Quinn was able to see the path of each strike. But just like Leo had said, the most important thing for Quinn was the experience. So rather than relying on his supernatural strength and ending the fight in an instant, Quinn decided he wanted to fight a little longer. Meanwhile, in Layla and Brandon's match, Brandon didn't seem to be doing much at all. He didn't charge in and he didn't attack. All he did was avoid Layla's arrows. It was as if his mind was focused on something else. That's when a noise was heard. Faye was charging in at Quinn and did some sort of little battle cry. That was the signal for Brandon to act. Brandon then lifted his hand, and at the right time, cast his wind blast right behind at Quinn's back. Quinn saw Faye's blades and was ready to block, but that's when he felt a strong force push him from behind. It knocked him off balance, and at the same time, Faye's blades went right into Quinn's stomach. System Alert 10/20 HP. "You, Bastar," Quinn groaned. Chapter 33 Next Tar. For a brief moment, Quinn had forgotten about a world with abilities. A world where people didn't try to get up on one another just for the sake of what? Pride. He looked down and could see the two blades stuck in his stomach, blood dripping off the blade. Faye had let go of the blades and took a step back, with his mouth wide open, acting like everything that had happened was an accident. But Quinn wasn't buying it, and he had a good idea what had just happened. As he looked around, he managed to catch a smile on Brandon's face. Quinn then grabbed the hilt half of the two blades and, using his strength, snapped the ends off. With the other half of the blades still in his stomach, he started to walk towards Faye. "So you want to play games then?" Quinn said. "Then let's play some games. You've taken some of my blood, so it's only right that I take some of yours." As Faye heard these words, he couldn't help but move back away from Quinn. Something was different, the look in his eyes. "Why is my body shaking? He's only a level 1 user, calm down." Then when Quinn was only a few feet away, he swung his clawed hand out. Blood swai. But before Quinn could finish casting his skill, His hand was knocked away by a blade. "Enough, stop now," Leo said as he pointed his blade towards Quinn. "Two wrongs do not make a right. And you too don't think your plan didn't go unnoticed. I will not have students who can't follow the rules in my class. You can leave your weapons here, and you are banned from any more combat classes in the weapon hall." Just then, two military men appeared out of nowhere standing by Quinn's side. "Take him to the doctor's office and make sure he gets treated," Leo said. "Wait," Layla shouted. "Maybe I should go with him, make sure he is okay." "He's a strong boy, not a young lady. He can take care of himself." Although Layla was worried about Quinn being hurt, that wasn't her main concern. It looked like from the wounds on Quinn's body that he had lost a lot of blood. Even if vampires could heal at supernatural speeds, that energy had to come from somewhere and would soon need to be replaced. After grabbing Quinn by both of his arms, after a few seconds, Quinn was transported just outside the doctor's office. "Please get some rest once you have healed up," one of the men said before teleporting away once again. What a handy ability to have. After checking the men had disappeared, Quinn decided to head to the closest bathroom on the same floor. Nearly all the students were in combat classes at the moment, so the halls were empty. The reason why Quinn had decided to head to the bathroom rather than to the doctor's office was because he could already feel his body was healing up. His status screen also confirmed that fact. System alert, 1220 HP. Just like before, as soon as Quinn was out of combat, his body was starting to heal at an incredibly fast rate. Quinn looked down and it looked like his body had healed most of the wounds. However, it wasn't able to heal the area where the blades were stuck. This is going to hurt. Luckily, Quinn still had his gauntlets on, so he didn't have to grab the blades with his bare hands. 1, 2, 3. He then pulled the blades out as fast as he could in one action. The pain was quick and sharp, and he did everything he could to hold in his screams. Finally, the wounds around his stomach were slowly starting to heal, until suddenly he received some new messages. System alert, your hunger grows. System alert, your hunger grows. System alert, 1520 HP. System alert, you will no longer heal. System alert, your HP will continue to decrease by 1 HP until human blood has been consumed. Quinn looked at the message and was trying to figure out what had happened. When Quinn did his tests, he found out that his body would need to consume blood once every 2 days. But this message had come up even though Quinn had only consumed Layla's blood this morning. It hadn't reached the time limit yet. Then Quinn thought back to how the blood was able to heal his health. If it worked the same way then, that meant his body was using blood as energy to heal himself. Once this energy had run out inside his body, then he would no longer be able to heal, and he would once again have to consume blood. Quinn felt a hunger in his stomach and started to look at himself in the mirror. His clothes were all bloody and he was in slight pain, but he still cracked a smile. That's when Quinn also noticed that his top 2 teeth had grown slightly. It was different from last time when he had panicked. This time, he felt calm. He was used to taking blood, and he already knew who his next targets were going to be tonight. The hunger pangs were bearable this time, perhaps because Quinn wasn't in a critical condition. After heading back to his dorm room, Quinn threw his bloody clothes on the floor and changed his clothes out with a different uniform. While Quinn was busy getting changed, he heard the sound of 2 students talking as they walked down the corridor. "Why did I get kicked out as well? You were the only one who used an ability," Faye complained. "Hey, you were fine with the plan when I told you about it earlier. Why are you getting so annoyed about it now?" Brandon said. "You were the one who dragged me into it all because you lost to a level 1. Embarrassing." Faye chuckled. Just then, Brandon slammed Faye up against the corridor wall and held him by his collar. Do I need to remind you that I'm a higher level than you, Faye? Or do we have to fight so you can learn your place? Faye said nothing until Brandon eventually let go of his collar. That's when Faye decided to walk off in the opposite direction away from the dorm rooms. I thought we were friends, Brandon, not just some lackey you control 'cause I'm a lower level than you. Then as Brandon entered his dorm room, he slammed the door behind him. Oh, a lover's quarrel, huh? Excellent, Quinn said, as he grabbed his bag and headed out to follow Faye. The combat classes had finished, and the sun was starting to set. With that, a rush of students was now heading back to their dorm rooms, and that included Peter and Vorden. As the two of them entered the room, Vorden's eyes widened as he spotted something. What is that? Quinn's clothes, Peter said as he lifted them off the ground. They're covered in blood. Did he get hurt during training? Vorden's whole body was shaking as he saw the blood. What happened to him? Vorden thought. Did the second years target him too, or did something happen in training? I told you, we should have kept an eye on him. We should have killed those second years when we had the chance. Stop it, Vorden said out loud. Vorden, are you okay? Peter asked. But without saying anything else, Vorden opened the door to search for Quinn, but as he did, Layla was standing there with her hand by the door as if she was just about to knock. Oh, is Quinn here? Layla said. But in the next second, Vorden grabbed Layla by the hand, dragging her in, and slammed the door behind her. Vorden then immediately pushed Layla up by the door and pressed his forearm against her neck. Tell me what happened to Quinn now. Note, extra chapters for hitting the goal will be delivered in one go on Saturday or Sunday. After hitting the 2 goals, each extra 500 stones will equals another extra chapter. Chapter 34 caught red-handed. Struggling up against the dorm room door, Layla was finding it difficult to breathe. Vorden was applying an incredible amount of force with his forearm against her neck, and his face was only a few inches away. What the hell's wrong with you? Layla managed to groan out. Hey, Vorden, I think you're hurting her, Peter said quietly. Vorden suddenly started pressing against her throat even harder. Layla was struggling with all her might to get air, and if she didn't do anything soon, she was worried she might pass out. The little one didn't like you, and the other one told me not to get involved, but in the end, I'm always the one that has to deal with things, Vorden said. Layla's face started to turn a bright red. The veins on her neck were popping, threatening to explode, as she struggled to breathe. Hey, seriously, Vorden, you're going too far, Peter shouted. Shut up, Vorden shouted as he turned to look at Peter. My name is not Vorden either. That's when Layla saw her opportunity. The grip around her neck loosened a little as Vorden was distracted. She reached down into her quiver that was attached to her waist and pulled out one of her arrows, then proceeded to stab the arrow into the top part of Vorden's thigh. Arg! Vorden cried as he flinched to let go of Layla. Layla then quickly pulled out another arrow with her telekinesis ability and hovered it right in front of Vorden's face. Don't you dare move, you psycho, said Layla. I swear if you do, I will not hesitate to shove this arrow right in your head. Peter started to panic at the situation that was happening in front of him. There was no way he could jump in the middle of these two. He was too scared of getting hurt himself. I don't even know why Quinn asked me to look out for you. If you ask me, he's better off without someone like you. Wait, Quinn really said that, Vorden said in a gentle tone. Look, I'm sorry about what just happened, but I just want to know what happened to Quinn. As Vorden said these words, his eyebrows were slightly twitching. His personality had taken a complete 180 turn, and Layla didn't know what to make of it. For some reason, something was telling her that this boy was dangerous, and if she could, she would have nothing to do with him. But right now, she needed to find Quinn, who knew if he was going on another rampage right now. She was the only one that knew Quinn's secret and Quinn needed her. "It was just an accident at the combat classes today," said Layla. "He wasn't at the medical bay, so I thought he was in his room, but it looks like he already left. I wouldn't worry about it." Layla then recalled her arrow back into her quiver and walked out of the room in a rush. Then, as soon as she left, Vorden lifted the arrow out of his leg with the copied telekinesis ability and threw the arrow to one side. "Hey, are you all right, man? You kinda act a little strange there," Peter asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Vorden said. "She's lying to you. Did you see how she rushed off like that? Something's up. Let's follow her." Or we could try asking the other students who were in the same combat classes as Quinn. They might be able to tell us who did this to him. "Oh, payback, I like it. And then on the way back maybe that pretty girl can get into an accident." "No, I told you she's just Quinn's friend. Can't you see she's just as worried about Quinn as we are? She's a good person." "Well, I don't like her." "I agree. We should get rid of her." Vorden, are you okay?" Peter asked again. "You've been standing there looking at the floor for a while now." Oh yeah, I just need to head off to the doctor's office to get this wound checked out on my leg. I'll be back when I can," Vorden said as he left the room and headed outside. Quinn had been following Faye from a safe distance for a while now, but it didn't look like he was heading out of the school, and time was running out. System alert, 1220 HP. If he lost any more health, he would have to go search for Layla and find his target another time. However, Quinn felt like he would never have an opportunity as good as this one again. Very rarely was there a time when people would be on their own, and especially one that Quinn had a grudge against. That's when Faye started to head up the stairs and eventually went up to the school roof door. After reaching the closed door, Quinn quickly moved and opened the door ever so slightly and started to peek through. Quinn glances around the rooftop, feeling happy for his luck. Faye was the only person he could see up there. Lady Luck is on my side today. Quinn then took the mask out from his bag and put it on his face. Before he moved onto the rooftop, he used a rag of ripped cloth from his old uniform and wrapped it around his watch to hide his power level. There weren't many other level 1 users who used gauntlets in the whole school. If Faye was to see his power level on his wrist watch, it would be a dead giveaway. As soon as Quinn would open the door, he knew the metal creaking sound would notify Faye that someone else was here. He needed to do everything as quickly as possible. Ready and go. Quinn then pushed open the door and ran over to where Faye was in an instant. And as soon as Faye turned around, he could see red blood lines in the shape of a claw coming out from a mysterious masked man. What the? Faye was too slow to react, and all he could do was lift his hand, but the blow was extremely powerful. When the red lines touched his skin, it immediately caused blood to be drawn. It felt like 5 sharp knives were cutting him at the same time. Not only that, but the force was so strong it managed to throw Faye into the air. With his 12 strength and extra 3 from the gauntlets, Quinn now had a total of 15 strength, and then the gauntlets also increased his attack power by 5%, making the attack far stronger than Quinn had predicted. Faye continued to fly into the air until his body had hit the back of the gated fence. He then collapsed on the floor and passed out. System alert, 1120 HP. Faye didn't even have the chance to use his ability to fight back. It was over in an instant. Blood started to drip from his arms and began to create a small puddle of blood, and before Quinn realized it, his teeth had grown into fangs. He slowly walked over to Faye and could feel his heart beating faster. The sweet fragrances were getting stronger, but Quinn didn't care about the blood that was on the floor. He was more interested in the single vein that he could see pulsating through Faye's neck. Quinn then lifted Faye slightly off the ground, and without even thinking about it, sunk his fangs into Faye's neck. Quinn continued to drink Faye's blood until multiple notifications had appeared. System alert, 2020 HP. System alert, blood bank has been filled 100 ml. System alert, a plus blood type has been consumed. System alert, +1 strength stat. System alert, 50 exp has been awarded. As Quinn was enjoying the last few drops of blood, when the sudden sound of the roof door being opened was heard. So why did you want to meet me on this roof again? Loop said, rubbing his head. Then, when he looked up, he could see his friend covered in a pool of blood and a masked man with his teeth in his friend's neck. You monster, get off of him, Loop shouted. Chapter 30, 5 Heal Me. Inside one of the dorm rooms, Peter was waiting inside patiently for either Vorden or Quinn to come back. Usually, he would have gone off with Vorden, but the way Vorden had acted earlier had given him second thoughts. Even if Vorden was worried about Quinn, it made no sense for him to attack someone as soon as they opened the door. It was irrational, and not just that, but something stuck out to him at the time. The fact that Vorden said that Vorden wasn't his name. Peter wasn't exactly sure what he had meant by that. While Peter was busy worrying about the others, there was a sudden knock at the door. Are they back already? Peter said as he answered the door. When he opened the door, though, Peter immediately tried closing it, but a hand had come out and held the door open. Looks like he's not here, Momo said, looking around the room. It was Momo who was at the door, and behind him, he had 2 other second-year students. Peter didn't have a good feeling about this. He remembered the last time they had met and how he had given Vorden a warning. Not only that, but one of the second-year students standing behind Momo, Peter recognized as well. When Vorden was taken away to the assembly hall, one of the second-year students stood outside as a guard and wouldn't allow Peter to go past him. Well, since you're the only one here, why don't you come with us? Momo said. We have some plans, and we think you might be the perfect person to help us. Peter felt like he had no choice but to listen. Momo was a level 6 user. He was stronger than any of the current first years, and he knew if he refused, he would become a target. Before, Vorden would have been able to help him, but not against these guys. They were too strong. Back on the school rooftop, Loop had just arrived to see his friend being held by what looked like some humanoid creature. Loop and Faye had agreed to meet on the roof to discuss what combat classes they should change to, now that he and Brandon had been kicked out. When Loop had arrived at the roof, he was surprised to see his friend lying there covered in blood. It was dark, so it was hard to see clearly, but as the creature held Faye in his arms and was biting into his neck, he could see glowing red eyes. Loop's mind instantly went thinking that it was some type of monster, but that's when he noticed that the so-called monster was wearing the same school uniform as them. An object started to grow out of Loop's body. It was a long, thin, white piece of bone that was the same size as a small sword. He pulled it out and threw it straight at Quinn. The flying sword bone flew straight at Quinn, but he knocked it away with his hand. Almost straight after, another piece of bone came at him, and behind it was Loop running right towards him. In both of the Loop's hands, he held 2 white bone swords and swung them down at Quinn. However, Quinn managed to grab onto both of the bone swords, stopping them in place. When Quinn tried to use his strength to break the bones, surprisingly, nothing was happening. That was because of the difference in ability level. Loop was a level 3 ability user. The special substance he was able to create out of his body was stronger than that of a basic tier beast weapon. As the 2 were held in place, Quinn realized his strength was greater and started to push Loop back. When Quinn started to push Loop back, he quickly took in a deep breath and blew out. Straight after, white bone spikes had appeared on his body all over. The bone spikes had managed to pierce Quinn's body in several different places, but luckily, he was able to avoid a blow to the head, and his hands were protected by the gauntlets. System alert, 1020 HP. It was a strong attack, and it had hurt Quinn badly. Loop retracted the bone spikes into his body and was ready for the same attack again. As he breathed in, though, he could see Quinn swipe his hand like a claw. Loop ducked down, and instead of hitting him, the attack continued to go past, and the red lines eventually disappeared into nothing. "Let's see what you're hiding under that mask," Loop said as he stabbed one of the bone swords into Quinn's foot and then lifted another one at his face. However, Quinn decided to use all his strength to pull his foot from the sword. The bone sword stuck in his foot had ripped through his skin and tore through his shoes. His foot was now a mangled mess, but at least he was free. Doing his best to ignore the pain, Quinn jumped back a few feet to create distance between himself and Loop. This was bad. Not only did Loop have a strong ability, but unlike the people he had faced before, Loop was a good fighter. Quinn's sloppy skills weren't going to save him. Sure, he had more strength than his opponent, but that meant nothing if he couldn't hit him. System alert, 520 HP. System alert, blood bank auto use. System alert 10/20 HP. System alert, 90 millimeters left in blood bank. In nearly an instant, Quinn's foot had healed. That's when he came up with a plan. System alert, 2020 HP. System alert, 70 millimeters left in blood bank. Quinn had used the rest of his blood bank to heal himself. With this, he would be able to bridge the gap in skill. As long as Quinn didn't take a fatal blow to the head, he was sure the system would heal him in time. This time, as Quinn rushed forward, he was no longer reserved about using his skills. He cast blood swipe after blood swipe, swinging his arms out. System alert, 1420 HP. He had thrown a total of 6 blood swipes in rapid succession. They had come out fast, and all Loop could do was defend with his bones. The first few attacks had been blocked, but Loop could feel how powerful they were. System alert, 820 HP. After defending against the first 6 attacks, Loop thought he was done, but another 6 blood swipes came straight after, and his bone swords could no longer take it and eventually snapped. System alert, 1820 HP. System alert, 50 milliliters of blood left in blood bank. Seeing Quinn continue to rush forward after him, and his bone swords were broken, there was only one thing Loop could do. He took in another deep breath, and just when Quinn was close enough, he blew out, making bone spikes appear all over his body. However, Quinn wasn't slowing down and continued to run straight into the bone spikes, piercing several parts of his body. At the same time, he threw a punch out as hard as could, sending Loop flying backwards. Then, to follow it up, Quinn released another barrage of blood swipes. System alert, 520 HP. System alert, 1020 HP. System alert, 40 milliliters of blood left in blood bank. As each of the blood swipes reached Loop's body, he stood his ground, reinforcing his body with bones, but not long after he could no longer take any more punishment and collapsed to the ground. System alert, opponent has been defeated. System alert, 50 exp has been received. System alert 130/400. The fight was a lot tougher than Quinn had thought. The only reason why he was able to be as reckless as he was because of his blood bank. Quinn hated to think about how he would have fought if he didn't have the skill. Quinn then looked back at Faye, who was on the ground. It seemed like after being bitten by him, his targets would stay asleep for some time, which was a good thing, but now it was time for him to feast on a new person. Quinn walked over to Loop's body and cast his inspect skill. System alert Brandon Richardson. System alert ability bone manipulation. System alert, HP 125. System alert, blood type, O. Finally, Quinn was going to find out what blood type O had for him. Chapter 36, Escape. As Quinn looked at Loop's body on the ground, he noticed something strange. His current health was at 10 HP, and his body was naturally drawn to the blood. Whenever his health was low, he would get hungrier. That bit was a given, but something that also happened was his 2 canine teeth would start to grow longer. When they grow longer, it makes it easier to pierce his victim's neck. Although Loop was bleeding and Quinn was able to just drink from the open wound, this would only give him the extra stat point. He needed a good supply to also fill his blood bank. When inserting his teeth into his victim, it felt as though he instinctively knew the best location that would allow him to take as much blood as possible. Quinn lifted Loop's body from the ground. Only a few inches were separating their faces. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that I'm finding it easier every time I do this. Quinn opened his mouth wildly, showing his teeth. He brought his mouth near Loop's neck and finally bit into his neck. A rush of blood entered into his mouth. The blood tasted sweet. System alert, 2020 HP restored. System alert, O blood type has been consumed. System alert, 1 free stat point has been added. System alert, blood bank has been filled. Quinn had a few guesses at what the O type would do, but this was better than he had imagined. Quinn quickly opened up his status screen and wanted to decide what to put the stat into straight away. System alert, strength 13-3. System alert, stamina 12. System alert, agility 13. Quinn debated internally for a few minutes whether he should put his stat point into stamina or not. If he did, his stats would become well-rounded. But he thought about all the people who were strong in the world right now. They were usually specialists in a certain area. A jack of all trades was something too weak in this day and age. Not only that, but Quinn felt like his growth would be quicker if he specialized in strength or agility. It would allow him to carry on beating weak opponents. Then, when he needed to, he could increase his stamina points at another time. It wasn't like Quinn was going to be facing an army of opponents anytime soon. System alert, agility 14. In the end, Quinn decided to stick to his original plan and add his stat points into agility. Quinn stood in place, looking at the duo's bodies, wondering what he should do. He was fairly certain that he had acted fast enough during his fight with Faye. He hoped that he hadn't seen anything that could give him away, but he couldn't say the same for Loop. When Quinn started to inspect Faye's body, he noticed that the bite marks on Faye's neck from Quinn had already disappeared. The doctor said the same thing happened with Layla, perhaps some type of effect from my ability. Quinn thought, well, that solves that problem, now what to do with you? Quinn pondered, looking at Loop's body. Although Quinn wore his mask, there was still the chance of someone figuring out it was him. After all, how many students used gauntlets as a weapon and also would have a grudge to attack these too? However, Quinn wasn't that afraid of them finding out his real identity. After all, the school didn't really care if Quinn beat them half to death. Actions like this were commonplace at the academy. Quinn wasn't afraid that Loop might tell everyone what he had seen. Even if he did, no one would believe what he had said. Throughout all of the history of abilities, there had never been any reports of an ability where someone had to consume something to gain power. The power had always come from within. And with no markings on their neck to prove it, they would be treated as madmen without any type of proof. While Quinn was in the middle of his thoughts, he was startled when he heard the door start to open again. Quinn moved instantly at a lightning speed to try and flee the scene, but quickly stopped when he saw it was someone familiar opening the door. "There you are," Layla said. She then looked down and noticed the two bodies on the floor. Quick, we have to get out of here. The guards will be here any second now. Quinn had taken too much time. He wasn't planning to take out two people. When a student was knocked out in the school or badly beaten, the wristwatch was able to ping their location to the school and inform them they were hurt. Then once this message was pinged to them, the guards would pick the students up and take them to the hospital. No one knew how it quite worked, as it was amazing. The watch was able to tell how much health someone had. Rumors were spread that it was an ability of an original that created the watches. Quinn and Layla hastily ran down the stairs, but stopped as they could hear the sound of footsteps coming in their direction. Oh no, we can't go this way. Layla then started to look around the roof. I have a plan, grab me and let's jump. Are you crazy? Quinn said. Even with my strength from this height, I would at least break my legs, and even if I can heal, I still feel pain. Just trust me. Come on, I can use my ability. Quinn quickly lifted Layla with both arms despite his protest. With his strength, Layla was lighter than ever. He jumped onto the fence and looked down. The school was incredibly high. It was at least 4 stories high. I'm counting on you, Quinn muttered as he leapt off the building. As the duo was falling from the rooftop at an incredible speed, Layla closed her eyes and started to concentrate. Sweat started to form on her brows when suddenly, the two of them started to decrease in speed. They eventually reached the ground. Hey, that was pretty cool, you can fly, Quinn asked, stunned. No, my ability is that strong yet, Layla replied. At most, I can only slow us down. Come on, let's head back to our rooms. As the two of them headed to their rooms, Quinn explained everything that had happened on the rooftop. Wait, what? Then aren't you worried that Loop might tell someone what happened? Not really. He has nothing to gain from it. Without any proof, no one would believe him anyway. But there is one problem. There is the chance that if he does find out it's me, then he would come back with the others and attack me. I could take them out one-on-one, but as a group, I don't feel like I could stand a chance. It's true, Layla replied. A lot of the students have already formed their own groups and gangs to protect each other. All that's left are the ones that are too weak to be a part of anything. I know, why don't you create your own group? I could be like a sub-leader. Of course, we would keep your things a secret. That's not a bad idea, especially if in the future we get targeted even more. Maybe I should ask Vorden if he knows anyone. The look on Layla's face suddenly dropped as she heard those words. That crazy guy, I told you he was bad news, Quinn. What happened? It's best if you hear it from your friend Peter. Maybe then you will realize how bad it was. After all, he saw the whole thing. In the doctor's office, the 2 students who had been beaten on the roof were currently lying on hospital beds. The single Dr. Haley was busy as usual, and especially at night, when the guards gathered the beaten students. How can the school just let these sorts of things happen? Surely there is a better way, Haley thought. As she went to check up on Faye, she noticed he was now sleeping calmly. After healing the claw marks on him, and there wasn't anything unusual. However, when she looked at Loop, something had caught her eye that concerned her. In a certain spot on the boy's neck were 2 small puncture wounds similar to that of a snake bite. She had seen these signs before on another student, and just like before, the wound was already starting to heal itself. Haley then tapped her watch and waited a few moments for it to connect. Hey, General, I believe there might be a stray beast roaming around the school. What? That's impossible. We have seen no signs indicating the presence of one, the voice on the watch replied. But there have been some strange signs on 2 students. I'm a little bit worried, Haley said. Please, for me, would just investigate it. Fine, whatever you want. How can I say no to my daughter? Just then, though, as Haley got off her call, 2 military men came rushing in with another student on their back, soaked in blood. Hurry, this student is in critical condition, the guard shouted. They quickly placed the student on the bed, and Haley quickly got to work. She tried and tried to use her abilities, but it was useless. The student was already too far gone. He had died. Haley then tapped her wristwatch, once again, to open up a digital report log. Report, confirming the time of death at 9:30 p.m., a first-year student named Brandon Richardson. Chapter 37, I Am Sorry. When Quinn had arrived back in his dorm room, he was surprised to see that neither Vorden or Peter seemed to be there. It's nearly curfew time. I wonder what they're doing out so late. It was a shame because Quinn was hoping to either ask Peter or Vorden what exactly happened between them and Layla. But with it getting late and Quinn low on energy, he decided to get some sleep ahead of the others. And as soon as his body had hit the bed, he was out in an instant. He didn't even change his clothes, and he just laid there on top of it like an old drunk man. A few moments later, Peter was the first to arrive back in the dorm room. He slowly entered the room and didn't even acknowledge the fact that Quinn had returned. He walked slowly over to his bed and placed the quilt over his head, slightly shaking. Then soon after Vorden had arrived, he could see a bulge wrapped underneath the sheets on Peter's bed. Then Vorden noticed that Quinn was sleeping. As Vorden looked at Quinn's peaceful face, he smiled. "Looks like you were fine," Vorden whispered to himself. "I'm sorry." Each one of them was dealing with their own problems, yet not one of them knew of the others. With a lot on their mind and no one to share it with, they had to sleep with their demons that night. As Quinn woke up, he was greeted with his usual morning message. System alert daily quest complete. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. System alert 135/400 exp. Quinn was satisfied with his growth in strength. However, he couldn't say the same about his leveling speed. He was currently only level 3 and had 2 skills he could use. Unlike other abilities where they gave you the control of something, Quinn's skills were a one-action type thing. If Quinn wanted to be on an even playing field with the higher-level ability users, then Quinn would need more skills. After fighting with Loop yesterday, Quinn realized he needed a few things. The first was he needed to get better at fighting. Although his skills had been fine with defeating low levels so far, he couldn't say the same when it came to opponents who knew how to fight. It was only because of Quinn's blood bank yesterday that he was able to win the fight and fight recklessly. This meant he needed to learn some hand-to-hand combat skills. The second thing was he couldn't go out fighting students every day. Yesterday was a close call, and he still didn't know if Loop knew it was him or not who attacked. If he wanted to keep this a secret, he would have to limit his activity at night, or get strong enough so he didn't have to rely on the gauntlets, which were a dead giveaway. That left him with a new goal. When checking out the system, Quinn remembered that there was a shop function that would only open at level 10. This was now Quinn's new target. He had no idea what the shop would detail, but so far the system hadn't let him down. When Vorden had woken up, he acted like his usual self, as he always had done in front of Quinn. "Hey, did you get a good sleep?" Vorden asked. "When I came in yesterday, you were completely knocked out." "Yeah, I was pretty worn out yesterday after combat classes." "I heard you got in an accident. Is everything okay?" Vorden asked. "As you can see, I have made a complete recovery. You don't need to worry about me." "Hey, seriously though, Quinn, if you're getting bullied or hurt, just tell me. I know we said not to help each other out so the second-year students wouldn't get involved, but I can handle them, don't worry." Quinn smiled back at Vorden. He couldn't understand what Layla was so worried about. The Vorden in front of him now was the Vorden Quinn grew to like. Sure, he seemed to have his problems and lash out at times, but who did? Not wanting to ruin the nice atmosphere between the two of them, Quinn decided that he would ask Peter once the two of them were alone what happened. Besides, if he asked Vorden, there was the chance he would get a one-sided view of the events. As Peter woke up, Vorden greeted him too, but Peter only said very few words back. Now even Peter was acting strangely, Quinn thought. "Is everything okay, Peter?" Quinn asked. Yeah, I'm fine," Peter replied as he got dressed into a new uniform, a little bit spaced out. The three of them then started to head to the canteen, and as they were walking through the hallways, Quinn had spotted someone who he didn't want to see first thing in the morning. It was Loop. But as the two of them locked eyes, Loop instantly started to break out into a sweat, and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. When the two walked by each other, Loop stopped and called out to Quinn. "Hey, is it okay to talk to you in private?" Loop asked. Quinn immediately started to look around to see if there were any of Loop's friends nearby. If Loop was calling out to him, it was most likely because he had figured out that Quinn was the one who had attacked him and Faye. Quinn had put this into his calculations that they might group up to attack him, but he didn't think something would happen so soon. However, when he looked around, there was no Brandon or even Faye nearby. With multiple students surrounding them, Quinn felt like it was unlikely that Loop would try anything here, and even if he did, he could at least defend himself without revealing his skills. "Hey, is everything okay?" Vorden said in a stern voice, not breaking eye contact with Loop. "Yeah, it's fine, Vorden. You two go ahead, I'll catch up with you in a bit." As Vorden and Peter walked away, Vorden couldn't help himself. He kept staring back at where Quinn was. The two of them then walked off to a nearby classroom just down the hallway to the canteen. It was breakfast time, so classes hadn't started yet, and the classrooms were empty. Of course, Quinn made sure to stay by the door just in case Loop started to attack. That way he could run out into the hall where the rest of the students were. Loop stood there nervous and fidgeting. It seemed like he was struggling to get his words out, until he finally spoke. "I'm sorry about yesterday," Loop said as he bowed. "I know we hurt you in training, and you are probably coming back at us for revenge, but please forgive me." Quinn was speechless. This was unexpected, and he didn't have a clue what was going on. "I promise I won't tell anyone about your secret. Please, whatever you do, just let me live. I won't bother you again, and no one will ever know anything happened." Although Quinn had his suspicions that this was all an act, it seemed like Loop was genuine, either that or he was the best actor in the world. But what Quinn didn't understand was what on earth had happened to get Loop to act like this. "Thanks for keeping my secret. Besides, I don't really have a grudge against you. Although your friends were the one to act on me, you didn't do anything. You were just trying to help your friends," Quinn said. Thank you for sparing me," Loop said. "I promise if you need anything, I will help you. I just don't want what happened to Brandon happening to me." "Brandon," Quinn said, confused. "What happened to Brandon?" Chapter 38, Crazy Boy. At first, Loop was confused by the words that had come out of Quinn's mouth. There were two possible reasons he could be acting like this. Either Quinn was just pretending not to know, or when Brandon entered the hospital, he was still alive at the time. Meaning Quinn thought Brandon was still alive after attacking him. "Look, I promise I'll keep your secret. I know you attacked Faye because of what happened at the weapons hall. It had to be you. Who else would attack him and have gauntlets like you? So you decided to go after Brandon next after taking down me," Faye explained. "Look, I just want to continue living in school as normal. I don't want any drama. I don't know why you're hiding behind that fake power level of yours, but please, I just don't want to get involved and I'll stay out of your way." Quinn was trying his best to process the information he had just been told. Right now, a student has died. To be honest, he wasn't really sure what the process or punishment was for a student's death, and at the same time, he didn't want to find out. If the other students were to learn about the attacks on Faye and Brandon, they would naturally assume it might have been Quinn wanting payback. However, the one thing that would make them doubt that was the fact that he was only a level 1 student. Right now, only Loop knew his secret, so it was no wonder Loop was afraid of him. With all this information, for now, Quinn felt it was best to play along. "You don't have to worry," said Quinn. "Like you said, you were only protecting your friend, and you didn't actually do anything to hurt me during the combat class. As long as you stay out of my way, I will stay with you." "Thank you," Loop said as he bowed down and left the room. After Loop had left, there was a thought lingering on Quinn's mind. Just who did kill Brandon? Was there anyone in the school that had a grudge against him? They had only been at the school a few days, and the school purposely made sure no one knew each other before sending them here. It was hard for Quinn to come up with a suspect. All he knew about Brandon was what had happened at the combat classes. If a petty person like him was able to plan an attack like that, then perhaps he had made many enemies already. After finishing his talk, Quinn headed to the canteen to catch up with his other 2 roommates, but when he entered the canteen, instead of seeing Vorden and Peter sitting together like usual, Vorden was sitting on his own, and there was no sign of Peter. Quinn quickly grabbed his food and decided to sit next to Vorden. "Hey, aren't you worried about the second year coming to attack you?" Vorden said. "From the looks of it, people will continue to bother us anyway, so we might as well live how we want," Quinn replied. "Hey, so where's Peter? Didn't you 2 come here together?" "You're looking in the wrong places," Vorden said, as he pointed in a different section of the canteen. The 2 of them sat in the low-level section where the level 1 and 2s would usually sit. This was where Peter would usually come to join them as well. But the direction Vorden had pointed in was the higher-level tables, the level 4 and 5 tables, and sitting next to them was Peter. "What is he doing over there? Are they targeting him?" Quinn asked. "Who knows?" When Peter entered the canteen, he looked at me and said, "I'm going to hang out with some new friends I made the other day." I asked him if he needed help, and he said not to worry. As the 2 watched Peter hang out with the others, though, it seemed like he was getting on with them well. He wasn't being asked to grab food or carry their things like the other lower power levels in other groups. "Well, maybe we should just keep an eye on them for now. It doesn't look like he's in trouble, and we can always ask him about it later." Just then, though, Quinn and Vorden were busy eating their food at their table. Another tray of food was slammed down. "I hope you 2 don't mind, but I have come to join you," Layla said as she sat down. As soon as Layla sat at her seat, she couldn't stop staring at Vorden, and the same was true for him. In the middle of the 2 was Quinn. He could feel the heat and tension in the air with both of them, and he didn't have a clue what happened. "So I see that hole in your leg healed up nicely," Layla said. Vorden's face started to twitch slightly. "Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Sorry, my name's Vorden. I don't believe we have met," Vorden said, pulling out his hand for a shake. "You are crazy if you think I'm going to shake your hand, and you're just going to pretend nothing happened, are you?" Layla then turned to Quinn. "Quinn, can you not see this guy is crazy yet?" "Don't call me crazy," Vorden said slowly. Hey, I think you both need to calm down," said Quinn, feeling like any second now the 2 were going to clash in the canteen. "I don't even know what happened between the 2 of you. Please explain." "This crazy boy attacked me when I went to your room last night, look," Layla said, as she pulled down her uniform slightly to reveal the red marks on her neck. "I keep telling you, Quinn, he's dangerous. Leave him." Vorden was visibly shaking at this point, but it was hard to tell if it was with anger or something else. "I said don't call me crazy, and again just like last time." Vorden slowly said each word, one by one. Chapter 39 Tutorial. Judging by the tone of Vorden's voice, it felt like he was going to snap at any second, and Layla was prepared for it. She kept her senses on high alert, ready to use her ability any second now. Even Quinn was unsure about what Vorden was about to do. Vorden, is what Layla said true? Did you attack her? Quinn asked in a soft voice, hoping to diffuse the situation. After hearing, Quinn Vorden stopped shaking and lifted his head up. I'm sorry about attacking you. When I saw Quinn's blood, I thought that maybe the attacker had come back to get revenge. I thought you might have come in to attack me and Peter as well. Vorden explained. I don't know if you know this, but Peter is only a level 1, and even though my indicator says I'm a level 5, I have to touch people to use my abilities. When you came through the door, I had no choice but to act first. How can we even believe you? Layla said, still annoyed by the whole thing. It was clear to her that Vorden was unstable. It was as if his mood and mind were changing all the time. Just seconds ago, she felt like Vorden was going to attack her again, and all of a sudden he's calm. Layla wasn't buying it. However, even Quinn felt like Vorden was acting strange. It seemed like Vorden was always trying to hide something. When Vorden was asked about what happened between him and the second years, and even now with what had happened between him and Layla. I'll just leave you to be for now, Vorden said. I'm sorry about what happened. Quinn, if you need anything, just let me know. He then got out of his seat and left the two of them alone. Do you see what I mean? Layla said. The man is unstable. I understand he might have protected you a few times and he hasn't hurt you yet, but someone like him can hurt you at any time. Quinn knew what Layla was saying was right. This wasn't the first time Quinn had seen Vorden lash out, and it didn't seem like it would be the last either. But for some reason, Quinn was unafraid of Vorden like the others. All the acts of aggression that Quinn felt, it never felt like it was aimed towards him. In the hallway, while Vorden was heading to his elemental combat class, he decided to quickly step into an empty classroom on the way. He leaned up against the wall and took a deep breath. As he looked at his hand, blood could be seen. Vorden had clenched his fist so hard that his own fingernails had pierced his palm. Why did you get in my way? We could have taught that girl a lesson. What did I tell you? It's because of you we're in this mess in the first place. You attacked her. It's our fault to begin with. Fine, but you understand that if you keep suppressing us, the little one's anger will only build up. The more he thinks Quinn is trying to get away, the angrier he will be, and then when he takes over, there is nothing you and I can do. I won't let it get to that point. I'm sorry, Quinn, for getting you involved in this, but you were just unlucky the little one chose you. With breakfast over and done with, it was time for Layla and Quinn to head to their beast weapons class. When they entered the room, Faye, Brandon, and Loop were nowhere to be seen. Of course, Faye and Brandon were banned from the class, and Loop had decided to make a transfer to another combat class. Loop just wanted to be as far away from Quinn as possible. Leo stood at the front of the class and was prepared to give out his instructions for today's class. Now for today's lesson, it will be individual practice. You have fought for the last couple of days with your weapon. Now you must learn how to get the hang of it, how to make it a part of you. Maybe come up with unique ideas to combine the use of your ability with the weapon. Then tomorrow you shall put today's hard work into practice. With that, everyone went into a separate space with their weapon. A few of the students sat down and started to think about how they could use their ability with their weapon. One student covered their whip in flames, making a fire whip. Another held a shield and managed to alter its shape to form spikes. While Quinn had no clue what to do. His only skill was easy to use, and there wasn't much to do with it other than swing his hand, but what Quinn wanted to do more than anything was learn how to fight. I wish there was someone who could teach me how to use these things, Quinn said as he sighed. System alert. Request of combat lesson activated. System alert. A suitable weapon is currently in use. System alert. Hand-to-hand combat LV. One will now be shown. Just then, as Quinn said those words, he seemed to have activated something within the system. In front of his eyes, a video started to play. Quinn quickly looked around him to see if anyone else could see what he was seeing, but he seemed to be the only one. In the video stood a single, tall, long-haired blonde man in a large, empty room. On both of his hands, he wore two gauntlets similar to Quinn's, but looked a lot more powerful, and his beauty was unmatched. Something Quinn had never said about a boy before. There was one other thing that Quinn noticed, and it was his piercing red eyes. "Hello and welcome to hand-to-hand combat classes for beginners," the blonde man said in a cheery voice. "I don't know how much time has passed, but if you have come across this video, that means you're one of us. And I hope that the information that is being provided isn't useless in your day and age." The appearance of the man and the man's words made Quinn think about who exactly the man was in a video, and he had good reason to believe that he was a vampire. Chapter 40, Taken Away. As Quinn diligently watched the blonde man in the video, he noticed several things that he read about in fantasy novels that all pointed to the tall man being a vampire. The ghastly pale skin, the beautiful looks, and finally, the red eyes. Not only that, but the man in the video also stated that Quinn was one of them. If Quinn was trying to understand the meaning behind his words, the man was stating that he was a vampire. Although there was also some other strange wording the man had said as well. The fact that he didn't know how much time had passed. Did it mean the video was made a long time ago? Was the man in the video even still alive? For now, Quinn had to put all of the questions he had to the side, as there was nothing he could do to confirm it. The video continued to play, and the tall blonde man started to speak again. "To whomever this video happens to be shown to, I will now demonstrate a set of skills that you should be able to perform at your level. Our kind and/or abilities work best when we use a weapon that covers our hands." The man then proceeded to get into a fighting stance. "I will cover 2 sets of basic moves, and it's up to you to learn them and figure out how to use them in fights. If you forget, feel free to open up your system at any time and watch the videos again. The first move is a defensive move. I call it the flash step. To perform this, if the system has been set up correctly, you will need at least 15 points of agility." The man then proceeded to perform the flash step. He crouched down and moved to another corner of the room in an instant. At the same time, an afterimage of him was being shown. Now this skill uses up a lot of stamina, so even if you have enough agility points to perform this skill, be careful not to wear yourself out. I would only use it when avoiding a fatal blow or going in for an attack. Please also make note that although the move is fast and hard to be seen by the naked eye, at most it can only move you at a distance of 5 meters. Looking at the move, Quinn straight away realized how handy it would be to have something like this. In his last fight against Loop, he could have avoided several blows at the last second. The only thing was it was a shame that Quinn currently didn't have enough agility points to practice the move. The next skill I will show you is the hammer strike. Once again, the man got in a fighting stance. This time he lifted his right foot and slammed it onto the ground while at the same time he pulled back his left hand and threw out his right hand. All of this was done in one smooth motion. Just from watching the video, Quinn could see that the air had slightly moved. "Cool, right?" the man said, smiling. "For this skill, you will need at least 15 strength as well. That is all for today. When you are ready, the next set of hand-to-hand combat classes will be unlocked for you. If you want a slowed down and more detailed version of these videos, they will be saved in your system. Good luck, my friend, and I wish you all the best." After the man had finished talking, the video immediately ended. As Quinn opened up his system, there was now an extra tab that stated tutorial, and in it were 2 videos of the skills he had just been shown. When watching the videos, it was just as the man had said. The video contained slowed-down versions of the skills the man had recently performed. There was even detailed commentary on how the skills would work and what you needed to do. Quinn couldn't help but think who this guy was. The way he spoke clearly meant he knew about the system. Did that mean he was the creator of the book Quinn's parents had left him? But it was hard for Quinn to remember meeting anyone like the man in the video. He didn't even know what his parents' faces looked like that well. Whatever it was, he was happy that the system was starting to help him out more. He felt like the system at first had given him a hard time giving him quests to drink blood and drawbacks, such as having his stats while in the sun. But now Quinn was starting to feel happy that he had discovered the system more than ever. Quinn immediately started to watch the hammer strike video. As long as he wore the gauntlets, he technically had more than 15 strength. He wasn't sure if that counted, but there was no harm in trying. But as Quinn was watching the video, Leo had come up and approached him. "Quinn, I'm afraid I have some bad news," Leo said. That's when Quinn also noticed 2 military men were standing behind. "I'm afraid you will have to follow these men. They have a few questions they would like to ask you. Don't worry, I will be coming." With that, one guard held Quinn, while the other held Leo. "Hey, what's going on over there?" The students noticed the commotion. "Is he being taken somewhere?" "Students, we shall be back in a while," said Leo. "Please continue to watch, and if I spot any of you slacking or breaking the rules, you know the consequences." A few moments later, the 2 of them were teleported into a small square room. There were no windows and a few lights above them. Inside the room was a single table with a hooded female sitting on one side and an empty chair on the other. Standing behind the female was a man who had the rank of general on his clothing. "Please sit," the general said. Quinn did as he was told and sat in the empty seat, but with the atmosphere in the room, he couldn't help but feel nervous. "Don't look so worried, boy. As long as you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about." Chapter 40, When Was It You? A million thoughts started to race through Quinn's mind. Had they found out about his ability? Were they going to force him to give it up and hand it over? Or had the loop informed them that he had killed Brandon and they were now going to punish him for it? Although Quinn was trying his best to calm down, it was nearly impossible. As he sat in the seat, he could feel his heart beating as if it was trying to escape from his chest. "Boy, calm down," Leo said. "I think even the others can hear your heartbeat." "Now, before we begin, I would like to inform you of a few things," the sergeant said. "A student by the name of Brandon Richardson has passed away recently. Now your teacher here has informed me that he and another student named Faye Lan had attacked you during combat classes yesterday. Now not only has one of the students passed away, but Faye was also admitted to the hospital late last night. So it was something to do with Brandon's death after all. We currently have no leads to what happened to Brandon, so that eventually led us to you. Although it's hard to believe someone with no ability like you could do something like this, there is always a way. The woman sitting opposite you here has the ability to detect whether someone is telling the truth or not. Now please proceed with her demands." "It's okay," the lady said. "I just need you to place your hand over mine." As Quinn placed his hand over hers, he suddenly felt a calming feeling enter his body. System alert. An ability has been detected. System alert. Unable to block the user's ability. "Now tell me, did you kill Brandon Richardson last night?" she asked. The calming feeling allowed Quinn to answer naturally. He felt like he was suddenly floating on top of clouds. "No, I did not." The woman carried on holding Quinn's hand and eventually let go. "He's telling the truth. As I said, I couldn't believe he would do something like this," Leo said. "I mean, how would it even be possible? He's only a level 1. It looks like we no longer have any leads. It's a shame, but an accident like this happens from time to time. It is expected," the sergeant said. "I'm sorry for wasting your time. Feel free to head back to class." With the questioning over, the two guards grabbed Leo and Quinn by the arm once again, and a few moments later were teleported back to the weapons hall. "Boy, your heartbeat was starting to give me doubts that you were hiding something," said Leo, "but I'm glad you were not the culprit, otherwise I would have lost a promising student." With that said, Leo started to walk around the room and give advice out to the other students. That's when Layla had come over to where Quinn was. "What happened? Is everything okay?" "Yeah, it seems like it will be for now at least," Quinn replied. Quinn explained to Layla what had happened at the integration. At first, she was even shocked to hear that Brandon had died, but was happy to find out that Quinn was now completely cleared of suspicion. But as she thought about it more, she started to think who in their right mind would be crazy enough to kill a student, and for what reason. "Hey, Quinn, you might not like what I'm about to say, but do you think maybe Vorden did it?" "What makes you say that? Did something happen between Vorden and Brandon?" "No, I mean, is it not strange that Vorden approached you in the first place? He's a level 5 user while you're just a level 1, and when he attacked me the other day, he kept shouting about you. And trust me, the guy seems crazy enough to do something like that." "Really? But why? It's not like me and Vorden have known each other for long. Do you really think anyone would go to the extreme just for something like this?" "Yeah, even if I do think he's crazy, I don't think he's that crazy." With that, the two continued to practice their combat classes. Although Quinn was trying his best to learn the hammer strike move, he couldn't concentrate. He kept thinking about the words that Layla had said. Right now, there were no suspects to Brandon's death, and Vorden had acted oddly a few times. And the last thing was the fact that Vorden wasn't in his room when Quinn arrived back last night. Just what was he doing so late? As the combat classes had ended, Layla and Quinn decided to hang out with each other for a while. There were a few tests both of them wanted to do with Quinn's ability. Quinn wanted to find a way to stop the sun from affecting him and learn about it more, while Layla wanted to see if there was any way she could be turned into a vampire. But as they walked out of the weapons hall and out onto the ground floor, them and several other first-year students had been stopped. The people stopping them were second-year students, and they had asked all the first-year students to gather at the assembly hall. "Just what is going on?" Layla said. "I have no idea," Quinn replied. Of course, the second-year students were powerful, and the first-year students had no choice but to agree. Even the higher power levels had agreed to come afraid something might happen. Around 100 of the first-year students had gathered in the assembly hall. Around them was not a single teacher, but just several of the second-year students. Up on the stage, the curtains were drawn and in front of it stood Momo. "Welcome every single one of you," Momo said. "Today we have a special event, a special message to all you first years. You see, there has been someone going around trying to go against us, thinking he can break the precious system that has been around for years in this school. I am here to tell you that this is what happens to those who do not obey." Momo pulled down on a piece of string, and the curtains on the stage started to open up. As the curtains moved away slowly, it started to reveal a student who had been tied up and placed on a large piece of wood. The student was bloody and had markings of being beaten everywhere. "Vorden," Quinn said. Chapter 40, 2 Target Practice. Finally, the first-year students had gathered in the assembly hall as asked. There was chatter amongst themselves, as there seemed to be no sign of any teachers and only the second-year students. It was easy to tell the difference between years with students, as there was a rank embed on their shirt that told the difference. "Is everyone here?" Momo asked. "Yes, everyone from Dell's class and the weapons combat class should be here." "Let's start the show then." At that moment, Momo pulled a piece of string, pulling back the curtains, revealing what was behind them. As the curtains were drawn, a badly beaten-up Vorden was on display, tied to a large wooden plank. Just then, several of the second-year students pulled out carts that seemed to be filled with large black circular stones. Momo picked up one of the round balls and held it in his hand. "This here is a metal ball that has been embedded with the power of a beast crystal," said Momo. "When the Earth had found a way to mix the beast crystal with our own weapons, it was a turning point in the war. But what they don't teach you as first years is that beast weapons need to be activated with your ability. Once activated, they can give out extra power. The higher the beast crystal used to make the weapon, the higher the power." Quinn, watching the whole thing, couldn't help but look at the badly beaten-up Vorden. He was wondering how on earth Momo could stand there and talk so casually, as if he was giving a presentation to the whole class. "So us second years have decided to give you from the beast weapons class and some of you other first-year students a shortcut. Today we will show you how to activate a beast weapon using these balls." That's when a first-year student raised his hand to ask a question. Excuse me, but does any of the teachers know about this?" For a moment there was silence. Even the first years couldn't believe why someone would ask that in this situation. It was obvious that this was being done behind the teachers' backs. Then a second-year student came from the side of the assembly hall and immediately punched the student who asked the question in the face. The second-year student repeatedly punched the person until he eventually passed out. "Are there any more questions?" Momo asked. The first-year students stood there silent in fear. They didn't want to say anything, especially after they had seen what happened to the boy who had just asked a question. "Good," Momo said before continuing. "Now to explain, these beast stones here were made with the purpose to help you activate your equipment, so, to be honest, they're quite useless, but they are handy for demonstrating. Just like when you activate your ability in your body, you need to concentrate on the ball in front of you. Think of it as a part of your body and focus your ability on it." The stone ball being held in Momo's hand suddenly went from a black to a green color. Now usually your weapons won't change color when activated, but as I said earlier, these balls are just for the sake of helping you learn how to activate your weapons. Once the color has changed, that means it has been activated and its strength has increased. Now today we will be practicing target hitting. The second-year students then moved Vorden down from the stage and onto the floor with the other first-year students. "The board here is special, you see. Even a bullet wouldn't be able to penetrate through it. Only the power of a beast weapon can, so today's lesson is to throw the ball and hit the target. Simple, right? What is this really allowed? Won't we get into trouble for doing something like this?" "What do you mean? The teachers didn't care when we got beat before. Why would they care about something like this now? The second years are doing this only because they know they can get away with it. They have been here longer than us." Momo started to look at the crowd when his eyes finally met with Quinn's. "Oh, I almost forgot. The crazy boy here has been targeting us second years one by one, thinking we wouldn't notice. Not only did he not hear our warning, but he completely ignored it and came after us. We dealt with him in this very hall back then, but he still didn't listen. Now, this is a warning to you all. This is what happens to those who try to disrupt the flow in school." The second year then poured out the crates of black beast stones, and they all fell out and rolled onto the ground floor. There were more than enough stones there for each student to throw at least one ball at Vorden. "Now who wants to go first?" one of the second students said. "Hurry now, if no one wants to volunteer, then I will just have to pick one of you." As expected, not a single person had volunteered. The students were cruel to those who were weaker to them, but not like this. Usually, it would be a case of just better treatment, but it seemed like the second years were targeting Vorden. Whatever Vorden had done, he really had annoyed them. "All right then, you the girl with the brown hair, you go first," the second-year student said as he put one of the balls in her hand. I can't," she said. Really? Well, if you can't then, why don't we place you on the board instead? The girl's face suddenly sunk. She was only a level 2 ability user, and she had taken her fair share of punishment, but this seemed too much, and she didn't want to be on the receiving end of it. The girl then started to look around her side to see if anyone, a single person, would stand up for her, but they all looked away, trying to avoid eye contact. Good, you know what to do now, right? As the girl looked at the ball in her hand, she started to concentrate. The ball then started to light up the faintest shade of green possible. To be expected of only a level 2 user, a weak color. Oh well, not to worry. If you throw hard enough, the ball will still hit its target, so don't worry. Now if you hit the boy on the board, we will give you a perfect score. The female hesitated for a bit as she closed her eyes. Throw it, the boy said, knowing that she could delay it no longer. She threw the ball with all her strength, however. The ball was heavy and managed to just fall short of where Vorden was, not even reaching him. Get out of here, the boy said, and the female quickly left. Next. The next student was a male. He had the ability level of 2.5, but when he held the ball, it managed to change in color, more activating the Beast Core's powers. Unlike the female, the boy didn't hesitate as much, as he had much time to think about what he needed to do. He threw the ball hard, and the ball managed to hit Vorden straight in the stomach. The impact was hard, and Vorden coughed out blood over the floor. You see that? Now that was perfect. That is exactly how everyone should throw the ball. Layla and Quinn had been at the back this whole time, watching everything. As they were one of the last ones to enter the room, and even though Layla had her grudges against Vorden, she knew this wasn't right. Those bastards, how could they do something like that? Quinn, go call Leo. If it's him, he might stop this mess. But as Layla turned around to look at where Quinn was, he was nowhere to be seen. Pick me, I want to give it a try, Quinn said with a smile, standing at the front of the students. Just what the crazy boy was thinking. Layla was stunned as she watched Quinn. Chapter 40, 3 Fighting Back. As Quinn volunteered himself next, Nano couldn't help but think he was up to something. He knew the two of them were friends, so why would he volunteer? In a way, this whole demonstration was to show the first years that they were to obey the second year's command. Every year it has become a sort of tradition at the academy. A similar thing had happened to them when they were first years. A display that there was a power far greater than them, and they were not to become cocky. To show them that there was something greater ahead, this would draw them to the fact that they needed more power. It would strive for them to work harder. It was never meant to get this far. At first, they had given Vorden a simple warning. Then Vorden was the one who first started to attack the second year. At the time, Nano and the others decided to show them his place. They dealt with Vorden on his own, or so they thought. He continued to disobey their commands and still came after weaker second-year students one by one. That's when they decided to punish him publicly. This way it would solve all future troublemakers and show them what happened to them. Quinn started to look around at all the second years in the room. There were a total of 8 second-year students standing by the edge of the hall, 4 on each side that had around 50 first-year students surrounded. There were also 2 students by Vorden, 1 on each side of the board. These students were the weakest of the bunch. Each of them had a power level 2 displayed on the watches. Even though they were second years, they all followed Momo, which meant they were weaker than him. There was the chance that they had already learnt how to use a soul weapon, but it was unlikely. They had only just become second years, so there wasn't much chance for them to learn anything. However, the real problem was Momo and the people by his side. Momo stood there with the power level of 6, and the 2 beside him were level 4s. It was unlikely that any of the first years would help Quinn out, and even the strongest first year in the room was Erin, and even she was a level 5. It was no wonder even, though the first years outnumbered them, they were afraid. As Quinn held the ball in his hand, a message had appeared. System alert, basic tier beast weapon, round ball. System alert, would you like to activate? System alert, strength of weapon will increase by 5%. The percentage stood out to him. It was the same number his gauntlets gave when using them. Perhaps Quinn didn't need to figure out how to activate the beast weapons as Momo had said. It seemed like the system would do everything for him. System alert activate. The black ball started to glow. It glowed brighter than any of the balls the other students had held before. How is that possible? He was able to activate the basic tier weapon fully. Momo thought. That means its strength has increased by at least 5%. If he had a higher tier weapon, I wonder if he could do the same. Wasn't he just a useless level 1? Quinn then walked in front of where Vorden was standing. There was now a good 5 meters of distance between the two. Why do we have these powers? Quinn said out loud. Isn't it to protect ourselves, to fight those who harm our friends and family? Vorden, hearing Quinn's words, started to lift his head. He had a feeling he knew what Quinn was planning to do. Quinn, no, what are you doing? Vorden mumbled but was unheard. I have taken a beating my whole life, and I was weak back then. What do I care if I take another beating now? Quinn then chucked the ball using all his strength as hard as he could. With the 16 points of strength and the added 5% power, the ball came out lightning fast as it left his fingertips. Instead of the ball hitting Vorden, though, like everyone suspected, it landed straight in the student's stomach, standing by the side of the board. The power was so strong that the student was lifted off his feet and knocked out in one blow. System alert, 50 exp gained. System alert, 175 400 exp. What the hell are you guys doing standing there? Get him, Momo shouted. Quinn knew there wasn't much he could do against all the second-year students, so he wanted to create as much havoc as possible. The 2 level 4 students who stood by Momo's side started to come towards him, but instead of Quinn running toward them, he suddenly ran towards the crowd of first years behind him. He bent down and picked up 2 more of the black balls on the floor and started to head for the weaker students around the side while weaving in between the first-year students. Then, when he was within distance, he had found his targets. The weak level 2s who were standing by the side. Once again, he threw out another 2 black balls, aiming for them at full strength. One of the students managed to avoid the black ball, but the other wasn't so lucky, getting hit and knocked out. System alert, 50 exp gained. System alert, 225 400 exp. This was Quinn's plan. So far, every level up Quinn was able to obtain an ability. He didn't know what he would get, but he sure hoped it would help him win the fight. There were enough second-year students for him to take on to cause a level up. He then went back into the crowd to pick up even more balls, while making sure to use the other students as cover. What are you guys doing? To anyone who manages to hit or capture that guy, they will be free from any form of punishment, Mono said. The first-year students started to look at each other. They didn't want to be involved in the first place and were unsure of what to do. Why should we listen to you? Layla said. Just a second ago you dealt with one of us by asking a question. Who knows whether we can trust you or not? Fine, you don't want to help. Attack them all. Just then, the 2 level 4 students who were chasing after Quinn no longer cared about injuring the first years. The 2 people started to gather up their abilities. One of them swung out their arm, and with it, a large line of water came out at them. But before it could even reach any of the students, an ice ball was shot out and froze the water attack in place, causing it to fall to the ground. The person responsible stepped forward and drew her sword out. I wasn't going to get involved, but you guys attacked me first, Aaron said. Ha, even if you're a level higher than us. Do you really think you can take on 2 level 4s? Just then, an arrow came shooting out aiming for one of the students, but before it could reach him, an earth wall was raised. She won't be alone, Layla said. To be honest, at first, Layla wasn't planning to get involved. If Quinn wanted to take a beating, there was no reason for her to get one with him. However, she too had experienced mistreatment in the school. Layla had no idea how strong Quinn really was, but felt like he must have had some sort of a plan to fight back, and it now looked like the first-year students were going to get hurt anyway. With Layla and Aaron distracting the other high levels in the room, Quinn felt like this was his chance to deal with the rest of the level 2s. However, it wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. Out from the side, a long, thin object came lashing out at him. It was too fast for Quinn to react, causing him to be hit across his body. Not only did the attack pierce his chest, but it also sent him tumbling to the ground. System alert, 1320 HP. 7 points of HP with one attack, just what was that? Quinn thought, looking at what had just hit him. Coming towards him was Momo. In his hand, he held a beast weapon whip by his side. You have caused so much trouble, Momo said. I don't know how you can activate the beast weapons so well, and your surprise attacks seem to work, but you will always be a weak level 1. Before Quinn could even get up, he was already surrounded by the other 6 second-year students. Vorden, watching the whole thing from the board, felt useless. I have to help him. He's only getting hurt because of me. This is all my fault, Vorden said. If you want to help him, then let me take over, a voice said in Vorden's head. Chapter 40, finally free. Inside the assembly hall, there was one boy who was unsure of what to do, and that was Peter. He had been there the whole time from the very beginning, but chose to hide in the crowd so he wouldn't get picked. When he saw Quinn come to the stage to try to help Vorden, he felt even more guilty. Why? Because the whole reason Vorden was tied up on the slab in the first place was because of him. The other day, when the second years came to see Peter, they had come with a proposal. Help them get Vorden to come to the assembly hall, and he would be protected by the second year. Of course, Peter felt like he had no choice. If he refused the second year there and then, they would have tortured him until he agreed anyway. So what was the use of fighting back if the end result was the same? After their combat classes had finished, Peter had asked Vorden to go with him to the assembly hall to help him further practice. When they entered the room, the second-year students, including Momo, were hiding and waiting for him. When the time was right, they all came out at once and jumped him. But what had surprised Peter was that, in that instant, Vorden had turned and pushed Peter out of the way. Run, I'm sorry, this is all my fault, Vorden said. Vorden thought the second years had targeted him because of what he had been doing in his free time. He had been fighting the second-year students when they were all on their own, trying to weaken Momo's gang one by one. Not knowing what to do, Peter ran out of the room, only later to return with everyone else. Then, when he saw Quinn, someone who was just as weak as him, stand up to the second years, Peter felt a pain in his heart so strong. He had betrayed them. But Peter was going to make things right. While no one was looking and everyone's attention was focused on the fights around them, Peter had managed to leave the assembly hall. Meanwhile, at the center of the assembly hall, Aaron and Layla were busy confronting the 2 level 4 students. The first years had spread out, making sure not to get hurt in the crossfire, but at the same time doing nothing to help. It was unclear who the winner would be, and they felt like if they joined the wrong side, it would only make things worse for them. Hey, do you mind if we switch? One of the second-year students said. My water abilities are weak against her. I see you want level 2 users, huh? The other student replied. Oh well, just finish her off quickly. With that, the 2 second years charged in for the attack. The water ability user went after Layla, while the earth user went after Aaron. As the earth user got closer, he stomped the ground and a spiked earth mound followed, heading right for Aaron. But Aaron remained calm. As the spike came towards her, she slashed her sword and with a single strike, cut the spike in half, causing it to fall to the ground. What the? That beast weapon, if it cut through my earth ability, is it an advanced tier beast weapon? The earth user thought. However, he didn't have much time to think. With her other hand, Aaron had formed an ice spear and threw it towards her opponent. The earth user lifted his arms, causing a wall of earth blocking the attack. He then moved his hands apart, and at the same time the wall he had created split in two, but when the view in front of him was clear, Aaron was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he felt his legs start to feel cold. When he looked down, he noticed they were starting to freeze. For a second-year level 4 Earth user, you are incredibly weak. Before the boy could react, Aaron had whacked him in the back of the head with the hilt of her sword. Then, as he fell to the ground, she froze his arms and limbs in place, making sure he would stay on the ground. How did she win so easily? The first-year students watching said. Yeah, shouldn't a match between a level 4 and 5 user be closer than that? And he was a second-year student. Maybe they aren't as strong as we thought. Usually, a fight with a level 4 and 5 users would be a lot closer, especially considering the other student was a second year. But there was a major difference between the two fighters, and that was something called fighting IQ. No matter how strong someone's ability was or how powerful a punch they packed, you needed to know how to use your abilities and when. This could be improved with experience, or some people were just naturally gifted. For Aaron, she had always fallen into the gifted category. Although Aaron had finished her match quickly, the same couldn't be said for Layla. Her attacks were basically useless. As an archer, her skills were best used when surprising her opponent and when there was a distance between the two. Here she had neither of them. Every attack of hers was met with a wall of water that would stop her arrows in their tracks, and finally, when she was tired, the second-year student threw out his fist and a ball of water came out towards her. It hit her dead in the stomach and sent her flying back towards the front of the hall near Vorden. The water user started running after her, planning to finish her. Layla, seeing this, struggled but was too hurt to get up. Hey you, free me, I can deal with him. What? Layla said as she looked up, noticing that it was Vorden who was speaking to her. Come on, hurry. We don't have much time to touch my leg. Layla hesitated for a moment. She still had remembered what had happened when the two of them were in the room. She still had an odd feeling in her gut telling her Vorden was a bad person, but right now it was the only person she could rely on. She crawled over to Vorden's side and touched his leg as he had asked. Then the shackles tied around Vorden's arms and legs started shaking. Come on, help me, you bitch, Vorden shouted at her. Vorden was using Lael's telekinesis ability, but it was weak. It wasn't strong enough to break from the shackles. Layla then lifted her hand, and with the two of them working together, the shackles were finally removed and Vorden was free. He started to rotate his wrist as if he was getting used to his body. He shook his limbs out and started to jump up and down. Finally, I get to come out. It's been a long time. As the water user continued to run forward now that Vorden was free, he was more cautious. The last time they had fought with him in the assembly hall, they remembered Vorden having earth powers. At the time, the last person he had touched was Peter. Vorden then started to laugh hysterically and charged towards the water user. It was an unexpected move. The water user panicked and threw out 2 lines of water blades. These were just as sharp as an attack from a regular blade, but could be thrown out. As the blades came towards him, at the last second, Vorden managed to twist his body in an odd way, avoiding both of the blades. He then lifted one of the black balls from the ground using his telekinesis and threw it out. However, the attack was easy for the water user to block, forming a water wall stopping the ball but then crack. Something was felt on the back of his leg, and at the same time a crunching sound was heard. The boy immediately fell to one knee. As he looked at Vorden in front of him, he could only see Vorden with his hands held out. Then another striking pain was felt through his body, this time on his other ankle. Without realizing it, Vorden had attacked him from behind, pulling the other black balls towards him. The water user was too focused on the attack in front. He never thought about an attack from behind. Also, it had come as a surprise to him that Vorden was not an earth user as he thought. Vorden then lifted up 2 more black balls and swung his hands down. At the same time, the balls came rushing down at a crazy speed, hitting the student in the forearms, breaking them at the same time. The student screamed in pain, and with his arms mangled, he could no longer use his water ability as he could before. Finally, irate have returned. Chapter 45, Seeing the Future. The second-year students had Quinn completely surrounded. As he took a step forward to try to break out of the encirclement, a wind strike came towards him. He managed to lift his hand to block the attack, but at the same, another slash was felt against his back. System alert, 1220 HP. The attacks continued with a mixture of abilities, but most of them were weak elemental abilities, such as level 2 wind users and earth users. However, when he was being attacked from all sides, the attacks quickly added up. Quinn continued to block strikes coming from the front of him, but still was hit from all sides. System alert, 1120 HP. System alert, 1020 HP. System alert, 920 HP. There was a constant cycle. Once he was injured to a certain degree, Quinn's blood bank would auto-activate and heal him, but even with the blood bank, there was no getting out of this one. But he knew this would happen to some degree. He never expected to win in the first place. Ignoring the pain of the strikes, and instead of trying to avoid all the attacks, he rushed forward towards one of the students. This time 2 hits had hit him from each side, causing 2 big slashes on his body. System alert, 820 HP. System alert, 720 HP. But he didn't care. His speed was quick, and using the strength in his legs, he was able to move himself forward and grabbed one of the second-year students. He quickly went behind the student, grabbing his arm, and at the same time, kept one of his claws towards the student's neck, using him as a meat shield. The second years were hesitant to attack, afraid they might hit their fellow classmates. Quinn continued to walk backwards with the student until his back was up against the wall. "Me and you both know you're not going to hurt him, Quinn," Momo said. "If you attack too deep and kill him, you'll be in trouble. Attack too shallow and we will pounce on you and make you wish you were dead." Quinn hated to admit it, but Momo was right. He couldn't kill the student, and at the same time, the second he turned his back to them, they would take him out, so Quinn was left with only one thing. He no longer had his claw hand out, but then started to choke the student from behind, wrapping his arm around his neck. He used his strength and carried on until he eventually passed out. System alert, 50 exp gained. System alert, 275 400 exp. "No point wasting good exp," Quinn said. As soon as the student fell to the ground, the attacks came out fast and furious from the others. Quinn was able to block most of them now. His back was up against the wall. He started dodging a lot of the strikes, which made him think back to the test center. The situation he was in was similar to the agility test where holographic spikes came at him. However, these attacks were more powerful and were greater in number. Eventually, Quinn let a strike get in. System alert, 620 HP. Suddenly, the attacks had stopped, and Momo had stood forward with his whip in his hand. Seeing the whip, Quinn remembered that a single attack last time had brought his HP down by 7 points. If he was to receive another attack from it right now, he would be brought down to below 0. Quinn still didn't know what happened when his HP would reach 0, but at the same time, this wasn't the time to find out. He had no choice. He would have to use the blood bank to heal himself. Even if the others did see him use this, it wouldn't reveal he was a vampire, but they would just think it was some type of self-healing ability. The problem was Quinn had already displayed abnormal strength. If he then displayed abnormal healing, things wouldn't add up. A student couldn't have 2 abilities apart from rare cases, which meant it would only lead to Quinn being asked more questions. Just as Quinn was deciding what to do, Momo sensed something and moved his head at the last second. As he did, a black ball came flying through the air and went past his head. Then the black ball stopped midair and suddenly started moving back towards Momo. Momo lashed his whip at the ball, slicing it in half. As he turned around, he saw Vorden standing there. When he looked to see what had happened to the rest of the second years, he could see a few had already been taken down, and those who hadn't been were busy engaging in combat with Layla and Aaron. "So you got free, huh?" Momo said. "Do you not remember what happened to you last time the 2 of us fought?" Momo taunted. "Last time you fought against that weakling, this time you're fighting me," Rayton said. "I'm not as nice as Vorden." Rayton lifted both hands, and with it, 2 more black balls of the ground lifted up. Vorden swung his hands in the air, and the black balls followed the same path. There was no need for Vorden to use his hands when using his telekinesis ability, but it allowed him to focus his mind better. Doing this moved the balls at greater speed and precision. After all, he wouldn't be able to use it as well as Layla, who had the ability most of her life. The balls flowed a similar pattern to his hands, striking in different directions. However, Momo would simply step forward, move back, or turn his body, slightly avoiding each of the balls. He then grew tired and grabbed one of the balls midair that was heading straight for his face. "Looks like you really don't remember what happened last time." Momo clenched his fist tightly, destroying the black ball held in his hands. He then swung his whip, destroying the other without even looking where it was. Quinn wanted to help. While Momo's back was turned, he tried to go in for a strike, but before he even took a step, the whip came flying out and landed just in front of him. "Don't even think about it," Momo said. Before Quinn had taken a single step, Momo had already acted. Then Quinn waited once again for the right moment, and when he thought it was right, he tried moving in again, but the same thing had happened. Momo swung at his whip before Quinn had moved. "It can't be," Quinn thought. So far, Momo hadn't displayed anything revealing his ability, but just now and how he had acted before, it seemed like it was part of his ability. There were 2 guesses Quinn had. He either had some type of mind-reading ability or future-seeing ability. If that was the case, then the fight ahead would be a tough battle. Chapter 46, The Difference. Quinn's guess about Momo was nearly spot on. Momo could see 2 seconds ahead into the future, although it wasn't as clear as others might think. His ability was activated through his eyes. When he turned on his ability, a new type of vision would appear. Everywhere Momo looked, there was an outline of what a person or object was going to do next. When Momo's back was turned and the black ball had come towards him, he could slightly feel the outline of the ball touching him, allowing him to move his head just in time. Just 2 seconds before Quinn had even begun moving towards Momo, his outline had already shown where and what Quinn was planning to do. It was a strong ability that took years for Momo to get a hang of at first. Just because one could see the future didn't help out in any other aspects. Momo's strength, speed, and reaction time all had to be trained with his ability. Even though Momo's ability was a rare one that was available on the marketplace, not many people opted for it for these reasons. But Quinn wasn't the only one who had figured out Momo's ability. Rayton had as well. "Who cares if you know what I'm going to do?" Rayton shouted. "All I need to do is do something you can't block." Rattan then started running towards him. Momo swung his whip, while Rattan held out his hand, slowing the whip down with his telekinesis ability. The whip slowed down enough, allowing him to jump over the strike. Then, with his other hand, something started to form. It looked like water was starting to surround his hand. With another swing, a water blade followed. Momo quickly moved to the side, avoiding one strike, but what quickly followed was a barrage of water strikes. Then, at the same time from behind, another 2 black balls had been lifted and were coming right at him. Momo could see the black balls coming at him, and he knew he could do nothing but take a hit. He opted to avoid the water strikes, the more powerful of the attacks, and moved so the balls would hit his back. After being hit with the black balls, Momo moved away from Vorden, creating distance between the two. "I have to admit, I didn't expect you to be able to use 2 abilities. You didn't do something like this last time. It looks like you were hiding a trump card after all," Momo said. "But you weren't the only one holding back last time." While in his right hand he held a whip, something started to form in his left hand. At first, it looked just like a bunch of light particles forming something, but then eventually another whip appeared. Only this felt and looked different, as if it was alive almost. Just from holding it alone, the whip would continuously move like a snake. "Let me show you the difference between the second years and first years," Momo said. Even though Erin was currently busy fighting the other second-year students, she couldn't help but sense the power in the room. So he has won, after all, a soul weapon. While the distance between Momo and the others were far away, Layla had managed to make a break and get away from the other second-year students. Honestly, Erin was doing fine dealing with them on her own, and she wasn't much help in the first place. She quickly went to Quinn's side and could see he was badly injured. It wasn't so much that he couldn't move, but enough to say he was out of the fight for now at least. "Do you need some blood?" Layla whispered. "No, I'm fine. I'm not in any danger. Don't worry about that. I just don't want to reveal anything in front of all these people." "I understand," Layla said as she then looked at Vorden. "Your friend, I hate to admit it, but he's strong." "Yeah." After looking at Vorden now and seeing how he fought so skillfully, as if he had done it 100 times before, and he was even using 2 abilities effortlessly, Quinn quickly realized there wasn't much he knew about Vorden, and that he probably had his very own secrets that he was hiding from everyone similar to himself. But again, instead of escaping when he was freed and running away, he had decided to come help. Although Quinn wasn't strong enough to help now, in the future he would repay this kindness. Now with Momo's soul weapon, the confidence in him grew. He swung his soul whip and it started to move at lightning speed. In response, Rayton created a wall of water with one hand and started to slow down the whip with the other, but the telekinesis ability was useless and didn't seem to do anything to slow the whip down. Then, when the whip had reached the wall of water, it suddenly grew in length and had wrapped around Rayton's arm. Momo pulled forward, dragging Rattan to the ground, and then swung out his other whip, lashing against his back. Rayton tried rolling to avoid the lashes, but it seemed like the whip was following him, predicting where he would roll next. Rayton had been lashed several times, and now his back was covered in blood. Then, with Rayton's other hand, he formed a small water blade. He knew that the whip would be too strong to cut, so instead he went for his own hand, complexly cutting it off from his own body. The whip was no longer attached to his body, and at the same time, so was his hand. Although unlike, one would expect for blood to be drawn everywhere. Rayton was using an absurd amount of energy concentrating to stop his blood from spewing out from the wound with the telekinesis ability. and he honestly didn't know how much longer he could keep it up. "Damn you," Rayton shouted. "If only this body wasn't so hurt from before. Now you have gone and done it, you think a soul weapon is strong enough to defeat us. Well, think again. Little one, it's your turn. It's time to give this man hell." Just then, though, the doors to the assembly hall were swung wide open, and in came a tall, silver-haired female, and standing behind her was Peter. "I command everyone to halt this instant," she said. "If anyone does not obey this command, prepare to be punished." Chapter 40, 7-Second-Year Head. The woman standing next to Peter had long silver hair that went down to her waist. On her head, she was wearing a beret, and beside her was her trusty rapier sword that was jagged and looked to be made from a long beast bone. She had a feeling that resonated off her body. She looked like the older sister type who you were able to trust to get you out of trouble when you needed it. As soon as she entered the room, everyone froze, except for one student. A second year who was too heated in the moment. He had finally seen Erin drop her guard. He continued to charge forward and was ready to attack, but before even a second could pass, the female teacher who had entered the room was right by the student's side, and a few moments later he had collapsed on the floor with the back of his foot all bloody. When did she get over there? Hey, look at his ankles. Do you think she did that? As Momo looked at who had entered the room, he immediately put his soul weapon away. Momo knew a lot of the teachers and high-position people in the academy. After all, he had already been here a year, and the person who had entered the room was not to be messed with. When she said whoever didn't listen to her would be punished, she meant it. The female's name was Faye Dallam. She was a sergeant at the academy and was mostly in charge of squad training. "Anyone else but her," Momo said. Not only that, but her ability was super speed. The worst matchup for Momo. No matter how far ahead he could see in the future, her speed was simply too fast to react. Not that he had planned to go against her anyway. He had already made that mistake last year when Faye was still only a private at the academy. "Those of you who are injured go to the doctor's office to be treated immediately, while the rest of you head to the dorms and stay inside until you are called out again. Do you understand?" Faye said. Most of the first-year students were silenced. They had no clue who she was or what was happening right now. Then, from the lack of people answering her with a reply, Faye drew her rapier once more, and after seeing this, the students immediately answered, "Yes, miss." Vorden had gone to the hospital carrying his arm in his hand. The second-year students went to their own separate part of the building that was located somewhere else to get treated, while out of the first-year students, no one was really hurt apart from Vorden and Quinn. This time, Quinn had no choice but to head to the doctor's office. His clothes were all bloody and he had lost a lot of blood, but once he had been out of combat for more than 10 minutes, his body started to heal itself. After successfully attaching Jordan's arm back to his body, Haley, the school doctor, had gone up to check on Quinn. When she asked him to take off his shirt so she could directly heal his wounds, she noticed that the markings had mostly already healed. "What is this? For this much blood, the wounds should be a lot bigger." Quinn started to laugh nervously. "Yeah, my friend has a healing ability and managed to heal me a bit before I got here." "Oh, another healer," Haley said, surprised. "Well, if you get the chance, send them down here. Their ability is quite good, and it looks like they have done a splendid job. I could do it with help, and I would love to have a student of my own." "Sure," Quinn replied. Haley then proceeded to complete healing the rest of Quinn's wounds on his body. After she was done, there was not a mark on him. During Quinn's own healing process, his body had used up quite a bit of energy, and once again the message had appeared stating he was hungry. System, Alert Blood Bank 9100. After consuming some blood from his blood bank, he no longer felt hungry, and didn't have to worry about going on a frenzy for at least another 2 days. Once Quinn and Vorden had arrived back in their rooms, they were told not to leave until they were notified. Once in a while, a private would call out a student's name, and they would be taken somewhere for questioning. Inside their own rooms was Vorden, Peter, and Quinn. "Thanks for calling the sergeant when you did. Otherwise, me and Quinn would have been goners by now." "No problem," Peter replied, still feeling bad about the whole thing. Although he had done the right thing by getting Faye, he still felt bad for having tricked Vorden into going to the hall in the first place. "What do you think will happen in the second year?" Quinn asked. I'm not too sure," Vorden replied. "If this was a one-on-one incident, then I'm pretty sure they would have ignored it, but this time there were several students involved. Most likely they will look for one person to pin the blame on." Meanwhile, inside one of the integration rooms, a large, muscular man with forearms the size of thighs was sitting opposite the second-year student Momo, and on his shoulder, the man had the rank of general. His name was Duke King, and he was head of the second-year students. "Of all the people it had to be Faye to stop us," Momo complained. "I did as you asked, and now I might pay for it." "Will you relax? Nothing will come of this, I promise you that," Duke replied. "You're only students and these types of things happen, and I will vouch for you." "Really, so this won't all fall back on me then?" Momo asked. Then Duke stood up and went up behind Momo and whispered in his ear. "Of course, as long as no one finds out about our little secret," Duke said with a smile. "Hey guys, just a reminder. Mass release of 6 chapters tomorrow, and remember to vote with your stones, so we can have another mass release next weekend." Chapter 48, Academy Leaders. All the students involved in the incident had been interviewed, and that, of course, included Quinn and Vorden. However, they weren't asked many questions like the two of them thought they would be. They were simply asked to recall the events that happened. Judging by the fact that the person integrating them didn't seem surprised by what they had said, it seemed like they had already gathered everything they needed from the other students, and were just doing this as a formality. The next day had arrived, and it was a weekend for students. Just like any other school, students did not have to attend classes and were free to do as they wished around the city. Although the curfew still existed, they had to be back in their dorm rooms before 10 in the evening, and they were not allowed to leave the city. However, for the leaders at the school, their day was not as relaxing as the students for a meeting had been called. Inside the academy on the top floor, the leaders of the academy had gathered in a fairly large meeting hall. A large table was centered in the middle of the room. The table was split into 2 different sections. At the head of the table, there were 4 seats in total. One of the seats was a little bigger than the others, and this was where the captain of the academy would sit. Currently, this seat remained empty for the meeting. In the other seats, usually by the captain's side, were the 3 generals of the school. There was the head of the second-year students, Duke, with his large arms and muscular build. Then the head of the first-year students, Nathan, who looked the complete opposite of Duke. He was small in size and wore glasses. He was always casually dressed for important occasions, which annoyed Duke. The two of them did not get along. Lastly, there was the third general who was head of staff, and the rest of the privates and teachers in the academy. Currently, his seat was also empty. The 2 generals sat in their seats waiting for the others to arrive, and as usual, there was silence between the 2 of them. Then finally, the doors opened, and 8 people had arrived, all wearing the military uniform, and each one of them had the rank of sergeant displayed. Out of these 8 sergeants, it included Leo, the beast weapons teacher, Faye, the head of squads, and Haley, the school doctor. The 8 sergeants sat in their seats opposite to the generals, and finally it was time for the meeting to start. Faye was the first to stand and speak. We are here today to conduct the meeting on what to do with the second-year students, who were involved in the case involving primarily the first-year student, known as Vorden Blade, and the students who are part of Dell's class and Leo's Beast Weapons class. Faye then pressed a little button on a controller she held in her hand. In front of the generals and the other sergeants, a holographic report was being displayed to them. I believe you have all read the reports, but this is here just for your reference. I would like to ask your opinion on how these students should be punished, General Duke. Punished, Duke said. I see no reason for these students to be punished. If you look at the report, it seems like Vorden was the first to attack the others. They were simply retaliating. These types of things happen all the time. But then why gather the rest of the first-year students? Nathan casually added. It seems like to me other students had gotten involved. I agree the students fight all time, and we purposely do nothing to stop this, but this seemed a little too much, no. Fine, further restrictions will be put on the second years and first-year students. They shall only meet when necessary. I will be in charge of issuing punishments to the second-year students. Is that okay with you, Nathan? Nathan simply shrugged, as if he didn't really care about the matter in the first place. He had only made his argument to annoy Duke. I urge the rest of the sergeant to take extra precaution, said Faye. It was only recently that we had the death of a student in our school. Unlike Brandon, Vorden is an original. If his family was to get involved in it would not be good for the academy. She filthy scum, Duke said under his breath. The military didn't have a good impression of originals. When the war started, they were the ones who risked their lives to save the people of the planet. It wasn't until it truly looked like the humans would lose the war did the originals come forward and share their power with everybody, and not even all of them did that. Then Haley stood up. I would like to talk about the matter involving the two students with strange wounds on their bodies. Were there any reports about a beast escaping from one of the portals? Your father, who is not present at the moment, reported that there was no such thing. Even using the radar, we were unable to trace anything. Duke replied. If it wasn't the beasts, then just what caused those wounds? Haley thought as she sat back down in her seat. How is the preparation for the portal outing coming along for the first-year students? Leo asked. Yes, everything has been all set up, Nathan said. A green portal has been selected for the students to go through, and the base has made preparations for their arrival. It should all go smoothly next week. Do you know what planet the expedition will take place on? Leo asked. Then I will be able to better prepare my students. It's best to ask your students to pack some sun cream and their sunglasses, as they will be arriving on the planet Kaladi, Nathan replied. Planet Kaladi, a planet that was mostly covered in desert and contained low-tier beasts. Its day cycles were also vastly different compared to that of Earth, instead of the 24-hour day and night cycle that Earth had. Kaladi contained a 72-hour cycle. It was brilliant for those that loved the sunlight and heat. Chapter 49, Never Betray. After the incident with second years, Quinn realized that although he had gained a lot of strength compared to what he was before, there were still others that he wasn't strong enough to fight against. Although Momo was strong in the group of second years, he was nowhere near the top of the food chain. There were many higher levels and even originals whose powers couldn't be measured. And even out of the first-year students, there were those that were powerful. That included his good friend Vorden and Aaron. If Quinn wished to get on their level, he would have to get stronger. The easiest way for him to get stronger was by consuming as many different types of blood as he could possible, but there was a major problem. After the death of Brandon and the second-year incident, security around the academy had been tighter than ever. More soldiers were put on patrol, and it seemed like they were keeping an eye on everyone. For now, while tensions were high in the academy, it was best that he laid low. So that left him with another option, to improve his fighting skills. Quinn still hadn't learnt the two skills yet, but just learning them wasn't going to be enough. After watching Vorden, he realized he needed to also learn how to use them, so he needed experience. "Hey, I'm going to head into town to grab some supplies. Do you want to come with me?" Vorden asked. Quinn hesitated for a while. Originally, he had planned to meet up with Layla to practice the hammer strike, but at the same time, he hadn't been able to relax in a while. In his last school, Quinn had never made any friends and was the lonesome type, but now was his opportunity to go out and have some fun. One day wouldn't hurt, right? "Yeah, sure, I'll come along," Quinn replied. "What about you, Peter?" Vorden asked. Peter had been avoiding the two of them for a while, but since they were roommates, it was almost impossible. He still felt bad about the whole situation, but he had finally made up his mind. He never wanted to do anything like that again. "Yeah, I'll come as well." The three of them then proceeded to head into town. They went ahead and grabbed some food, watched a movie, and had a good laugh, but as they were outside, Peter spotted a group of high-level first years he had met before. They were the same people who Peter had hung out with at the canteen. As Peter had made eye contact with the group, they had signaled to him they wanted to talk. "Hey guys, I just remembered that I promised to meet up with a few people from school tonight," said Peter. "It was great hanging out with you guys, but I'll see you when you get back to the dorm." Vorden looked at Quinn, realizing that they both thought Peter's words sounded suspicious. "Hey, Peter, if something is up, tell me, I will help you out," Vorden said. "No, it's nothing, I promise. I really did make some good friends. I have to rush off now. Bye, you guys," Peter said as he took off out of sight of the other two. No matter what, Peter didn't want an incident like last time to happen. He would deal with the problems himself. Vorden was strong, but from the fight last time, clearly Vorden wasn't strong enough to handle the upper years, and Peter knew they were the ones behind everything. Peter finally turned a corner into an alleyway where 5 first-year students were patiently waiting. "Took you long enough." The student standing in front of the group had a scar on his chin, and his name was Earl. He was the leader of the first-year group who was directly under Momo's gang. Then suddenly, Earl went and grabbed Peter, throwing him up against the wall. "What the hell do you think you were doing, calling the teacher the other day?" Earl said. "Now Momo and the others are giving us a hard time for relying on you." He then punched Peter in the stomach, causing him to kneel over and fall to the ground. "Why should we be the ones to be punished? This is all your fault." Earl ran up and kicked Peter once again in the stomach. The kick was hard, and Peter's body was starting to shake. He felt like any second now he was going to throw up the ice cream he had just eaten with the other two. Earl walked over to Peter and bent down to grab his hand. He held one of Peter's fingers and snapped it back hard and fast at the same time. A scream was heard. "What the hell? Gag this wimp, will you?" One of the students then ripped a part of his shirt and shoved it into Peter's mouth. "Now we have another job for you, Peter, and you better do it right this time, you understand? Just nod if you agree." Peter then shook his head. He had already decided that no matter what, he would never betray Vorden or Quinn again. "What are you saying, no?" Peter then nodded, giving his answer to Earl. The vein on the side of Earl's head was now popping out as the anger inside him grew. A lowly first-year student dared to go against him, and he, a level 4 student, had to work under someone else. This wasn't the life he was expecting to have at the academy, and he needed to take out his anger somehow. Earl then immediately grabbed Peter's fingers and started to snap them one by one. Each time he would break a finger, he would ask Peter if he was willing to help them, but each time Peter shook his head. In the end, all 5 of Peter's fingers had broken, and Peter still hadn't agreed to their request. "Hey, Jerry, get over here," Earl shouted. One of the first-year students, standing behind Jerry, came over and knelt down. "Do your thing, Jerry." Then Jerry placed his hand on top of Peter's, and slowly a warm feeling was felt, and the bones in Peter's fingers were starting to take shape. They reformed to what they once were, and he had been healed. Then a big smile on Earl's face could be seen. He grabbed Peter's fingers again and repeated the process again and again. Eventually, after an hour had passed of breaking, hurting, and healing Peter's mind had given in. Without him realizing it, he no longer wanted to feel the pain and nodded, agreeing to their request. "Good, see, now if you had done that in the first place, we wouldn't have had to go through all that," Earl said. "Now this time, you better do it right and be sure not to involve anyone." Chapter 50, VR Game. With Peter gone, that left Quinn and Vorden on their own. They were currently walking down the high street, which was full of clothes shops and restaurants. Students only received 10 credits a day as an allowance, but that didn't stop their parents from sending them extra money while they were in school. The richer students were free to spend and buy whatever they liked, and sadly, the richer students were usually the stronger ones as well. Although the city didn't open up to any regular civilians, it was still open up to all the workers. The city was full of military personnel, but not all of them were soldiers. There were still cooks that were needed, admin staff, engineers, building workers, and even general people who would run the shop. They had all been granted special access from the military, and in return were given nice living accommodations, and didn't have to worry about life on the outside world. So although they worked for the military, they weren't required to be relied on for fighting, unless absolutely necessary. While the two were walking, Quinn couldn't help but think back to the fight between Vorden and Momo. "Hey, Vorden, I know you said your ability resets every day, but you never said you could wield 2 abilities at once," Quinn asked. "Didn't I?" Vorden said with an awkward smile. "Well, there are some in my family that can even hold 3. "Really? So how does it exactly work?" "Well, if I told you our family secrets, Quinn, you would have to become a part of our family. Either that or I'd have to kill you." For a second, there was an awkward silence between the two, as Quinn wasn't sure if Vorden was joking or not. "Relax, will you?" Vorden said. "But yeah, I honestly can't tell you anything, Original's rules and all." Vorden belonged to one of the original families that had decided to keep their ability within their family. Meaning, the only people that knew how to copy other abilities were the Blades. Of course, Vorden wasn't allowed to talk to anyone about their ability. "Yeah, sorry about that, but if you don't mind me asking, if you copy an ability you've never received before, how are you able to fight with them so well?" "Let me show you something," Vorden said. The two of them continued to walk down the high street, which was filled with shops, until Vorden eventually stopped just outside a games store. The two of them headed inside, and there were all types of games filled on the shelves. At the very back of the shop was a VR pod for people to test out before they bought anything. Just like everything else, even the gaming technology had improved significantly after the war. Then Vorden pointed at the VR capsule. "You see that thing? I grew up playing on that." "What?" Quinn thought, but then Quinn remembered Leo mentioning something about a VR game that was popular between students. He said if he wanted to get fighting experience, it would be good if he played a certain game. Is this what he was talking about? "There's a popular game played in the outside world and within the military schools called Power Fighter. The game is simple. It gives you an open, empty room, and the two of you fight until one loses. Although it sounds simple, the game itself is used to help people train. The VR capsule can record all attributes of your body. Anything you do in the real world you can do in the game. The only thing that it can't do is record your ability." Vorden then walked up to the capsule and touched the front of the capsule, where there was a round ring. A holographic display appeared with the game's settings on the top. Vorden then placed his hand on the holographic display, and a notification sound was heard. "Welcome, user IDVB copy," the machine said. As Vorden logged into the game, his user ID's information could be seen along with a dummy model of his fighter, which looked nothing like Vorden. It displayed the total number of fights Vorden had, and how many wins and losses. Although Vorden quickly went from that screen on to another, too quick for Quinn to see anything. Then Vorden was suddenly on an ability tab. The list seemed almost endless. "Wait, I thought you said the game couldn't record your ability," Quinn asked. "It can't, but so the game was even more realistic, and so it could be used as a training tool. It uploads into its database every ability that is shared out there in the world that we know today. Of course, only the ones that are made public. So original abilities and abilities that have yet to be discovered aren't on this list, including my own. However, I can select any ability I want. Even if I can't perform it in the real world, I can practice with it in the game." Quinn finally understood how Vorden was able to become well adverse with multiple different abilities. This was something that would only greatly benefit someone like him, who was able to use whatever ability he wished. Most people who were playing the game would want to get stronger and better at using their abilities. That meant they would usually only select their own ability. What was the point of selecting something that you could never use in the real world, unless you just wanted to have the experience? The game is actually very popular with the other military schools. Vorden continued to explain. So much so that the military has designed its own servers so it only connects to other schools, but you can also just play with the outside world as well. Before you enter the game, you can even input your power level. This way it will match you with those people around the same level. People can lie about their level, but those types of people will never get better at fighting, bullying those weaker than them all the time. Quinn then walked up to the capsule and started to inspect it. It sounded amazing and was exactly what Quinn needed. This way, he was able to practice against other students without others realizing it was him. Then, when Quinn lifted up the tag on it, there were more zeros on the thing than he had ever seen before. There was no way he could afford such a thing. Maybe some of the other students who could be sent credits from their family, but not Quinn. Vorden started to laugh. "Don't worry about it. You don't need to buy one yourself. The academy has a room full of them." "Really?" "Come on, let's head back and give it a go." Chapter 51, Power Fighters. The sun was starting to set outside, so it was just the right time for Vorden and Quinn to head back to the academy, and when they did, they immediately went over to the VR room. Just like the capsule in the shop, it was a room filled with rows and rows containing capsules, and off to the side was a small shop and counter where students were able to buy snacks and refreshments. The room was currently packed with students. Just as Vorden and Leo had said, the game was incredibly popular. Looking at the excitement in the students' eyes and faces, Quinn started to feel upset. It felt like there was a world he never got to experience growing up just because he was poor. The two of them went up to the front counter that was stationed next to the small cafe. "Hi, we would like to rent out 2 capsules, please," Vorden asked. "A single capsule will cost you 10 credits per hour," the female replied. Hearing that number made Quinn gulp. For some reason, he had expected the capsules to be free, but of course, they would have to pay to rent them. With Quinn's 10 credits he received a day at most, he could play the game for was an hour a day. He didn't need the money for anything else. After all, the school provided the accommodation and 3 meals a day for them. "All right, are you ready?" Vorden asked. What did you pay?" "Yeah, don't worry about it. Come on, let's go." The woman behind the counter had handed Vorden 2 tags, numbered 23 and 24. The two of them walked around the room, until they had found two capsules next to each other. They both had large numbers displayed on the front of the capsule in big, bold ink. "Here we are," Vorden said. "With these capsules, they are only able to link to the military servers. You can fight with others from other schools, but you won't be able to connect it to the normal servers. You will need to buy your own capsule for that. When you log into the game, you can play as a guest for now, and just search for the IDVB copy and join my room when you can." With that, the two of them slowly climbed into the VR capsule. When the machine sensed they were both comfortably inside, the capsule lid slowly started close in on the both of them. Then, before they realized it, their minds were completely transported to another space. Quinn was now in a large, empty white room. There were no walls in sight, and it looked like the room was endless. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him. "Welcome to Power Fighter. Would you like to?" System alert log. In System alert register, system, alert play as guest. As Vorden had suggested, for now Quinn decided to play as a guest. Then he went on through the system and started to search for Vorden's gamer ID. Once he had selected to join the person's room, he patiently waited for Vorden to accept. Room invite accepted, transporting in 321. Then, in an instant, Quinn had been transported to another empty white space room. Only this time Vorden was there as well, but Vorden didn't look like himself. He looked like a completely different person. Both his hands had been wrapped in bandages, and on his face, he wore a scarf. He looked like an ancient ninja. Vorden, is that you?" "Oh, sorry," Vorden said, and the next second he looked like the ordinary Vorden at school. "What was that?" Quinn asked. The game allows you to customize your character so you can make it look like whatever you want. The clothes I was wearing were skin, although they cost credits, so I wouldn't worry about that." The sound of the game was just getting even better for Quinn. Allowing the users to create a character to be used in the game meant that no one would know it was him, unless they knew his username. "Do you want to watch me play a few games so you know how the game works?" Vorden asked. "Sure." Vorden then created a party, where Quinn was able to spectate. Suddenly, in the white space, 4 stands appeared forming an arena-like shape, and Quinn was teleported to the seating area in one of the stands. The game tried its best even for spectators to make it feel like the real thing. Once Quinn was comfortably seated, Vorden went to search for a match. Vorden selected the power level of 2. This way, he would only be matched up with level 2s. There was also a quick match option, where it would match you with anyone who had selected the same option regardless of power level. The ability he currently had his character set to was Earth. He chose this because Vorden himself had been trying to learn the Earth ability better so that way when Peter got stronger with it, Vorden would be able to help him use it. When an opponent was found, he too was teleported into space where Vorden stood. The two of them started out on the opposite side of the room. Then Quinn could see a big countdown appear over the arena. When the countdown reached 0, the match immediately began. Vorden was going up against another Earth user. Earth users were the most common ability to be found. The match didn't last long, though, as it was clear that Vorden had the greater experience when it came to fighting. The match had only lasted a total of 5 minutes, but while watching the game, Quinn started to figure out how it worked. Above each player's head was a health bar, but there was no way to show how much health each player had. Judging by what Vorden had said, this was most likely because everyone had a different set of health, depending on what the VR headset was able to read from the body. Quinn himself knew this because of his inspect skill. Every time he would look at the stats of a different person, some of them had different amounts, and that included him. The next thing he noticed was the fact that there wasn't actually any damage done to the player. When Vorden would strike or stab the person, the system would cause the player to react to these, either starting the player, but it wouldn't permanently damage the person like it would have done in real life. Similar to a game, it would treat hits on vital parts as a critical hit, but the player could continue to fight like normal as long as their HP didn't hit 0. After that, Quinn continued to watch Vorden play a few more games, and before they knew it, their time was up. Although Quinn didn't have the time to play today, he couldn't wait to try out the machine tomorrow. Chapter 52, Blood Evolver. It was getting late, and it was almost time for their curfew, so Quinn and Vorden decided it would be best to head back to the dorm rooms. When they arrived, they noticed that the lights were out, and Peter was already in the room fast asleep. "Does he look okay?" Quinn asked, as he noticed Vorden was looking around to see if he could see any markings on his face or body. "Yeah, he seems fine, but even if he was getting bullied, he could have gone to the doctor's office before coming here," Vorden replied. "Well, I still think we should keep an eye on him. There's no way higher levels would just become friends with a lower level for no reason," Quinn said. Vorden cleared his throat loudly and started to look at himself. "Of course, there are some exceptions," Quinn said, smiling. With the other two now fast asleep, Quinn was still awake, messing around with his system. He was busy watching the tutorial videos of the hammer strike. He didn't have enough points in agility to learn the flash step, but with the gauntlets, he did have enough for the hammer strike. The video contained the blonde man demonstrating what to do step by step. It was incredibly detailed, showing everything in slow motion to the point where it also described the feeling the user should have, every step of the way. Quinn repeatedly watched the video, as he wanted to learn and test it out in the game tomorrow. After finally remembering all the steps and believing he had a confident grasp on the skill, he shut his eyes and went to sleep. The next day, Quinn had woken up earlier than the other two. He immediately wanted to go to the game to create his character and test out the skill he had been learning all night. Just in case the others wondered where Quinn was, he left a note before leaving. When he finally arrived, the VR room was emptier than it was yesterday, most likely because it was early in the morning and not a lot of students had woken up yet. Quinn then went on to do the same as Vorden had done yesterday. He went up to the pretty lady who stood behind the counter and asked to rent a capsule, only this time for 2 hours. There wasn't much use for his credits other than buying late-night snacks, and at the moment, not even that satisfied him. Ever since he had his first taste of blood, food was starting to taste bland. He still got hungry like everyone else, but the taste of ice cream and sweets just didn't have the same rush effect it once had. To get that feeling again, he could only get it from blood. But Quinn made sure to only consume blood when he needed to or to get himself stronger. He was afraid that he might become addicted to the feeling, and if he did, it would only cause more problems for him. Before entering his capsule, Quinn looked around the room and noticed some students carrying their beast weapons with them. Not all students used one like Vorden, but after watching the games Vorden had played yesterday, he did see a few of his opponents have one. Which meant most likely that the students bringing their weapons with them meant that the game was also able to recognize the power of beast weapons. Just on the side of the capsule, there was a large rectangular box, and underneath were the words written, "Beast's Weapons." So it looked like Quinn was right after all. After taking off his gauntlets and placing it into the box, the capsule started to scan the weapons. System alert scan complete. System alert. The beast weapon may now be used with the capsule. He then hopped in and logged into the game. Only this time, instead of logging in as a guest, he decided to register an account. System alert. Please create a user ID. Quinn thought long and hard. He didn't want anything that could give his real identity away, but at the same time, he wanted a name that would express his newfound self. Something like Vampire God just wouldn't work and gave too much information. Plus, the idea of putting vampire in his name just sent cringe tinkles running down his spine. Finally, he had settled on a name. System alert. User ID created Blood Evolver. The name was chosen for a few reasons. Quinn could feel his body getting stronger with each person's blood he drank. It was as if his body was evolving into something else, and in the future, he knew he would be stronger than he was now. He thought the name was very fitting for himself. The next step was to design his character. The body proportions of his character were the same as him, but he was able to choose what hairstyle and simple clothing he wanted on it. Quinn had always been born with black curly hair and wanted to change it, but never got the chance to. Now it felt like he could be someone else. After going through all the options, he finally decided on a red, spiky-haired character who wore simpler villager clothing. It looked like a farmer from an old fantasy world. Once the character had been completed, Quinn was once again teleported to the large, white, empty room. That's when Quinn noticed something. While in the room, Quinn was able to walk around freely and move his body just like he could outside. He was currently dressed as the character and even had his gauntlets on. Then, when Quinn tried to open up his system to his surprise, it appeared like usual, showing all of his current stats. Quinn looked down at his gauntlets and immediately wanted to test something out. Blood swipe, and in that instant, a red claw-like line left Quinn's hands and scratched the ground. For whatever reason, it seemed like Quinn's system and abilities still worked inside the game. Chapter 53, First Game. After finding out that his blood swiped worked in the game, Quinn immediately opened up his system to check his stats again. Only unlike the outside world, where his HP would have gone down by 1 HP. Everything had still remained the same. Was it because using it didn't actually use any blood? When Quinn would use blood swipe outside, the red, claw-like shape would leave his hand, and at the same time, he felt like a piece of energy inside him had left with it. The minus in his HP would indicate that it took part of his life force or his blood. But inside the game world, the attack did no such thing. It was just replicating what his mind told it to do, while scanning the body inside the capsule to see if it was possible. To test this, Quinn swiped his hands non-stop, swipe after swipe. Red lines left his fingertips in a flurry, but at the same time, no HP was lost. Just in case, Quinn opened up the game system and checked, and right next to his name, where there was a section to fill in your ability, there were the words written none in the box. However, another thought came to Quinn's mind. If he didn't lose any HP when using the skill, this also meant that his blood bank would have no effect in the game. When he would get attacked, it would do no physical harm to his real body on the outside. He wasn't actually losing health, so inside the game, he wouldn't be able to rely on his blood bank to save him out of tough situations. But the fact that Quinn was able to use these abilities in the game made him think. Was his system really an ability? At first, he assumed so. After all, he had received the power from what had looked like an ability book. Of course, he had never heard of an ability like this before, but there were many abilities in the world that originals had hidden and kept for themselves. Then he thought back to his status change. Next to race, it stated he was no longer human. Perhaps his abilities were more a side effect of changing race, rather than an ability itself. That's why the skills that he unlocked through the system didn't really follow a pattern. What the blood bank could do differed greatly from what his blood swipe did. If Quinn's theory was right, did this mean he could also learn an ability? He hadn't tried so far because he thought it simply wouldn't have worked, but now if he was to test this, he needed to think long and hard about what ability to learn. Before going into his first game, Quinn wanted to test out the hammer strike. He had been watching the video all last night and felt like he was ready. Place your foot forward like this, and at the same time rotate your body. The energy should flow through your toes upwards. Then as you pull back your hand, stomp on the ground, and at the same time release the energy through your fist. Quinn mumbled as he went through the steps. At first, Quinn did all of the required steps slowly, making sure he did all of the steps perfectly, not using any of his energy or strength. He did everything step by step as the video had explained. After going through it a few times, he was ready. In one motion, he did all the steps as fast as he could, and just like the video had stated, he could feel the energy rising from the bottom of his feet into his fist. The powerful strike left his hand, and a loud bang was heard. A small shockwave in the air was created. "I did it," Quinn said. Although the shockwave was nowhere near the size of the man in the video, Quinn was still happy with the result. There was no longer any need for him to delay anymore, and he went and clicked on the search function. For his first match, Quinn wanted to go against the same power level user as him, a level 1. Technically, Quinn himself knew he was beyond level 1. If he was to take a guess, he would say he was around the same power level as a 2.5, but for his first match, he just wanted to make sure of a few things. The game had found him an opponent, and he was immediately teleported to an arena. When the countdown had finished, it was time for the match to start. The student in front of him had no beast weapon, so Quinn was cautious at first, and at the same time, he wanted to test something out. Quinn got in close to the student and was ready for whatever was to come. That's when the student had shape-shifted his hands into a claw-like shape and scratched at Quinn's body. The attack was slow, and Quinn was able to block, but chose not to and allowed the attack to scratch against his chest. While playing the game, inside the user's view was his and his opponent's HP bar, placed in the bottom right-hand corner. When the attack went through, a small amount of HP had been taken. Quinn then quickly stepped back a few steps and proceeded to use his blood bank skill. System alert: HP is currently full, unable to use blood bank. It was as he had suspected. Although he took damage in the game, nothing had happened to his real body outside. With his thought confirmed, Quinn was now ready to end the match. He dashed forward, and when he was close enough, he threw out a blood swipe. The student lifted his claws to block, but the second the blood swipe made impact, his claws had shattered, and followed up behind the first blood swipe was a second one. The student's HP was lowered now by around 25%. Although Quinn could have easily finished the match with a barrage of blood swipes now, he chose not to. He had wanted to originally play the game to help train his fighting skills, and in the outside world, Quinn wasn't able to use the blood swipes as he liked. Quinn got in closer to the student. By now the student's claws had already regenerated. The student swung again, but this time Quinn ducked underneath the attack and threw out a punch to the student's stomach, followed by another punch to the student's face, and finished him off with a cross-shaped dual blood swipe with both hands. System alert: winner blood evolver. Just then, though, Quinn had received another message from his own system. System alert: opponent has been defeated, 25 exp has been earned. System alert: 305 400 exp. It was unexpected, but Quinn had received exp for defeating an opponent in the game. Suddenly, a large grin appeared on his face. Due to your votes last week, we unlocked another mass release of 4 chapters. If you would like another mass release, please remember to vote. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Note: goals increase weekly as we also get an increase in readers weekly. Let's climb to the top together. Chapter 54 Flash Step. After defeating the student inside the game, Quinn received 25 exp points compared to his regular 50. This was a large surprise to him, as Quinn didn't expect a fight in the game to contribute to points in his system. But at the same time, this was great news. Due to the heightened security around the school, it would be harder for him to find opponents and draw out their blood. That and the gauntlets he was using a dead giveaway. Although gauntlets were a rare weapon, there were millions of military personnel playing the game. Even if he was to use them, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint it to him. But now that Quinn was able to level up, it solved his current problem of getting stronger without the need of consuming blood. Although he didn't know why he had only received 25 exp. If he had to take a guess, it could have been because he wasn't fighting these people in real life, or the fact that the opponent he went up against was too weak. Without wasting any more time, Quinn immediately went to search for another game. He set the power level to level 1, that way he would be matched up against easy opponents. An opponent was almost found instantly, and Quinn got straight to work. Rather than reserving his power like in the last game, Quinn decided this time he would just send out a barrage of blood swipes at his opponent. And his plan worked. His first opponent was dealt with so quickly that Quinn didn't even have time to find out what ability he had. System alert, 25 exp gained. System alert, 330-400. Quinn's next 3 opponents were dealt with just as easily as the other 2. There was an earth elemental user who was too slow to cast his spells. He simply avoided the attacks and then, when in range, would unleash the blood swipes. The 2 after that were just as easy as Quinn's previous fights. He would quickly dodge their attacks, and when he was close enough to them, he would spam his skill. Of course, Quinn knew he wouldn't be able to do this type of thing outside the game. After all, the skill had a major setback of reducing his health. If Quinn was ever in the danger zone and then got attacked, he would be dead in an instant. But he just wanted to level up as soon as possible, and after defeating the next 3, he did. System alert, 405-400 exp. System alert, congratulations, you are now level 4. System alert, race, halfling. System alert, HP 25-25. System alert, 5-800 exp. System alert, strength 13-3. System alert, stamina 12. System alert, agility 14. For the first time since Quinn had leveled up, he hadn't received a new ability. He somewhat had expected this, but at the same time was hoping for something useful. He would just have to keep leveling up and wait for more skills in the future. Finally, though, what Quinn had wanted had arrived. The reason why he wanted to level up so fast was because of the free stat point received after every level up. System alert, agility 15. He immediately put the point into his agility stat, and now he could finally learn the flash step from the tutorial. This time, while following the tutorial from the blonde man, Quinn was able to follow him step by step along with the video. Unlike when learning the hammer strike, where he had to watch it repeatedly and was unable to do everything. After several minutes of Quinn practicing the flash step, he finally had a stroke of success. "Yes," Quinn shouted. However, what Quinn did notice was while he was in the white room on his own, his body would never feel tired. He was able to perform the flash step as many times as he wanted without feeling tired. This did not apply to when he was in a match, though. Using the blood swipe did take up Quinn's stamina. He felt this affecting him after sending out attack after attack during a match. It meant the white room acted like some type of training room, where they were unaffected by their physical body's restraints. With the flash step learnt, Quinn finally wanted to experience a fight with a tougher opponent. Instead of searching by power level, Quinn decided to select quick match and would let fate decide the level of his opponent. In the real world, you wouldn't be able to choose who you went up against, so it was important for Quinn to have experience fighting in all sorts of situations. Then a few moments later, a match was found. This time, when Quinn entered the arena floor, he could see his opponent standing opposite him. He was wearing a long red cape, and by his side were 2 daggers. Quinn also realized they weren't alone either. There was also a person sitting in the stands watching Quinn and his opponent. "Oh, don't worry about him," the caped man said. "He's just my senior. He's watching me fight so he can give tips." Quinn then tried using his inspect skill on his opponent to see what power level or ability they had, but there was no luck. The inspect skill didn't seem to work in the game. But before the match began, Quinn made sure to open up his status screen and decided to leave it open and off to the side. During this match, he wanted to keep a close eye on it. When both of them were ready, the countdown started over their heads. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as the sound dinged indicating the start of the match, the caped man took out his daggers and swung them out fast. 2 wind blades followed. The attack was similar to Quinn's blood swipe, only the distance the attack could be used was far greater and faster. Quinn then decided to attack with his own blood swipe. The 2 lines of power clashed in the middle and canceled each other out. "A red color, what ability is that?" The caped man was wondering, and at the same time, the caped man's senior was thinking the same thing. This time, Quinn charged forward. His abilities all required him to be used at close range. The caped man, seeing this through more wind, strikes out, but Quinn just replied back with his own blood swipes, but this time sending out 4 of them. When the first 2 canceled out the wind strikes, the next 2 carried on moving forward. That's when the caped man lifted his cape and spun around. The blood strikes smacked into the cape, but there was no effect, and not even a scratch was left on the cape. "Is that beast armor, and a high-level one at that?" Quinn thought. The 2 of them were now in punching distance of one another. The capped man swung his daggers out fast. Quinn lifted his hands and managed to grab onto the daggers, allowing the blade to just come out from his fingertips. Then suddenly, the aura around the daggers grew, and the wind forming around the dagger allowed the ends of the blade to grow and act more like a sword, piercing Quinn in both shoulders. The capped man pulled back and went for another strike. "I don't know what your ability is, but it's over," the capped man said. But then suddenly, his dagger had hit nothing but empty air and space, and no one could be seen. As he turned around, a sharp claw penetrated the man's stomach. Then another attack. After attack at great speed was tearing his stomach apart, and to finish him off, 2 more blood swipes. System alert, 25 experience gained. System alert, 3,800 exp. The man watching in the arena stood up on his feet as he saw his friend lose the match. The 2 of them so far had been on a winning streak. Taking it in turns facing opponent after opponent, the sudden loss had come as a shock to them. That skill at the end, what was that? Then just as Quinn was about to log out and go find another match, he heard someone call out to him. "Wait," the man in the seats shouted, "please fight me." Quinn had no problem with this and accepted, but unknown to him, the man he was about to face was one of the strongest students from another military school. "Hey guys, we are top 15 in ranking. Please remember to keep voting for extra chapters and a mass release on the weekend. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Thank you for supporting the story." Chapter 55, a fun one. The student who had been sitting up in the stands and watching the fight between Quinn and his friend was known as Nate Snell. He was a second year from another academy, and in his academy, he was well known for being one of the strongest second years. Nate often played in the game to improve his fighting skills, as this was important for him due to the fact it went hand in hand with his ability. He was obsessed with learning all different types of martial art skills. There was one area in the game that it didn't allow you to improve on, though. Even though the game allowed you to use abilities, it did not have the system in place to use soul weapons. This would be an almost impossible task, considering every person's soul weapon was different, even if they had the same ability. With a keen eye for martial arts, the second Nate had seen Quinn perform his flash step, he needed to know who this person was. The footwork and the skill was so beautiful, so quick, that even he wasn't able to keep track of where Quinn had gone. After asking Quinn for a battle, he was overjoyed that he accepted. For the two of them to start their match, they needed to add each other to their friends list first. System alert. Hardsteely has sent you a friend request. Quinn accepted the friend request and was happy to fight. Honestly, Quinn wasn't too bothered who he went up against, but after fighting against Nate's friend, he felt like he should have a good match coming up that would help him improve. System alert. Blood Evolver has accepted your friend request. Blood Evolver. Does his ability have something to do with blood? That would explain those red lines coming out from his hands, but was there such an ability in the system? Nate thought. There were 1,000s of different abilities in the system, so Nate wasn't sure of all of them, but he had fought many battles in the game, and this was the first time seeing someone with this type of ability. Before the match was about to begin, Nate had asked if he could speak to his friend Sam for a few moments. Quinn agreed as he wanted to check a few things out himself. During the match, when Quinn used his flash step, he was hoping his own system would show him something, but nothing happened. Of course, this was because he was in the game, but he knew that the flash step felt like it had taken a significant amount of stamina from him. His current stamina points were at a 12. If he was to make a rough guess, he would say that 4 strikes of blood swipe took down 1 stamina point, meaning he would be able to perform around 48 blood swipes before running out of stamina. However, if he did this, he would reach 0 HP before even using up all his stamina. But as the blonde man had said in the video, Flash Step took a considerable amount of stamina. At most, Quinn knew he would currently only be able to produce it twice in one game, meaning it took at least 5 points of stamina. Quinn would have to think carefully when using this information in a match. At first, he thought it wasn't so important increasing his stamina. As long as he was strong enough or fast enough, he could win his fights. But in a prolonged battle and matches against multiple enemies, as soon as his stamina dropped to 0, he would be as good as dead. Not only that, but Quinn dreaded the thought of having to fight in the sunlight with these stats. Over at the other end of the arena, Nate was busy talking to Sam about his match. "You are such a fool," Nate said. "I know, I'm sorry," Sam replied. Nate looked at the flapping cape that Sam was wearing and started to shake his head. "We just got this incredible thing, and you didn't even use it properly in the fight. When he went out from your view, if you hadn't turned around your back, it would have been protected, or you could have turtled up with the cape. It's hard to get used to having something on your back. If someone vanishes in front of you and you know they're behind you, you naturally turn around. Wouldn't you?" Sam replied. Sam then started to look at the ground as he was saddened, remembering how he had lost the match. "My win streak," Sam cried. Nate proceeded to pat Sam on the shoulder with pity before walking to his fighting spot. "You know the deal. If I win against him, then that means I win our bet, and you'll owe me those credits." As Sam headed back to the arena stands, he was praying for Quinn to kick his friend's ass. He had lost too many bets recently and was running low on credits. 3-2-1, and the match had begun. Surprisingly, both of them at the same time had decided to charge in. Although Quinn didn't know his opponent's abilities, his attacks were more effective closer in range. If he was going up against an elemental user, then it was always better for him to get closer anyway. And as soon as Quinn was within 5 meters, He threw out 2 blood swipes. Suddenly, Nat's speed dropped dramatically, his skin started to turn into a shiny material, and his footsteps were heavy. As the blood swipes reached and hit his body, the sound of metal clanging against each other was heard. For the first time when Quinn's attack had hit an opponent's body, it had done 0 damage whatever. The metal shine from Nate's body seemed to shift and now was concentrated in his arm. It allowed Nate to move a lot faster and close the distance. He pushed his hand forward, and out came a long metal silver pole. It was too fast for Quinn to react, and the pole dug into his stomach and continued to push him back. The attack was strong, and Quinn had lost about 10% of his health. The pole continued to grow and push him back, and his health continued to fall. Quinn then grabbed onto the pole with both hands, and using all his strength, managed to stop its momentum. "Wow, looks like you are strong as well," Nate said, surprised. Not only did his opponent have a ranged attack, but seemed to have super strength now as well. Quinn pushed the pole to the side and swung out his claws, this time firing 4 blood swipes. The pole then started to retract quicker than the blood swipes and absorbed back into Nate's body. He then put both of his hands together, and the metal liquid started to form a large oval shape and eventually formed a shield. Each strike hit the shield, and there was no effect. However, Quinn had expected this result. When Nate retracted the metal back into his body, Quinn was in front of him ready to strike, but Nate remained calm and shifted the metal over his body to the exact spot where Quinn was aiming for his head. The punch landed, but Nate's head didn't even move a single inch, and again, the game had recorded no such damage. Nate then grabbed Quinn's fist, and with his other hand formed the pole, whacking him to the ground. "Come on, you should be better than this," Nate said. The truth was Nate was purposely shifting the metal into a pole rather than a sword. This way the match would last longer. It had been a while since Quinn felt like this, weak. There was only one thing left for him to try. Quinn lifted himself off the ground and started to breathe in, calming himself down. Anger would only distract him. Then he was ready, and Nate could see it too. "Come on," Nate said as he shifted the metal pole back into his body and into one of his fists. Quinn once again charged forward and threw out a blood swipe. Nate blocked the attack, easily lifting his arm and knocking it away, but it was only meant to serve as a distraction in the first place. When Quinn got close enough, Nate threw out his fist, and at the same time, he responded with flash step, avoiding the strike and appearing behind Nate. Too predictable. Nate had prepared for this after watching the last match and made sure his back was already fully covered in the metal-like alloy. Quinn then lifted his foot off the ground, let the energy go through from his toes up into his fist. As he stomped down with one foot, he pulled back one hand and let out another fist. Bang! The sound of 2 solid objects hitting each other sounded loudly in the distance. For a brief second, the 2 of them were frozen in place, and for the first time, Quinn was able to do damage, and it was a lot. Nate's eyes grew in shock as he saw the attack bring his health down by nearly half. Nate knew he was in danger, and he could no longer take the fight as easy as he did before. He swung his body, and at the same time had shifted a piece of metal into a sword. But once again, Quinn had used the flash step to avoid the strike. Damn it again, how is he so fast? As Nate turned to look at where his opponent was, he was surprised to see Quinn collapsed on the ground. Quinn was breathing heavily. He could no longer move. The use of flash step twice, including the fact that he had used a hammer strike, he had pushed his body way beyond its limits. "Let's do this again sometime," Nate said as he stabbed Quinn on the ground, ending the game. Although the match had ended in Nate's victory, he was more excited than ever. Looks like the military tournament is going to be a fun one this year. Please remember to vote with your spirit stones for a mass release on the weekend. Thank you for all the support. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Chapter 56, Learning More. After finishing his intense battle with Nate, his hour using the VR capsule was up, and Quinn was no longer able to participate in any more matches. Although he had lost his match, he felt satisfied. He had learnt a lot during his battle with Nate. His attacks, including his blood swipe, were not strong enough to do any damage to Nate while he was using his metal ability. However, his hammer strike skill was. Hammer strike didn't increase his strength, but now Quinn had a good idea what it did do. It was an attack that focused on the inside, an internal attack, the perfect counter to those with abilities who hardened or transformed their bodies. Quinn couldn't wait to find out what the other tutorials the blonde man had in store for him, but he had no idea how to unlock them. The blonde man had simply said when he was ready, they would unlock for him. There were 2 things this meant. One might be when Quinn's stats were high enough to complete the fighting skills requirements, or when Quinn was a high enough level. The second lesson the fight had taught him was how important stamina was. The flash step was an incredible skill that allowed him to avoid a strike in an instant, but if he used it more than twice, then he would be done for, and if he was out in the sun, he wasn't even sure he would be able to use the skill at all. This made Quinn think long and hard about what to put his stat points into in the future. Perhaps going for an agility or strength-based character wasn't the best thing after all. With that in mind, Quinn had set up an important meeting with Layla today. There was one thing he needed to learn about more than anything, especially if he wanted to get stronger in the future. It was a Sunday, so Quinn still had the rest of the day off, before having to go back to the standard military lessons for the week. The sun was out bright and early, and Quinn was standing outside the school gates patiently waiting for Layla. Even though it was the weekend, Quinn still wore his school uniform, for he didn't have any other clothes, other than what was provided to him, and he had long grown out of his old school uniform. "This damn sun," Quinn said while his body was covered in sweat. System alert, all current stats have been halved. Ever since he had evolved from a human into a halfling, the sun seemed to bother him even more. He was covered in sweat even though it wasn't that hot, and he was starting to have ringing headaches if he stayed outside too long. Finally, after waiting a while, Layla arrived. She was wearing a beautiful red dress that showed off her long legs nicely along with her short hair. She still carried her bow and had her quiver by her side, and on her back was a fairly large bag. "You ready?" Layla asked, smiling. Quinn looked at the large bag on her back. It must have been heavy, he thought. "Do you want me to carry that for you?" Quinn asked. Although with his stats halved and his strength draining from his body, he was hoping she would say no. "It's okay, the bag is lighter than you think. I'm using my ability to make it lighter," Layla replied. Quinn really wasn't sure if she was being truthful or not, and didn't really know what to do in these types of situations. Were you meant to insist and be pushy, or be a gentleman and offer a hand, or listen to the girl? If she said she could do it, then she could do it. In the end, Quinn didn't want to think too hard about it, and decided to just let Layla carry on holding the heavy bag. If she wanted him to really carry the bag, then she should just ask him. The 2 of them walked out of the school's premise and carried on walking until they eventually reached a nice, quiet park. There were some students outside messing around playing with their abilities, and at the same time, there were some military personnel relaxing on the benches. "Peaceful, isn't it?" Layla said. "Yeah, it's kind of nice." Then a thought came into his head of all the news he had heard on TV about what life was like during the war, how it could start up again any second, and finally the death of his parents. "But who knows how long it will last? That's why I need to keep getting stronger." Layla placed the heavy bag on the ground and it seemed like it was a weight off her shoulders. Even if she was using her ability, it would be tiring for someone to keep it up on the whole walk here. That's when Layla started to empty out all the contents in her bag. There were all sorts of things inside. There were several items of thick clothing, such as hats, scarves, sunglasses, and most of it seemed to be black in color. Then she continued to pull out even more stuff, lotions and lotions of sun cream, and finally she pulled out an umbrella. "Did it cost a lot?" Quinn asked, worried after seeing how much she had bought. "Don't worry about it. My family sent me the credits, and I used up what the academy gave me," Layla replied. "Besides, I got it all from the marketplace, so it was dirt cheap." The marketplace was an online store that was used all around the world. It sold your everyday items such as food, clothes, utilities, and other things. With the use of teleporters, your items were able to be shipped to you in almost an instant. As long as you could afford one of these, if not, you would have to go to a collection point. And the military school had one of these collection points for students to use. But other than just your everyday items, the marketplace was also used by people to sell and buy beast weapons, skill books, ability books, and all sorts of things that would be beneficial to you in battles. However, to access this part of the marketplace, you would either need military personal ID, which all students got a temporary one to use during their time there, or if you were a traveler. Travelers were people who didn't work for the military, but worked for a private company, and often went into portals to explore different worlds. "So what do you want to try first?" Layla said, holding the sun cream in her hand. "Sorry for the short chapter. I am incredibly sick today. Please support the series by voting. It really helps and will count towards our mass release goal. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters." Chapter 57, Weakness. The two of them had gathered in the park, not just for a casual chat and peaceful evening, but there was a goal in mind. And although Quinn usually found Layla obsessive, it seemed like her crazy, strange self would come in handy. The whole purpose of today was to find out if there was any way to either reduce the effect that the sun had on the system, or even temporarily stop it altogether, and there was no one better than Layla for the job. She knew everything about vampires, having grown up reading about them. She ordered whatever she thought might have been effective. Quinn looked at all the items that she had brought over. He then noticed a few more things on the ground with her. There was a metal-shaped cross, a clove of garlic, and even a piece of silver jewelry. "Oh, those are for later," Layla said, embarrassed, noticing Quinn staring at her stuff. "We should also try to find out if you have any other weaknesses of normal vampires as well." "All right, why don't we just try the umbrella first?" Quinn said as he knelt down to pick it up. He then stood still and popped open the umbrella. It was solid black in color to make sure that most of the light didn't penetrate or get through it. Quinn then adjusted the umbrella a few times to make sure his body was completely covered in the shadow. Then, to his surprise, "System alert. Stats have returned to normal." While Quinn was fully covered under the shade, his stats had returned. Then he lifted his hand and placed it outside the shade zone ever so slightly. And as soon as the tiniest part of his finger was outside, the same usual status screen had appeared. "System alert. You are being affected by direct sunlight." "System alert. All stats will be halved." "Well," Layla asked. "It works, but even if a little bit of my body is in the sun, then I start to feel weak." This wouldn't do. Holding the umbrella, although would return his stats, it would be difficult to use in a fight. One hand would be occupied holding the umbrella while the other would be free. Also, it was a big, weak target that the enemy could easily destroy. But at least he found out that if he just carried an umbrella with him, he would no longer feel weak. It was a good idea to keep one on him for now. That's a special umbrella, Layla said. It's one used to block out the UV from the sun, although at most it can block out about 90%. It's not perfect. To be honest, I'm surprised it worked. Is the UV rays why I feel weak then? Not necessarily. I mean, vampire lore is all over the place, but these myths had to be grounded somewhere, right? Layla then looked at the ground and picked up the sun cream. If the umbrella really worked because of the UV, then the sun cream should have some effect. Layla then walked up to Quinn, squirting some of the cream onto her hand. You ready? Quinn then went a little red thinking about Layla applying the cream onto his body. Looking at Layla now out of her school uniform, he realized she was kind of cute. So she was a little strange and knew too much about vampires. Everyone had their geeky thing they knew about and was obsessed with. Then Quinn felt something cold on his leg. She had taken Quinn's silence as a yes and started to slather the cream all over his body. After making sure everywhere she could see covered in cream, to finish it off, she placed sunglasses over Quinn's eyes. Although we can stop the UV on your eyelids, we can't on your eyeballs, Layla said. Well, anything. This time, there was no such result. When opening up his status, the UV cream hadn't even made a little bit of impact. Quinn still felt incredibly weak, and his stats were still halved. So it looks like it's not to do with the UV then. Although the umbrella worked, it can only block so much of the UV, and same with the cream. So I was hoping it would have some effect, but this means it's most likely some other property in the sun that we don't know about. To be honest, Quinn was thankful that the sun cream didn't work. The idea of waking up every day and doing it as a daily routine, at some point the cream would wear off too. He also couldn't imagine, in the middle of the fight, asking his opponent to wait to lather and cream himself all over. He had pictures in his head of asking Vorden to cover for him while he brought out a bottle of sun cream. Finally, it was time for the last test. This one Quinn was dreading the most, the clothes test. He was already sweating and feeling hot as it was and couldn't imagine putting on a load of black clothing. But he thought it was best to get it over and done with as soon as possible. First, Quinn placed a sweater over the top of his body, then a pair of black thick trousers. On his feet, instead of trainers, he changed to black boots, then on his hand a pair of leather black gloves. Finally, on his head, he had a large back-top hat. Looking at him, Layla could barely hold in her laughter. He looked absolutely ridiculous. Breathe, Layla, she mumbled. Well, anything. No, not yet anyway. Well, we might as well try the rest. Layla then continued to place clothes onto Quinn. This time she had covered his face with a balaclava, and even where his eyes were, she had put a sleeping mask on. More hats were placed on, and now every inch of his skin was covered. Anything. No, Quinn shouted, but it sounded muffled through the clothes. However, Layla didn't give up yet. She felt like if the umbrella had worked, then this had to work as well. She continued to place all the remaining clothes she had brought with, and then finally, while Layla was piling on the clothes, Quinn managed to shout something. Wait, it's working, Quinn said. Although the clothes had worked, Quinn was around 3 inches thick in black clothing. Layla quickly helped Quinn take off all the clothing, as it seemed like he was a bit wobbly on his legs and was going to pass out any second now. Once the two of them were finished, Quinn opened up the umbrella and the energy started to restore back into his body again. The two of them sat down on the clean-cut grass and were discussing the results of the test. Well, you can't go out like that, Layla said. You couldn't move in the thing. Agreed, but at least we know that the most important thing is to stop the sun hitting me. Quinn started to feel the umbrella, wondering if perhaps he could get clothes made out of the same material. Then the problem would be the material would be too weak. Most likely the reason the clothes didn't work so well was because they didn't block out the sun enough. He needed more solid but flexible material. There was some stuff out there that might have worked, like a black latex suit or something, but these weren't strong enough for fighting. It could easily be torn or ripped, and then he would be back to being normal weak Quinn again. Suddenly, a thought had entered Quinn's mind. He started to remember the fight he had inside the VR game. When he had gone against Sam, he had used a cape that was able to block his blood swipe. The material was not only flexible but strong as well. The cape was most likely made from some type of beast, from one of the portals. If Quinn could get enough of this material, maybe he could make a suit of some kind that could not only protect him from the sun, but also be strong enough to be used in combat. A smile started to appear on his face. He now couldn't wait to be transported to hunt some beasts. If you enjoyed the chapter and want a mass release, next week remember to vote. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 6 extra chapters. Chapter 58 Vampire Myths. After finishing the test with the items, Layla was eager to try out a few of the other things she had brought along with her. "Do I really have to worry about something like this?" Quinn said as he picked up a clove of garlic. "Not really, to be honest. I just wanted to try out everything. Garlic always acted more as a repellent in the first place, and the fact that you're holding it like that would suggest it wouldn't hurt." While Quinn looked at the piece of garlic, he decided to use the inspect skill just to be sure. If something would harm him, he was sure the system would be able to tell him basic information such as this. Inspect. System alert: a glove of garlic. Due to your heightened senses, the piece may test extremely bad. Safe to consume. The good news was the system had informed him that the garlic wasn't poisonous, which meant it would be able to do with the other items as well. The bad news was that he had to still eat the garlic so Layla didn't get suspicious. He broke the glove into a small piece before placing it into his mouth. The taste was incredibly strong. It felt like he was eating dog crap. Not that he knew how that tasted anyway, but if he had to imagine this was it. Quinn immediately started to spit on the ground, trying to get the taste out of his mouth. "Well, at least you look fine," Layla said. Quinn had actually expected this result before even using his inspect skill. The taste of food had slightly changed ever since his evolution. Sweet food such as ice cream and cakes now tasted bland. It was the same with fruit. The only thing that still tasted fine for him was meat. Although everything seemed to taste slightly saltier than before, it was the same with other herbs as well. Although there was one thing that drastically changed for him, and that was blood. It had a greater taste than anything he had before and was as sweet as caramel itself. Just thinking about it, Quinn wanted another taste, but he was still able to control himself just fine. It was the same way when someone thought about chocolate. They suddenly wanted chocolate, but they didn't need it. Before touching any of the other items, Quinn made sure to use his inspect skill on each one. First was the metal cross. "A religious symbol that has no effect," the system said. Then the chain. A silver chain that is made up of 92% silver. Wearing the item can be used for fashion accuracy. With both the items, there was no such warning. Quinn then proceeded to pick up both of them with no worry. He was starting to trust the system more and more lately as it had been more helpful and accurate. "So what's the story behind these two things?" Quinn asked. "I kind of get the cross, but what about the silver, and they're just for werewolves?" Suddenly, Layla's eyes started to sparkle up. "I'm glad you asked. Vampire lore has gone further back than you think. Even in Greek mythology, they have tales of vampires. The first vampire was said to be cursed by the god Apollo, to be burnt by sunlight. Then when the man tried to touch Artemis' bow, she cursed the human further to be affected by silver," Layla explained. "Of course there are other reasons, but this is one of the older ones." Then with the cross, vampires have always been seen as workers of the devil. a creature that needed to suck blood to live and of course God in the eyes of many, is a fighter of evil, and the cross is a symbol of God. Layla then grabbed both items from Quinn and placed them back in her bag. But now looking at you, I can clearly see all of that was a load of rubbish, Layla said, sounding a bit disappointed by the whole experience. The only vampire weakness it seems you have so far is sunlight, although I have to admit that's a pretty big one. Do you feel like you're not getting older yet? What? Quinn said, confused. How would I even know? It's only been a few days. I mean, I don't feel any older, but I could say that about the rest of my life. You kind of just got older without realizing it. Then a dreaded thought had entered Quinn's mind. If it was true that he would no longer age, did that mean his appearance would stay the same as it did now? Would he look like a young teenage boy for the rest of his life? With the test over, it was time for the two of them to head back to their dorm rooms. Quinn decided to head back to the dorm rooms and see if Vorden and Peter wanted to hang out and do something for the rest of the evening. But when he entered the room, once again neither Vorden or Peter was there. Vorden, Quinn didn't worry too much about it. It seemed like he had been getting into trouble lately with the second years, but currently they were staying well clear of him after the incident. It was Peter Quinn was more worried about. He couldn't help but shake the feeling that these new friends of Peter weren't actually friends of his, and was wondering what to do. With that, Quinn decided to sleep for the night and wait till the next day. When he woke up, he was happy to see that the other two had managed to return to their rooms in the middle of the night. For once, the three of them had decided to head down to the canteen together, and after a long time, the three of them casually ate food and chatted about what they had done yesterday. Once the three of them had finished eating, it was time for them to head to their homeroom classes together. On Monday morning, they were to attend a morning class with their teacher Del. This lesson would be a theory-based lesson, either the history of the human race or even notice about what would happen. The three of them sat in the back of the class as usual, while Layla sat at the front with Aaron by her side. The students waited patiently until Del had finally arrived. "All right, class, I have an important announcement to make. The preparations for your first portal outing have been completed. It's time for you kids to go explore the universe a bit more. Short chapter, but remember mass release tomorrow. If you want another mass release next week, please remember to vote. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Chapter 59, Portal Colors. Before Del was to inform the students about the portal training they would be participating in, he needed to explain to the students how the portals worked. After all, it would be a first for nearly every student there apart from a few of them. Portals allowed humans to travel to and back from locations that they had been to before. They were often used to travel to other planets. The technology was obtained when humanity managed to take down their first Dalki ship and discovered a portal inside. Usually, when such advanced technology was discovered, people wouldn't be able to dissect and replicate it so easily. Just because you had the technology didn't mean you understood how it worked. But thanks to a legendary scientist named Richard Eno, he had easily been able to dissect all of the equipment found on board of the ship. Another great contributor to the war against the Dalki. Some people assumed that he had an ability of some sort that helped him along the way, but these were just rumors, and no one knew for sure. However, one thing for certain was he was a great man. Once he had found this technology, he distributed it not only to the military, but also to private companies as well. He made sure that such power wouldn't just end up in one group's hands. Back then, the world and humans were fighting together, but who knew what would happen once the war had ended? In today's world, there were generally 3 different groups of people who had and owned portals. The military was the first group. Next were private corporations. They usually had powerful originals backing them. Many of these companies would also form a faction, a group of powerful travelers just for exploring other planets. And lastly was the group known as Pure, a group that didn't believe in the use of abilities. There were 3 types of portals, each different in color. There was green, orange, and red. Each of these portals meant a different thing. Green meant that the planet it led to had already been explored, and there were human shelters that had been built. These allowed people to live there if they wished or just stay there temporarily. The next was orange. This meant that the planet hadn't been fully explored yet. There were some shelters in place, but the level of the beast could be too high in certain areas, or they just hadn't explored everywhere yet. And finally, the red portals, these were unexplored planets. There were no shelters for regular humans to live in. Only travelers or military personnel would usually go into these portals for exploration, and the worst thing about them was they didn't know if the Dalki were on the planet as well. After all, the Dalki had the same technology, so it wouldn't be too strange to run into them. And although under a treaty, if a few people were to go missing on an unknown planet, it was hard to prove something had happened, and the humans weren't ready for another war just yet. And that is all the information you need to know about portals, Del said. A student then raised his hand while seated in the center of the class. Yes, Del said. What about the beasts that were discovered on those planets? Will we learn about them? The student asked. For now, that's all you need to know about the portals. Yes, this also led us to discover beasts on these planets, and they are what we use to create our beast weapons, but you will be told more detail about that when you arrive. Del explained. Although I will tell you now that you can also thank Richard Eno for that discovery as well. Del then closed the presentation that was playing behind him. Now for the important part. The portal expedition will take place next week, but before even that, you will be required to form your own team of 5. Although on this trip you will travel as a class, you must have a squad and stick together. Even the green portals are a dangerous place filled with beasts, and the trackers on your watch will not work outside the academy. We will have no way to come and save you. The same student, once again, raised his hand, and Del had a look on his face like it was starting to get annoying. Yes. Do you know where we will be going? That information will be revealed to you on the day. Many of you here have family members who, if they knew where you were, would send guards out to protect you on these planets, but that wouldn't be fair, especially since we will also be assessing you on this. The student once again raised his hand, but Del this time stared at him back, forcing him to slowly put his hand down again. Now, if there aren't any more questions, your combat classes for today are canceled. Today you are to form a team of 5 and report back to us by the end of the day. Del then left the room to attend to other business, while allowing the students to form their own group of 5s. Vorden then turned his head immediately. Hey, Quinn, you want to be on the... But standing by Quinn's side already was Layla, who had sprinted from the front of the class to the back. Hey, do you want to make a team with me, Quinn? Layla said, smiling. Sure, Quinn answered. Truthfully, Quinn wanted to ask Layla to be on the same team. They didn't know how long their first assessment was going to take, and if he was to get hurt or injured, he was going to need a blood source of some type. Even if Vorden didn't like it, he knew this was going to happen. Hey, Quinn, do you mind if I join as well? He said, smiling, trying to hide his annoyance. Of course, and Peter as well. Peter's face was a little shocked at hearing the sound of his name, and at the same time his feelings were confused. Yeah, that would be good, Peter said. Then, when the others were just thinking about who the 5th member should be, Aaron had approached Vorden of all people in the room. I want to make a team with you. Mass release day. Remember to vote for another one next week. 3,800 stones, 2 extra chapters, hit. 4,000 stones, 4 extra chapters, hit. 500 plus stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 60, the team. Not only were Quinn and the others shocked that Erin had approached Vorden, but so was the whole class. In Dell's class, Erin was the strongest student there. Nearly everyone wanted her on their team, but over the last few days, when people had tried to approach her, she had always given a cold response. It seemed like she was disinterested in everything apart from getting stronger. "I'm sorry," Vorden said, "but I've already decided to make a team with these guys." Vorden's response to Erin seemed to be even crazier to everyone else as well. They had seen Vorden fight that day when they were surrounded by the second years. After witnessing that, no one would say he was any weaker than Erin. If the two of them were to combine powers and found a few other strong people, it meant they could easily come up with the strongest team in the class. Erin then looked at the group of people who Vorden pointed at. To be honest, she didn't seem to recognize any of them. "Who are they?" Erin said. "What? We took the test together. I even helped you out at the assembly hall," Layla complained. The truth was Erin never took the time to remember people's faces. She only cared about those who were strong. When she saw how weak they were in the test assessment, she didn't even bother with them any longer. Although there was one person who had caught her eye other than Vorden, and that was Quinn. She remembered him throwing the black beast balls at a lightning-fast speed and taking out a student. Then when she looked at his wrist, she saw he was only a level 1 user. "Why would you stay with these weak people? Surely you can get a better grade if you join me and a few others," Erin said. The first assessment and future assessments in the portal outing would determine their final grade. For those who had a cozy family to get back to, it didn't matter too much, but to rest it determined their future. The grade they got when they left the military academy would decide whether they could join a strong private company, or whether they would just end up joining the bottom of the barrel being treated even worse than now. "I don't care about the grades. I just want to have fun while I'm still in school," Vorden replied. But Erin was determined to not give up. "Fine, I can accept the girl and the strangely strong boy, but I can't accept him," Erin said, pointing at Peter. Peter's heart suddenly started to thump louder. A fear started to take over him as he heard Erin speak these words. If he didn't get in Vorden's and Peter's team, he would be in huge trouble. "Why do we need you anyway?" Vorden said. "Wait a minute," Layla interrupted. "I think she would make a good addition to the team. Besides, Vorden, doesn't your ability rely on those around you to be strong as well? As far as I remember, the beast doesn't have abilities, so you would have to rely on us, and we don't exactly have strong abilities." "Layla, I understand what you are saying, but for once I agree with Vorden," Quinn replied. "I don't care how strong she is. She can't just come in and kick one of us out. She can join the team, but only if Peter stays." It was good to have strong allies, but at what cost? If Quinn was to kick out Peter to replace him with a stranger, he would just be as bad as everyone else who had treated him like crap just for being weak. He didn't want to change into one of those types of people. Erin then started to look around the room before looking at Vorden once again. She thought back to how Vorden was able to deal with Momo quite well before the use of the soul weapon. After looking around the room, there didn't seem to be a single person in Dell's class that matched up to him. "Fine, I will join, but I wish for the 5 of us to have a retesting to see where we stand," Erin asked. "Perhaps we can go visit the training center, display what we can do for the rest." Layla and Quinn looked at each other with a half-worried look in their eyes. The 5 of them then headed down to the training center. It was the same place that Layla had first spotted Quinn, who had sneaked in the place at night. Right now, the room was filled with multiple different people from all sorts of different classes. All the other classes had also been informed about the upcoming test, and had decided to find out what each other's abilities were. This would give them the best chance of defeating and capturing as many beasts as possible and increasing their chances of survival. "Well, what do you want us to do?" Vorden asked. "I've already seen your powers, but I can't remember too much about the girl and the other two. Perhaps the girl can go first on the strength machine." Layla went up as asked and went to the large circular strength machine. She concentrated her mind and threw out her fist at the same time. She used the force of her telekinesis to push her hand as strong as she could. The numbers slowly went up on the machine's display until it had eventually reached number 8. "Damn it, same as last time. Looks like I haven't improved much," Layla complained. "For a level 2, that's quite a weak strength score, but judging by the bow, you're a ranged user anyway. It will be quite handy to have someone like you on the team," Erin said. She then walked up to the two boys, Quinn and Peter. "Well, I'm hoping that both of you can at least get the same score as her." Quinn was starting to get annoyed by all her taunts, but he took a deep breath and held it in. With her on the team, it would cause fewer troubles with the others. Even if they did defeat beasts and obtain their crystals, there was a high chance that another team might target them and try to steal them. But just having Erin on the team would stop that. Peter walked up to the machine, holding the mud staff in his hand. "Looks like he's still level 1 then," Erin said. Level 1 Earth users didn't have the ability to extract Earth from the ground. All they could do was reform the Earth in their hand. They could only control the Earth they were touching rather than the Earth around them. As Peter went to punch the machine, the Earth around from the pole started to form around his fist. As he hit the machine, the numbers started to go up, and finally, it stopped at 8. The same score as Layla. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Erin said, looking at Quinn. "Mass release day. Remember to vote for another one next week." 3,800 stones, 2 extra chapters. Hit. 4,000 stones, 4 extra chapters. Hit. 500 plus stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 61, Grinding. As Quinn walked up to the strength machine, all he wanted to do was punch the machine as hard as he could. He wanted to shut up the arrogant Erin, who felt like she was better than everyone else. Why did she choose to act like this? Simply because she had a better ability than others. Because her family was well off enough to buy her a strong ability book. But Quinn couldn't reveal himself here, especially in front of the others. They all had seen him on the test day, and they all knew Quinn still didn't have an ability apart from Layla. He looked at the machine and started to wonder if he performed a hammer strike using all his strength, would the number rise up? Surely the number would be above his 16 strength. He readied his fist and redid his footwork. The gauntlets were equipped on his hands, and Quinn let his fist out. He tried controlling the power output, hoping to achieve a similar score to the other two. Bang! His fist collided with the large drum-like machine, and the numbers slowly started to rise. 8, 9, and then finally the number had stopped at 10. Quinn estimated if his current strength with the gloves was 16, then he needed to use half his strength when hitting the machine to get an 8. But such macro-level control was nearly impossible to get right, and he had managed to go slightly over. "Hey man, didn't you get stronger?" Vorden said, surprised. "I thought you got a 5 on the test last time. You've been working out or something." Quinn started to laugh, trying to come up with something. "Actually, it was thanks to that game you showed me," Quinn replied. "I met someone who really helped and showed me how to activate the beast weapon's strength properly. I worked hard hoping I wouldn't be useless for you guys. When I threw that beast ball that time back in the assembly hall, I realized how useful it would be if I learned how to activate the best weapon." This was a lie, but Quinn felt like it was quite convincing. "Didn't the second years say you needed to treat it like activating your ability, though? I thought you didn't have one." Apparently, that isn't a requirement, but just to help you visualize activating your beast weapons, Quinn replied back. Sweat was starting to run down his face. All he could do now was hope the others would buy it. Well, a score of 10 isn't that impressive. The only reason we are talking about it is because you're a level 1, Aaron said. For once Quinn was happy, Aaron's smugness had drawn the attention away from him. Is this okay then? Layla asked. Yes, Aaron replied. I still wish to join your team. I believe even with the extra luggage we have on board, with me and Vorden we can come out as the top team during this assessment. After testing everyone's strength, the group decided to discuss a few things, such as formation and what to do. Although the discussions didn't last for long, if they were to travel as a group, Layla would stay at the back for support and Aaron and Vorden would be at the front. Usually, the physical damage dealers would be at the front of the squad, while elemental users in the middle. But in this scenario, Quinn and Peter were considered so weak that they were placed in the center for protection. Aaron felt like it was quite useless to practice anything else after finding out how weak the other two abilities were. So the group's meeting had ended early, and she decided to go off on her own to train somewhere. Well, if combat classes have been canceled for the day, is there anything you wanted to do? Vorden asked. Actually, I was planning to head to the VR capsules, Quinn replied. I've been trying out a bunch of abilities so I can decide what ability to pick in the future. Suddenly, Vorden started to shiver. You can go ahead, Vorden said. I know I showed you how to play the other day, but to be honest, I'm sick and tired of that game. I played it so much growing up and all. With Quinn heading off to the VR room that left Peter and Vorden all on their own. Hey, so do you want to practice a bit more with your ability? I know you're saving up so you can buy a few more skill books. Maybe we can get you to a level 2 before heading off into the portal. Peter looked around the room at the other students before giving an answer. Sure, that sounds like a good idea, Peter replied. But Peter's strange actions didn't go unnoticed, and Vorden had a feeling it had something to do with those students he went a hang around with a few days ago. Quinn had finally arrived at the VR center. He paid his 10 credits for an hour and got into his pod as usual. At the moment, it was the easiest way for Quinn to level up and get stronger. He decided while inside the capsule, he would split his session into 2 halves. For the first 30 minutes, he would spend it facing against level 1s. On average, it took him around 5 minutes to defeat an opponent in the level 1 stage. Gaining 25 experience points for each opponent he defeated would allow him to gain around 150 experience points. Then, for the second half of the session, he would use it searching for quick matches battling against opponents of all different strengths. This would improve his fighting IQ out in the world. Quinn entered the game and started his first match with his plan. He did the usual, avoiding the enemy's strikes and dealing with his opponent with either the strength of his 2 fists or by using a barrage of blood swipes. That's when Nate noticed that the ID Blood revolver was online. Nate was still interested in this person and decided to check him out. As long as they were in your friends list, you were able to spectate their matches. Nate then was suddenly transported into the arena and began to watch Quinn's matches one by one. And all that he witnessed was Quinn defeating weak level 1s in a matter of minutes. But it was strange. For someone as strong as him, just what on earth was he doing? When Nate thought of him, he never imagined Quinn to be the type of person to bully the weak. Let the grinding begin, Quinn said as he took down his next opponent. System alert, 17800 XP. Mass release day. Remember to vote for another one next week. 3,800 stones, 2 extra chapters. Hit. 4,000 stones, 4 extra chapters. Hit. 500 plus stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 62, A Hacker. Nate continued to observe Quinn and his fighting style and wondered just why he didn't fight the same as when he fought against him. Quinn repeatedly went into match after match and would only go up against level ones. It was clear to Nate that he had purposely set the system up this way. Now some players would do this if they perhaps were trying out something new, but from watching Quinn, all he could see was Quinn doing the same thing over and over. He would enter into a game and then immediately dash in either using a barrage of the red line attacks of his or a flurry of punches, not caring whether he got hurt or not. It was clear he was beating them with pure strength and trying to win the matches as quickly as possible. Unknown to Nate, though, Quinn was purposely doing this. He didn't have much time left between now and when he was to go out onto his portal training. So the only thing Quinn could do was grind a few levels to get stronger using the system. Finally, 30 minutes had passed, and Quinn himself was growing tired of repeating the same thing over and over again. The only thing that kept him going was seeing his experience go up little by little. That's when Quinn noticed that he had a spectator. Nate, who was sitting in the seats, gave a wave back. "Oh, it's him. I wonder what he's doing here." Then a thought came to Quinn's mind. The fact that Nate was watching gave him the chance to ask him something. He then went onto the game system and sent out a part invite to Nate. At first, Nate was just planning to spectate and watch Quinn play a few games. He wanted to study Quinn a bit more before asking him to another duel. But when he saw the party invite, he was quite surprised. The game only allowed for one-on-one battles, so the party invite feature was only really used between teammates for practicing, or if they wanted to chat and were far away. In the end, Nate was too curious and wanted to know what Quinn wanted and decided to accept. The arena ground disappeared, and now Nate and Quinn were in a single white room once again. "Hey, how are you doing? I hope you're not planning some type of revenge, are you?" Nate said as he proceeded cautiously towards Quinn. "No, actually, I wanted to ask you something. The person who I fought with before, your friend, I wanted to know more about his cape and where he had received it from." "Oh, Sam's cape. That's why you wanted to talk to me." Nate then looked at Quinn standing in front of him. In his hands, he wore his gauntlets. That's when Nate suddenly realized something. The gauntlets that Quinn was using looked horrible. They must have been only at the basic tier. "Wait a minute, are you a first year?" Nate said. Yeah, I will be going on my first portal outing. I thought if you could tell me what type of beast you got it from, I would be able to look for it." Nate was suddenly a little surprised. He went back and thought about how Quinn was able to damage his solid body, even though no one had done such a feat before. He was sure the person would have at least been a second year. "Let me give you a piece of advice then. On your first outing, they always use the green portals. You have the chance of going to one of 3 places: Kaladi, Almpin, and Bartney. Out of these 3 planets, you want to go to Kaladi. There in the desert, there is a winged creature. I can't remember the name of the winged creature, but there aren't many in the desert, so I'm sure if you see one, that will be it. That beast core is what we made the cape out of." "Wait, did you say a desert?" Quinn asked. "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" Usually, the word desert meant the place came with heat. The idea of having to journey through that, Quinn was starting to get tired just thinking about it. "Nothing, don't worry. Thank you so much for the information, you have been a big help. I'm going to play a few more games now before my time is up." "Oh, sure, go ahead. Do you mind if I watch?" Nate asked. Quinn thought about it for a while. If he didn't want to let Nate watch, all he had to do was block him or delete him from his friends list. But at the same time, Quinn felt like there was no problem. He was just fighting people. It wasn't like he was doing anything that suggested he was a vampire, and it was likely that Nate wasn't even from the same school as him. "Sure, go ahead." Quinn only had 20 minutes left inside the machine, and using his remaining time, Quinn chose to use the quick match function on the game, matching him with random power levels who chose the same option. This half of his session would be used to practice his fighting skills. In the remaining 20 minutes, Quinn was able to have 2 more games. In his first match, he was against a level 4 user who had a transformation ability. His body was made of a rubber-like material, and he was able to stretch it as far as he liked. Quinn struggled against this opponent. The fighting style of the rubber man was strange, and when Quinn wasn't expecting it, he would be hit at an incredible speed. In the end, Quinn managed to get a few blood swipes in and hurt the man, but still ended up losing. The next match, there was much more success, as he was matched up against a level 2 user who had a hardening skill similar to Nate, only weaker. He had an easier time dealing with this opponent, as his blood wipe dealt damage as well as his regular attacks. In the end, though, Quinn decided to take the match just as seriously as the others, and ended up finishing it with a hammer strike. System alert, 195-800. With that, Quinn's time in the game was up, and he had to leave. Nate, after watching Quinn for the whole time, had a strange thought lingering on his mind. Just what was Quinn's ability? After their battle, Nate had decided to check out the ability list to see if there was anything similar, and he could find no such thing. The other thing was, it seemed like all Quinn could do was shoot out red lines, which would suggest either the ability he had at the moment was incredibly weak, or he was currently at a low level. What Quinn didn't realize, though, was that all the opponents he had faced that day were thinking the same thing as Nate. They were wondering just what ability Quinn had. The hardening user Quinn had just fought against was so frustrated with his loss, he decided to go onto the online forums and make a post. He shared a video of the match between himself and Quinn titled, "What ability is this? Is he a hacker?" Mass release day. Remember to vote for another one next week. 3,800 stones, 2 extra chapters. Hit. 4,000 stones, 4 extra chapters. Hit. 500 plus stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 63, Peter calls for help. The online forum had started to gain some traction with users who had fought against Quinn. They started to post comments just below about the video. "Yeah, I fought against him too, and he used those red lines on me. I lost in an instant. Is there really an ability like that in the game? It looks like a wind slash, but why are the lines red?" Of course, even though the post had gained some traction, there weren't many. After all, things like this were posted on a daily occurrence, and usually, it was from some people who couldn't accept a loss, thinking the other person must be hacking. But those who did watch the video started to ping the creators asking if what was seen in the video was real. Of course, one of the admin staff for the game came along and checked the video, but this person wasn't any ordinary admin staff. It was a student at the school named Logan Green. Logan himself wasn't ordinary, for he was the son of the creator of the game, and not only that, but was one of the head coders as well. He often visited the forum to check for bugs, and if there were any, he would try to fix them while still attending school. Then suddenly, late at night that day, he noticed that the post had started to gain traction. Usually, he wouldn't have bothered with these things, but the staff were getting tagged in the post more than usual. After watching the video, suddenly his attention had been caught. Logan immediately could tell that the video was real. He searched up the 2 user IDs that were in the game and then decided to look at the match information. After searching them up, he noticed that the player that was being questioned in the video had selected no ability. No, it couldn't be. Did he really manage to hack the system? Logan then began to dig in deep into the match and checked everything about it. He checked the log of the game and everything that had been written down as the match went on, but there wasn't a single thing he could find that was wrong. Logan actually felt relieved. The game so far had been successful, not only because of how it was able to accurately replicate abilities, but also because the game had yet to be hacked. After finding out this information, Logan had no choice but to think it had something to do with his ability. Although the original's abilities weren't able to be copied into the game, this was the only answer he could think of. But one question remained, and that was just who was the user behind ID Blood Evolver. It was company policy to not keep records of any of the users in the game. The data was scrambled so not even he could get access to it. But that wouldn't stop Logan. The next day, combat classes had resumed back to normal. Layla the other day had gone to register the team with Dell, and even he was surprised at who was written on the list. The group became the talk of the class. After all, they were the only ones with such a huge difference in power levels between the team, something that hadn't happened in the school before. In the combat class, the group were told to continue training independently, and if they wished to spar with a partner, they could politely ask. Leo would go around giving tips to the students when he could. In the afternoon, after classes were done, Quinn would head to the VR room to continue his daily routine. He continued facing low-level ones and used the second half to train. System alert, 275-800. But the more people Quinn played against, the more traction the original forum post was getting, and all of this was unknown to Quinn. He didn't even know there was an online forum for the game. Quinn had never had any of these things in the past. He had access to the TV and internet, but didn't really know much about games. It was only thanks to Vorden showing him everything he knew what to do. Another day had passed, and Quinn repeated the process. System alert, 440-800. Not only was Quinn quickly gaining exp, but he also felt like he was getting a hang of his abilities more. He knew when was the right time to use Flash Step, and also learnt how to combine his two skills, so he would be able to disappear and reappear while using Hammer Strike. In 2 days, Quinn felt like he would be ready. Inside the second year's office, a group of first years had been called into the General Duke's office. Standing at the front of the first year was Earl, the same boy who had recently been hanging around with Peter, as well as the one who had broken his fingers. "I have made sure that the room will be empty for you tomorrow. Make sure you do as I asked. I need you to get rid of them," Duke said. "Yes, sir, we promise." "Good," Duke replied as he threw over a couple of beast crystals as well as a skill book. "You should be able to progress to level 4 with that skill. Carry on working hard, and there will be more." The next day after combat classes had ended, Peter had messaged Vorden and Quinn to come to the training room on the east side. This room was usually off-limits to students, since it was also used as a room to store portals. But after reading the contents of the message, both Quinn and Vorden had rushed the offer. The message simply said that Peter needed their help. While heading over to the room, Vorden and Quinn had bumped into each other. "Did you get Peter's message?" Quinn asked. "Yeah, that's why I'm here. I knew those friends of his were bad news," Vorden said. "Quinn, you stay behind. I can deal with this myself." "No way. He's my friend too. I'm going to kick those guys' asses if it's the last thing I do." Vorden could see he was unable to convince Quinn, so the two of them continued together and had finally arrived inside the training center. The room was large, and there were several large metallic objects with an oval shape in the middle. Each one of them had a glowing circle in the middle shining with a different color. These were the portals that took them to another world. There were 9 machines out in total, 3 of each color, and for a moment, it felt like they were unable to take their eyes off the things. When they entered the room, they could see that Peter was lying on the ground badly hurt. He laid on the ground just in front of one of the teleporters, and it looked like he couldn't move. Quinn and Vorden looked around the room, but were unable to notice anyone. They both then rushed over to his side. He had bruise marks all over him, and he scuffed up pretty bad with scratches all over. "What happened to you? Was it those first-year students?" Vorden shouted. "Yeah, they got me pretty bad. They went out just a moment ago. I don't think they're going to come back." "All right, let us pick you up," Vorden said as he lifted Peter's hand over his shoulder. As the two of them picked up Peter, Quinn had a strange feeling. As he looked at Peter closer, he noticed that even though his clothes were badly torn, he didn't look to be in such bad shape that he shouldn't have been able to walk. Even the bruises didn't look normal, almost as if they were drawn on. System alert inspect. Peter Chuck. HP 88. Vorden let go of him. "It's a trap," Quinn shouted. But before Vorden could even realize what was happening, Peter had broken free and immediately pushed Quinn as hard as he could. The push wasn't strong and it didn't hurt Quinn, but it didn't need to be, because that was Peter's aim. That one little push had managed to push Quinn just far enough back to the point where he had entered the portal. "What have you done?" Vorden shouted. The color of the portal was red. End of mass release. Please remember if you want another mass release next week to keep on voting. All goals hit. Extra goals plus 500 plus stones is an extra chapter. Chapter 64, Fight Back. The night before the incident, while Quinn was sound asleep waiting for the other two to return, Peter had been called out by the group of first years. They had added him as a friend on his communicator watch and was able to send a message whenever they wanted to call him. That night, they had asked to meet outside of the dorm room building. 5 of the first years were standing outside, including Earl. "So I see it looks like your friends seem to still trust you and you managed to get on their team then," Earl said as he lifted his hand to look at his watch. "Oh, didn't I say to meet here at 8:30? It looks like you're a couple of minutes late." 2 of the first year's students then rushed over and grabbed Peter. One of them held his hand behind his back, while the other held out his right hand. "2 minutes late means 2 fingers, I'm afraid." Earl then held one of Peter's fingers. "Wait, I'm sorry. I needed to be careful. I had to make sure Vorden wasn't following me as you asked," Peter cried. Fine, I'll be generous," Earl said as he pushed down and snapped Peter's finger. Before Peter could even cry out in anger, he bit his tongue for fear that they might do something much worse if someone had heard him. The others watching flinched at the sight. Although they were helping Earl, even they feared him a little. It wasn't normal for someone to be able to hurt or break someone's bones so easily like that, but Earl was able to repeatedly do it easily as if it was nothing. "We will only do 1 finger then, but you know what will happen if you're late again," Earl said, as one of the first years came over and started to heal Peter's finger. As the student healed Peter's finger, he could feel Peter's body shaking. His eyes half dead, the boy wanted to say he was sorry but knew that was how the world currently was. All he had was a healing ability. He had no combat powers and had no choice but to follow those stronger than him. Otherwise, it would be him instead of Peter in this situation. "I called you out here because the general wants to have a meeting with you," Earl explained. The group of first-year students, including Peter, then started to escort him around the school. That's when Peter noticed that they had left the first-year campus building and had gone into the second-year buildings. Instead of going through the front entrance, though, they entered through the back and took the emergency exit stairs. The walk was long, but they had finally reached one of the private integration rooms for second-year students. Earl knocked on the door before entering, and only entered once he heard a voice. "Come in," the man said. As they entered the room, there was a table and 2 chairs opposite each other. Sitting in one of the seats was the General Duke, who was in charge of the second year. "You guys wait outside. I would like to talk with Peter on his own, Duke said. The first years left the room and waited patiently just outside the door. Relax, take a seat, no need to be afraid. Peter did as Duke asked and sat in the seat, but couldn't help but wonder why the general had asked to meet him. The general was one of the highest-ranking members in the whole city. There was only one person higher than him, and that was the head general. It seems those people have gone too far with you. Duke then placed his large hands on the table and looked Peter dead in the eye. Peter, would you like to have the power to fight back? Suddenly, Peter's dead eyes went slightly into life again as he heard those words. I looked at your file. You had no ability before coming here, and when you entered school, we gave you the Earth ability. Right now, you're only a level 1, but I can change that for you. Duke then pulled out several Earth skill books and threw them out on the table. I know you've been saving up trying to get your hands on these. With this, you can finally get out of the level 1 power range, and with that, your troubles would go away. You would be able to graduate from school with a good grade, join a company to go hunting, and earn a good wage for the rest of your life. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Duke said with a huge smile on his face. Peter couldn't keep his eyes off the skill books in front of him. These skill books were ones that only the military had a hold of. Now that Peter had the Earth ability, the only way he could improve his power was through these skill books. Then finally, he would no longer have to live his life in fear. Of course, these things don't come for free. The world doesn't work like that. Those men out there work for me. They do what I say, and in return, I offer them protection within the school and outside of the school. Not only that, but they get rewarded for doing well, he said as he held up one of the skill books. You're going on your first portal outing sometime soon, aren't you? Let me tell you, accidents happen all the time, and every year a student dies on another planet. Now information has it that maybe this year someone from that team will go missing. You're a smart boy, so I think you can understand what I'm saying. Now maybe that person will be you, maybe not. So, what's your answer going to be? Last night it was clear to Peter what Duke was saying. Either he did what the Duke said, or he was the one who would go missing. But the target was never meant to be Quinn. The target was always Vorden. When Quinn shouted and had somehow found out Peter was in on the plan, he panicked. He didn't know what to do and had pushed Quinn into the portal. His hands were now shaking as the realization had hit him. What the hell have you done? Vorden shouted. I'm sorry, Peter said. You don't understand, I had to do it. What, let me guess? Because you were being bullied. Because you were being threatened. Vorden shouted as he continued to walk towards Peter, and at the same time Peter would walk back. Do you not think Quinn has been going through the same thing as you? He's a level 1 just like you. And do you think they didn't try threatening me when I was tied up and placed on that thing? So what if they hit you, they punch you and make you bleed? You can fight back. As long as you are alive, you can always fight back. Vorden then pointed towards the red portal. But what you have done, you have basically sent Quinn to death. No matter what, there is no coming back from death. He can't fight back now. Did you even try to fight back? Peter then fell to his knees as his mind was in a mess. Did Vorden and Quinn truly know what it was like to live his life? All Peter wanted was a normal school life, to go through it without any troubles. And someone was offering that to him. Maybe he took the easy way out, but he didn't feel that way. He had already gone through his own suffering before entering the academy, and even worse now that he was in the academy. Why did he have to be the one targeted by Earl and the others? But there was one thing that Vorden said that did strike a chord with Peter. Did he ever try fighting back? He always thought it was useless. The outcome had already been decided, so why get hurt even more? Perhaps that's what made Duke and the others think he was an easy target in the first place. Then suddenly, Vorden started grabbing his head. He started moving all over the place, swinging his head like crazy. I can't hold him back anymore, Vorden. You have to try, if he takes over. Who knows when I'll get control again. The shock is too much for him. Looking at Peter is only making his emotions stronger. As Vorden looked up, Peter could see his eyes filled with tears, sadness. Then Vorden looked towards the portal. "No, what are you thinking?" Peter shouted. Vorden then turned around and looked at Peter. "Peter, this is for your own sake, but you better hope I don't come back out here alive." Vorden then ran straight into the red portal, his body vanishing from the room. Chapter 65, Teleporting. When teleportation devices were first discovered, there was hope that they would be able to set these to travel to wherever they wanted to. At last, the idea of colonizing planets such as Mars was a dream come true. Spacecraft had been invented, but were unable to travel at light speeds needed to make it viable. However, they were able to create large portals that allowed ships to travel through. But the dream was short-lived. The portals were only able to pinpoint planets at a set location, a place that was not known to their universe, perhaps a whole different dimension altogether. No one knew the truth, and scientists could only theorize where exactly these portals led to. But what they did find was each of these planets harbored deadly beasts that had never been seen before. Then, when the first beast was killed and harvested for research, the beast crystal located inside it was discovered. Inside the crystal contained a power far greater than anyone could imagine. Although many would say the success of defending against the Dalki was due to the discovery of the originals, this wasn't exactly true. Their abilities only took them so far in the war. There weren't many with powerful abilities strong enough to go against the Dalki. Their technology was too advanced compared to humans. Nuclear weapons would be portaled out somewhere. Before they even hit, the ships and bullets did no harm to Dalki skin. But then a new discovery was made with the beast crystal, thanks to Richard Eno once again, and that was the discovery of beast weapons. Humans combining their abilities with powerful beast weapons was the true turning point in the war. But not many people remember this fact, as they were too fascinated with the discovery of abilities that happened nearly at the same time. As Vorend jumped into the red portal, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. The world around him started to warp and displace, and his mind felt like it was melting. It wasn't a horrible feeling. In fact, the feeling received when traveling through the teleportation device even felt addicting to some. A few moments later, Vorden had arrived at his destination. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he noticed was the place was incredibly dark. The sky was black, and the only light source available was from the two moons out in the distant sky. Around him were crumbled-down buildings and structures, as if at one point the place was used to live in. Vorden still had his hands held by his head, but when he opened his eyes, the pain started to go away, and his mind started to clear up. "It seems like the little one has finally calmed down," Vorden said. "Any longer and he might have come out and done something." "What does that matter?" Rayton argued. "Do you even know where we are? You jumped through that red portal." Vorden then started to look at his surroundings. It was strange to see building structures around them. Buildings were the sign of humans or an advanced civilization, and so far when discovering other planets, there had been no signs of this. When there was building work, it would usually be Dalki structure, but this was clearly not Dalki-based. Aren't the red portals meant to be unsheltered planets? This place looks like a broken shelter. "I think you are forgetting something," Rayton said. "While orange may mean it's in the process of being taken over and sheltered being places, red can also mean it's too dangerous to build a shelter in the first place. You have basically given us a death sentence." "What do you mean?" Vorden asked. "Are you really being so stupid? Sure, you might have run through that portal so you didn't kill your friend, but what's the point if we die instead?" The only ability we have right now is that weak level 1 Earth ability. If we run into a deadly beast, we're doomed. That wasn't the only problem. The place wasn't exactly thriving with people. Not many people had access to teleporters in the first place. Only green teleporters the public were able to use, and they were strictly monitored by the company that owned them. Meaning the only people that would be around here would be travelers. With no people around and only a beast, Vorden was stuck with his one ability, and it would only last him 24 hours. Then a thought came to Vorden's mind. Quinn, the portal was unable to send you to a pinpoint location, but it did put you in the same general area, at least within 10 miles of each other. Still, 10 miles was a great distance to cover, and with the chance of the beast being around every corner, it would be hard to find Quinn. For now, Vorden would look for a portal back to the academy, while also searching for Quinn. Somewhere on the same planet, Quinn had also arrived. His heart was beating rapidly as it was the first time he had experienced such a thing. Peter, what the hell was that? Quinn thought. Damn it, he must have pushed me through the portal. Where am I? As Quinn looked around, he could see the similar buildings around him all crumbled, torn, and fallen down. The place looked like a city had once existed, but had been left behind for years. However, there was one saving grace about the whole thing. On the planet, it was currently nighttime. Meaning Quinn didn't feel weak and had a better chance of surviving. However, before Quinn had even moved from the spot he was in, he spotted something from the corner of his eye. He was standing in the middle of a street, surrounded by crumbled buildings on both sides. But whatever was moving around was quick and was using the buildings as cover. Quinn tried to follow whatever it was with his eyes, but it would constantly move around until it had eventually stopped just underneath a pile of rubble from one of the buildings. In the movies, this is where the person would go check it out, Quinn thought, but there was no way he was going to do that. He was on an unknown planet and all alone, and whatever it was clear it didn't want him to see it. Quinn started to back away, making sure to keep an eye on where he last saw the figure. Then when he was a safe enough distance away, he finally turned around. In that instant, a sound could be heard from behind. Quinn immediately turned around and could see a horrible figure running towards him. It clearly wasn't an ordinary animal, and something he had only ever seen in books and TV. It was a beast. Chapter 66, First Kill. Suddenly, Quinn could hear the sounds of something scurrying towards him at an amazing speed. As he turned, the beast was now in full sight. It was the same size as a large dog with the head of a rodent, black in color and running on all fours. He would have said it looked like a giant rat. However, its body parts were muscular around its arms, while its body remained incredibly thin. So much so that the outline of its ribs could be seen. When the creature was a few feet away, it leapt in the air, and claws appeared from the creature's 2 front limbs. Quinn, almost out of instinct, swiped his hand, letting out a blood swipe. The attack managed to hit the beast and sent it flying back. The attack had caused a large cut to appear on the creature's stomach, and black blood started to leak from the wound. While the beast was taking the time to recover, Quinn decided to use his inspect skill. His name, Radical. Basic tier beast. HP. Unlike with humans, when Quinn used the status screen, it would show their HP and blood type. But in this case, he had only received a name and the level of the beast. Seeing the tier of the beast, though, Quinn started to feel a little less frightened. He was in an unknown place, and just because the beast was small in size didn't mean it was a low tier. However, something like the Radiclaw, even Quinn should be able to deal with it. The Radiclaw had recovered and charged straight for Quinn once again. Seeing how the blood swipe was effective, he waited for the beast to get close once again. Blood swipe. But Quinn had underestimated the speed and the responsiveness of the Rataclaw. It had learnt from last time what to look out for and jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. Then it dashed forward, increasing its speed, and jumped out at Quinn. Just in time, Quinn had managed to shove his gauntlet into the mouth of the beast. As its two big teeth clomped down onto the gauntlet, he heard a creaking noise. Defense 1. Durability of weapon has decreased by 50%. Strength has fallen to 3. You little crap, get off me, Quinn shouted as he started swinging his arm, trying to shake the beast off, but the beast had clomped down hard, refusing to let go. With the beast stuck to his arm, it was too dangerous for him to use blood swipe and too close for him to perform a hammer strike. All that was left was to do it the old-fashioned way. Quinn then started to repeatedly pound the beast on its head with his other hand. With each blow, black blood would gush out of the beast. The blows were powerful and damaging to the beast, and with each strike the grip started to loosen. If you had just stayed away, you could have lived, Quinn shouted as he continued to punch the beast, until finally its grip had come loose and it had fallen to the ground. Quinn looked like he had just come off the movie off a horror set. His arm and clothes were now completely covered in black blood, but he didn't care, for a message had appeared bearing great news. Basic tier beast, Rataclaw, has been defeated. 100 X points gained. First basic tier beast killed. Bonus exp awarded, 200 exp. First time killing. Rataclaw bonus exp awarded 100 exp. 880 exp. Multiple notifications had been received at once, and everything came as quite a shock to him. Not only did he receive more exp for killing a beast compared to fighting against a human, but he also received bonus points too. Similar to when he faced a new power level for the first time, he had gained bonus points for killing a basic tier, as well as bonus points for killing this specific beast for the first time as well. In a way, beasts were a gold mine for his system. Congratulations, you are now level 5. Race, Halfling. HP 3030. 1600 exp. Strength 13, 2. Agility 15. Stamina 12. Leveling up had given Quinn 1 extra stat point. Looking at his stats now, he decided to put the stat point into strength. Strength 14, 2. The reason for this was the skill hammer strike. It needed a total of 15 strength to perform. While he had the gauntlets on, they gave him an extra bonus of 3 strength. But when the Rataclaw had damaged the gauntlets, the strength dropped to 2. If his gauntlets were to be destroyed, then he would no longer be able to perform hammer strike correctly. So first, Quinn decided he would get his strength up to 15 before focusing on stamina and agility. But the system still had one more surprise for him. New skill unlocked. Blood spray. Blood spray. The user's palm must be open to perform this skill. From the user's palm, a spray of blood pellets will be realized, spreading out, covering a wide range. The closer the attack is to its target, the more damage it will do. Cost -5 HP. The skill reminded Quinn of a shotgun he used to watch from the old movies, where the small pellets would spread out, hitting multiple targets. The problem was the cost of the skill. 5 HP was a huge amount, and even with his blood bank, Quinn would have to be careful when using it. The plus side was that it was a skill designed to hit more than one opponent. If Quinn had Layla around, he would like to test the blood spray out, but he didn't know how long he would be stuck here, so it was best to reserve his HP and as much blood as possible. Quinn then walked up to the dead beast on the ground. He had punched the creature so hard in the skull it was indented, and blood was leaking everywhere. Looking at the black blood, it didn't seem appetizing at all. He wasn't drawn to it like regular human blood, and it didn't give off a sweet fragrance either. Still, there might come a time where Quinn was required to drink it, so he needed to test it out. Inspect. Raticlaw blood. Blood is poisonous to the body. If consumed acircumflex euros, 1 HP for every millimeter of blood consumed. It was expected. The signs were a giveaway that his body was telling him to stay away. I wonder why my body only accepts human blood. The system had been oddly specific when his body started to require blood. This made Quinn think that even the blood of animals wouldn't work, even though some were red in color just like humans. Of course, there was one person who did know the answers behind everything, and that was the blonde man in the video. The last thing he needed to do was rip or cut the body open and look for the beast core inside. It was a small crystal located in a different part of the body depending on the beast. This could be used to either create more beast weapons and armor or even be sold for credits. Both of these would be a big bonus for him. Suddenly, though, the sound of something running was heard again. As Quinn looked up, the sight of 10 Raticlaws running in his direction. Although basic tier creatures were weak, it was odd for them to travel alone, and Quinn had just gotten lucky. After struggling to face just against one, he knew he had no chance against 10. All he could do was run. He ran down the empty street not knowing where he was heading. But the Raticlaws were fast and would soon catch up. That's when Quinn spotted a building, one that was far less damaged than the others. He went inside, but the space was still too large. He then spotted a stairway to his right nearby. After quickly running up the stairway and reaching the first platform, he stopped and turned. He knew he had no choice but to fight back. The staircase was narrower than the rooms, and he had the high ground. With his palm open facing downward, he was ready. Time to test you out. Chapter 67, Beast Crystals. Standing on top of the platform, Quinn had a clear view of the giant rat-like creatures coming towards him. He aimed carefully, and then when they were about halfway up the stairs, he activated his skill. Blood spray. System alert, 2530 HP. His arm jerked back as the skill activated, and a strong force of blood left his hands spreading out. The 5 rats out in front were sent flying back and toppling down the stairs. However, the shot had only hit the ones in front, and the rats behind quickly climbed over their fallen comrades. Quinn decided to head further up the stairs to create more distance between him and the rats, but then he could see there was a huge problem in front of him. Part of the ceiling from the floor above had crumbled and collapsed onto the staircase, blocking his way. There was no longer any space for Quinn to go up. He turned around and the rats were just starting to ascend the second set of stairs. The rats from before were quick to make a recovery and were behind them as well. This time, Quinn held out both hands with his palm wide open. System alert blood spray. The first spray of blood left his hands and knocked the rats over. Then when the group behind them started to ascend, he cast blood spray again with his other hand. System alert, 2030 HP. System alert, 1530 HP. The rats had fallen over and were badly hurt by the attack, but knew they would soon recover. There were several small holes over their body where blood would leak from, but they just weren't deep enough to cause any serious damage. He made sure to keep his distance away from them and stayed on top of the stairs. Although blood spray was good at hitting multiple targets, it wasn't as strong as blood swipe. Only the force of knocking them back was powerful. If Quinn was to get close, he was afraid that the rats might recover and surround him, so there was only one thing he could do. He started swinging his hands out rapidly, aiming carefully at each rat. System alert, blood swipe. System alert, blood swipe. System alert, blood swipe. As the red claw-like lines left his hands, at the same time, he could hear multiple messages ding in his head. System alert. Radiclaw has been defeated. 100 exp. System alert. 1430 HP. System alert. Radiclaw has been defeated. 100 exp. System alert. 1330 HP. The messages continued onward until eventually all of the rats had been killed. Quinn then fell to the floor on his knees, gasping for air. The continued use of the blood swipes along with his new skill blood spray had tired him out. System alert. 530 HP. System alert. Blood bank has auto-activated. System alert. 3030 HP. System alert. 50 milliliters remaining in blood bank. System alert. 1040 1600 exp. System alert. Congratulations, blood swipe has reached LV. 2. After sitting down for a few minutes and recovering his stamina, Quinn was finally able to stand. He took a moment to take in all of the messages he had received. Only half of his blood bank now remained. As long as he didn't get injured, he only needed to consume 10 milliliters of blood every 2 days. This meant the remaining blood in his bank would last him a total of 10 days. He didn't know how long he would be on this planet, but he needed to be careful about using his skills. If he got into a situation where he needed to fight, he needed to use his fists and only rely on his blood skills in an emergency like in this scenario. Who knew if there was another human being on this planet? There were only 2 good things that had come out of the whole situation: the fact that his blood swipe skill had leveled up. There was no change in the description on how it worked, but assuming it had now leveled up, he hoped it was now stronger. If the system was like a game, then it meant the more he used the skill, the quicker it would level up. The only thing Quinn was unsure about was whether or not using the blood swipe in the game had helped it level up quicker. There was no way for him to tell, as there was no experience bar for his skills. The second good thing that had come out of this was the EXP he had gained. To gain the same amount of experience points as he had just gained at this moment, he would have had to play the game for days. Quinn then walked up to the dead beasts on the floor. Before, when he had killed the first Radiclaw, he didn't have time to extract the beast crystal from its body, but inside the building, it seemed like he was safe from other creatures. Using the tip of his gauntlets, he tore open the beasts. He searched around inside the chest looking for a glowing crystal. Usually, someone doing this for the first time would affect them. Maybe they would have even thrown up a few times searching around inside the organs of the beast. But for some reason, Quinn felt like he was unaffected and it didn't bother him at all. He couldn't help but think ever since he had become a halfling, his view on what was normal and what wasn't was changing. After searching around for a while, Quinn finally found it. It was a small, round crystal ball with tiny little bumps all over, and around the same size as an adult's fist. System alert. Basic tier beast crystal obtained. System alert, would you like to store it in your inventory? Then another message appeared. Inventory, Quinn thought. You mean I had one this whole time? Quinn selected the yes option, and suddenly, the crystal in his hand slowly started to vanish away, and finally, it had completely disappeared. He then opened up his status screen, and now there was a tab for inventory. As he selected the tab, he could see the single beast crystal stored inside. I wonder if I can put anything else in there. Quinn then tried using his mind to store his gauntlets into the inventory. If he could store weapons and other things, it would be really handy for future trips. He tried and tried, but nothing appeared from the system. Whenever he wanted to do something with the system in the past, all he had to do was think about it and it would work. But even taking off the gauntlets and touching them, thinking about the inventory while wearing them, nothing seemed to work. Although he was able to make the crystal he had obtained appear into his hand and back into the inventory at will. Quinn then went to extract the crystals from the remaining 9 rats. Each time he found it easier than the last to locate it inside the body, and every time he held a crystal in his hand, the system message would appear. System alert, basic tier beast crystal 10. He had collected all 10 and couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. The beast crystals could be used to turn into beast weapons or beast armor, but looking at the rat-like creature, Quinn had no idea what it could be used for. Every beast crystal, depending what beast it had come from, had a different use, and you could try to figure it out from what the beast was like. For example, if a beast crystal was obtained from a large turtle-like creature, then it would most likely be a defensive item. Maybe it could be turned into a shield or even a good piece of chest armor. But regardless, even if the item created Quinn had no use for, the least he could do was sell the basic tier beast crystals. Each crystal sold would sell for a total of 10 credits, which meant he could either use the money to purchase beast gear himself, or he could use it to spend more time in the game. After tinkering around in his system and his stamina fully recovered, Quinn decided to try to climb up to the roof of the building. Even though the building he was in was safe, he was on a strict time scale and needed to find the portal back fast. He walked around and looked for any cracks and gaps he could see in the stairs. Eventually, after making a few detours, he had reached the top of the building. The building was about 3 stories high and wasn't the biggest, but at least he now had a better view of where he was. As he looked around, all he could see were buildings that resembled human structures. That's when he spotted something. One of the buildings, without a doubt, had the same crest as the school he attended. So this really is a human shelter, but then why is it all ruined and destroyed? The building was large in size and square-like, but only 2 stories high. Out of all the buildings around it, it was in better shape than all the others. Quinn had recognized the building as they had one in the city he was currently in. It was the military storage room. It was where they kept all their high-end equipment, ability books, skill books, and beast weapons. There's a good chance the portal might be located there. Quinn then startled to smile. Even if there isn't, I can't waste this opportunity. Chapter 68, Guilty People Run. Unknown to the students at the school, there was currently chaos going on between the upper staff. Faye, one of the sergeants of the school, was walking down the hallway at incredible speed. Even though she was only walking, she was causing gusts of wind to hit the students as she walked past them. Using her ability, even her walking speed was faster than most people's top running speed. Eventually, she had arrived at her destination. A single wooden door in the first-year building had a sign out front saying the words "General" on it. "May I come in, sir?" Faye said in a loud, demanding voice. "Sure," Nathan replied. Faye barged the door open and quickly zoomed to Nathan's desk. The wind that came along with her caused papers to be flown and scattered all over the room. "Hey, I was nearly done with that," Nathan shouted. As head of the first years, he was a busy person. He would normally be in charge of looking over the new students arriving and doing research into each of their backgrounds. It was important for the school to know who belonged to which family, as they needed to keep an eye on those with a more powerful background. "The portals have been used," Faye shouted. 2 students seem to have been registered to have gone through them. Nathan started to pick up the papers that were scattered around the room one by one. "Is that all? Well, why don't you just go and get them back?" "I'm afraid it's because they have gone through a red portal, sir." Nathan then dropped all the piles of paper he had picked up from the floor. "What? How did this happen? Weren't there meant to be guards stationed at the portal?" Apparently, there was a scheduling conflict. When the guards changed shifts, their replacements never arrived. Nathan then went to sit back in his chair as he struggled to think what to do. Stupid parents, this is why I said we should have cameras stationed in the school. but it was hard enough to allow them to get those trackers put on them. The original families had a big say in what went on and what didn't. Although it was compulsory for every person to go to military school for 2 years at the age of 16, the originals were powerful people in the outside world. During the war, 4 big families emerged from it. Each power is as great as each other and equal to the military. The structure of the world had changed. Money hardly meant anything anymore, and a new system was put in place. The credit system. Those who were strong and able to contribute to the world earned credits. An example of this would be those who could kill high-level beasts and obtain their crystals to make weapons, while the others too weak to complete a task such as this were continued to be treated as trash and a waste of space. Of course, the families hated the idea of the military spying on their children, afraid that they might try to learn their secrets. "Do we know which students have gone through the portal?" Nathan asked as he picked up his cup of coffee and started to sip it. "The first one is the student, by the name of Quinn Talen." Hearing this name meant nothing to him. He couldn't remember it, so most likely it wasn't anyone important in the school. "And the second one is Vorden Blade." At that moment, Nathan spat out his coffee all over the table. "Him again." After the incident with the second years, Nathan decided to look into Vorden's family background a bit more, and if they were to find out, this would be bad news. "Make sure his family don't learn anything. We have to keep this a secret for as long as we can." The next day, morning classes had started. Today was the day of the group assessment, and the first-year students would be heading off to their first portal outing. As class had started for the day, Layla noticed that Vorden and Quinn weren't in their seats. However, Peter was in his, and he had his head face down looking at the ground. "Hey, Peter, do you know where Vorden and Quinn are today?" she asked. Peter had completely ignored her. "Hey, Peter," she said as she placed her hand on his shoulder. All she could feel was Peter's body shaking slightly. "I didn't do anything," Peter snapped. "Huh, what?" Layla said, confused. "I was asking if you knew where Quinn and Vorden were. Did they not come back to the dorm room yesterday?" "Oh, sorry. Yeah, they were there when I went back," Peter said with his voice all shaky. "I don't know why they haven't come to class this morning." Layla noticed that Peter was sweating like crazy. It was normal for Peter to act a little strange, but he was acting extra unusual today. She decided that it was most likely nothing for her to worry about and sat in her seat as usual. They wouldn't miss today. We're meant to go out portal hunting as a team. Just then Del had entered the room. He didn't have his usual cheery face on and instead had a bland, serious look. "I'm afraid that I have to inform you all that today's portal outing has been canceled for now." Upon hearing the news, the students groaned and complained. "What? But I wanted to test out my new beast weapon." "Yeah, I was hoping to maybe kill a beast as well." "Quit down," Del said loudly. "This isn't permanent, but at the moment the school staff are busy with another matter, and until they are free, we will be unable to go on the outing." A single student then raised his hand in the center of the class. As Del looked at the student, he sighed. "Yes. What matter are they dealing with?" "Now if I could tell you that I would have told you, wouldn't I?" The class then continued as normal. A few of the students were still annoyed, but then a big question was on everyone's mind. What happened and why was it suddenly canceled? Layla, on the other hand, was more concerned where Vorden and Quinn were. Why hadn't the teachers said anything about them not attending class? If they were injured in a fight last night, then the guards should have picked them up and taken them to the nurse's office. There was also a strict curfew for them, and no one skipped class. Yet Del hadn't mentioned a single thing about them. As class ended, the students continued to speak, and it turned out that Layla wasn't the only one who was concerned about where Vorden and Quinn went. Aaron had then come over to where Layla was. "Any idea about the other two?" Aaron said bluntly. "No, I have no idea. Do you want to go look for them with me?" Layla asked nicely. The two of them didn't know each other well, and their interactions with each other so far had been short. It actually surprised Layla that Aaron had come over to her in the first place. "No, thanks," Aaron replied. "Now that the portal training has been delayed, I am in no rush to find them, but I came over to tell you some news I heard some students talking about." Layla leaned in to listen carefully. "Yesterday, while I was walking by two students, they overheard the sergeant shouting at the general, something about two students going into the portals. My guess is that's the reason why this whole thing has been delayed in the first place." Layla then stood up from her seat and grabbed Aaron by the shoulders. "Wait, what did you say?" Aaron had moved her head slightly back. She was startled and confused by Layla's actions and felt a little uncomfortable. "Don't you see? Vorden and Quinn have to be the missing students. No wonder Dell didn't say anything about them." Then suddenly, it felt like she was being handed pieces of a jigsaw puzzle one by one, but there was still one missing piece, and she knew exactly the person who could give her the last piece. As she turned her head, she looked Peter dead in the eye. Peter felt like Layla was staring into his soul. This whole time he had been worried. What if someone had seen him leave the portal room? What if the other first years reported it was him? He hardly had any sleep last night and couldn't concentrate on anything. Then when Layla had spoken to him in the morning, he slipped up. He was trying so hard to act natural it had the opposite effect. And now the look in Layla's eyes told him she had figured out something. As soon as Layla took a step forward, Peter got out of his seat and ran for it. "Aaron, we have to get Peter, he knows something." "What makes you think that?" Aaron asked. "A person who isn't guilty doesn't run away for no reason." Chapter 69, The Chair. Blood was dripping from the top of his head and started to go trickle down to his eyebrow. He lifted his hand to wipe the blood while holding a dagger made of mud in his other hand. "What did I say? You got us killed Vorden." "Will you shut up, unless you want to fight the damned thing instead?" On the floor in front of Vorden was a single defeated Rataclaw, and next to it was another one unharmed and injured. When Vorden had arrived, he had encountered a Rataclaw out in the wild. Knowing that there were likely more basic beasts in the area and not wanting to attract their attention, Vorden had run into the closest building. It was mainly a large, empty warehouse with several broken crates and scrap metal piles all over the place. With only one entrance, he had no choice but to fight. His skills fared well. Even though he only had the level of 1 Earth ability, Vorden was skilled. He placed his hand on the ground early on as soon as he had stepped foot on the planet and had transformed a piece of earth into a dagger. It was the weapon he was most comfortable with. He managed to dodge the rat's attacks at the right time and slice at the beast. The only problem was the rat's skin was tough and Vorden's powers were weak. He didn't have monstrous strength and could only rely on the ability and skill given to him. But eventually, Vorden managed to cause enough damage to hurt the rat significantly, and just as he was delivering the final blow, another Rataclaw had come up behind him. At the last second, he managed to react, but its claws had still sliced the top of his head, causing 3 small marks to appear. "Fine, then. Let me take control of the seat, and I'll fight this damned rat." Vorden then left the seat in his mind and allowed Rayton to take his place. It was a pitch-black room with a single chair, and above the chair was a shining white light. The light above the chair was the only source of light in the whole room. When Rayton sat down, he took control of the body. Meanwhile, Vorden walked off into the darkness, and inside was another figure that looked just like Vorden, only they were sitting on the floor swaying backwards and forwards. Their fingers would constantly roll around each other, and part of his shirt was in his mouth. "How are you holding up? Are you feeling better?" Vorden asked. "Yeah, is Quinn going to be okay?" he said as he continued to sway backwards and forwards. "I'm sure he's fine. You know he's special. We all did from the moment we first met him." The other Vorden looked alike, then smiled. "Special, just like Kaiser was, and Marlin, and Fluffy, but they all died as well." Vorden gulped as he could see the swaying getting faster. "This time is different. Me and Rayton are here to protect you. You can stay here as long as you want, and when you're ready you can come out once again. Leave all the talk to me, all the fighting to Rattan, and we can do this together." The swaying started to slow down, and at the same time so did Vorden's nerves. As Vorden went a walk back to the seat, he could see that Rayton had already dealt with the beast rather quickly. The rat was covered in several earth spikes that were piercing through its body from the ground. Its back tail had been cut off, and black blood was falling from its mouth. "Did you really have to go that far?" Vorden asked. "That cheeky little crap ruined our body. I can't let it get away with that." Rayton then stood up from the chair and allowed Vorden once again to sit in the glowing light and the chair. Vorden then proceeded to carve out the beast crystals from the two rats and placed them in his trouser leg pocket. It would have been a waste after defeating them just to throw them away. But just as Vorden finished extracting the beast crystal, the sound of clanging was heard from behind. Vorden quickly turned around to see what it was, and to his surprise, it was a fully grown adult man. He had emerged from just behind one of the crates. "I come in peace," the man said with his arms lifted up, although the man quickly put his hands down and started to place his hand around his ribs. Just from looking at him, Vorden could tell straight away the man was a traveler, and a skillful one at that. The equipment he was wearing was at least at the advanced tier beast level, and he had armor all over his body, including 2 short swords on his back. The man then sat down on the ground to have a rest and leant his body up against one of the crates. Vorden walked over to the traveler cautiously. It was rare to even meet a traveler in this type of place, and who knew what the man's true intentions were. Someone had to be at least at a decent skill level to be asked to enter a red portal planet. "Don't worry, I won't bite," the man said. "What's a kid like you doing in a place like this? I didn't know the military was that desperate that they were now sending a single student to a hell hole like this." "I got stuck here. It was an accident, and I need to find a way out." Now that Vorden was closer to the man, he had a clear view of him. He had short, purple, spiky hair, and it had several marks on his face. By the way he was holding his side, it looked like he had some broken ribs, too. "Looks like we both have the same goal at least," the traveler said. "The name Ian. I came through another portal and was hunting out a beast in the wild. I was badly hurt and too far away from the original portal, so in a last-ditch effort, I decided to come to this abandoned shelter. I was hoping to either find some medical equipment that could heal me or maybe even a portal that led back to Earth." Ian then looked at the 2 dead Rataclaws on the ground. "You're quite skillful to have defeated 2 of them on your own, especially for someone as young as yourself. You have my thanks. I was too badly hurt from the beast before. That Rataclaw had chased me into the warehouse, and I was waiting for it to go away. I never expected someone else to be here in this shelter." "You're welcome," Vorden replied. "Well, since we both have the same goal anyway, do you have any idea where the portal could be?" "Sure, there were a few buildings I spotted on my way over here. It's best if we check them out first." Vorden then held out his hand for a handshake. "The name's Vorden." Ian took out his hand and shook Vorden's hand. "I look forward to us working together." As the 2 of their hands connected, an energy started to surge into Vorden's body, and a smile appeared. Chapter 70, Intermediate Beams. A few hours had passed since Vorden had first arrived on the planet, and it seemed like it was still night outside. It was troublesome for him and made it harder for him to spot beasts, especially in the rundown shelter where they could easily hide between buildings. There was no light source anywhere since nearly everything seemed like it had been destroyed years ago, and the only thing that was giving off light were the two moons in the sky. Meaning while they were inside, it was even harder for him to see. "Do you know when the sun will rise?" Vorden asked. "Maybe it will be best if we travel once the sunlight comes out, then we can spot beasts easier." "You really don't know where we are, do you?" Ian replied. "This planet's spin cycle lasts an entire year, and right now, we are only 6 months in. I'm afraid we won't be seeing light for a very long time, but if you want to wait 6 months, you go ahead." With no sunlight, it was hard for Vorden to tell how long he had actually been on the planet, and he could only guess. This was a problem for him. Right now, Vorden had the Earth ability as well as Ian, the Traveler's ability, but without knowing when 24 hours had passed. He wouldn't know when an ability would disappear. After waiting a few more moments, Ian was able to stand up again. He winced a little as he stood up and placed his hands on his side. Vorden noticed it before, but now he was sure of it. The man was badly hurt. "You're wondering what happened, aren't you?" Ian said. "I was out hunting an advanced beast requested from a company. I don't know why they wanted it so bad, but it was from a specific beast that could only be obtained from this planet." "Did you get it?" Vorden asked. Just then Ian pulled out a crystal, the same size as Vorden had gotten from the rat, only this one shined a lot brighter and had a clearer layer on the outside. The core itself of the crystal could be seen better. The clearer the crystal meant the higher tier beast it had come from. Once the two of them were ready, they decided to head back outside, while Ian took the lead. They made sure to travel close to the buildings rather than in the middle of the street. If anything spotted them, they could quickly dart inside for combat. "Hey, Vorden, I have an idea," Rayton said. "Why don't we kill the adventurer while he's weak and get that crystal of his? We could sell it for a fortune or even make some really good equipment out of the thing." "Are you an idiot? Once we kill him, then what would we do? His ability would only last for 24 hours. If we don't find a way out of here in time, we would be completely done for." Then suddenly, Ian stopped as he spotted something. "Look over there," Ian pointed. In the middle of the street lay a single dead Rataclaw. The two of them looked around before proceeding to move closer to it. When they arrived, they could see that the Rataclaw had his head completely bashed in. "It looks like it wasn't killed too long ago and had its head been pounded in," Ian said as he bent down to get a closer look. Then he suddenly pulled out a beast crystal. Whoever it was, they didn't have time to remove the beast crystal. They were probably being chased by something else. "Strangely, I didn't expect to see one person here, but it looks like there's now another." "Hey, do you think that's your friend?" Rayton said. "Maybe. It's hard to tell. We don't even know what Quinn is capable of after all," Vorden replied. "Actually," Vorden said out loud, "I wasn't the only one who came through here by accident. My friend came here with me, and I was actually hoping to find him." "I won't ask for details," Ian said, "but don't get your hopes up. I was surprised to see you alive. Never mind your friend." After hearing from Vorden that there was another student here, Ian felt like he should try to help out. At least confirm whether or not this friend of his was alive. He knew that the Rataclaws rarely traveled solo, which meant most likely he was chased by a few more after defeating the first one. He started to inspect the Rataclaw on the floor and found a trail of black blood. Single drops leading somewhere. "Come on, let's go see if we can find that friend of yours." The two of them continued to follow the trail until it eventually led them to a 3-story building. As they entered the first floor, it was mostly empty with no signs of anything. but Ian decided to continue to follow the trail of black blood that led up the set of stairs. What happened here? Ian thought. As they walked up the first set, they could see more and more black blood splattered everywhere on the walls. Then when they walked up even further, the two of them were stunned at the scene. Lying on the ground where 10 Rataclaws died, completely still, each one with their beast crystal carved out. Who did this? Are there more people here, maybe another team on a mission? Ian said. I'm sorry, I thought perhaps the Rataclaw outside was killed by your student friend, but it looks like I was wrong. You would need at least a small team to take out 10 at once like this. Even Ian, who was a well-established traveler, felt like he would struggle taking out 10 at once. Although the beast was of the weakest tier, it was hard to imagine fighting 10 of them and coming out unscathed. Do you still think it's your friend? Rayton asked. Probably not, Vorden replied. But if there are others out there, I'm a little worried. Just where is Quinn? The two of them then decided to climb to the roof. This way, Ian had a bearing of where he was and could decide where to go next. They stood on top of the roof and looked down. That's when the two of them spotted something. Get down quick, Ian said. As the two of them laid on their front, they slowly peeked over the ledge of the roof to once again confirm what they had seen. It was a beast that walked on 6 legs, 3 on each side. Its body stood upright like that of a human, while the bottom half was like that of a scorpion. But then where its head should be, there was a single largemouth. For arms, it had 4 large claws. It was a hideous beast that clearly wasn't from Earth. An intermediate beast, Ian said. As they continued to watch it, they saw the beast slowly enter into a building. Hey, what's that building? Vorden asked, as he noticed the building was in good condition. Could the portal be inside there? That's the storage room, Ian answered. I doubt the portal would be inside there. Usually those places get targeted by thieves and such, so they tend to not make the portal area so obvious, and even if it was in there, it would be best if we let the beast leave first. The way I am now, I would stand no chance against the thing. Chapter 71, Storage Room. The storage building was a single-level large floor, which resembled that of a hangar. The main purpose of the building at a shelter was to keep equipment such as mechs, airships, and all sorts. They also used it as a temporary room to store things for travelers. Quinn had left the other building and slowly started to make his way to the storage room. He had no clue when the sun would rise and needed a place to stay for the night. After fighting the group of Rataclaws, he was feeling a bit tired. Not only that, but he was hoping that he might come across some treasures at the storage room. He just couldn't see the downside of trying to reach the building. On his way, he treaded carefully to make sure he didn't alert any more beasts in the area. As he walked through from building to building, he spotted a few Rataclaws feasting on something in the middle of the street. Damn, they're everywhere, just like rats back on Earth, Quinn thought. If there was a single rat on its own, then he might have chosen to confront it. But while there were 3 of them out on the street, he didn't want to risk it. The experience points gained from killing a beast was tempting, but to fight 3 at once meant there was a chance he would either have to use his blood spray or at least his blood swipe skill. Quinn continued to head towards the storage building until finally he had arrived. At the front, there were 2 large steel doors which slid open. Afraid that they might make a lot of noise and attract unwanted attention, he decided to walk around the building to see if there were any other openings or entrances. After walking around the side of the building, he had no such luck, but as he nearly reached the back of the building, he started to hear strange noises. He slowly crept down the side, making sure to make no noise. With his back hugging the side of the wall, he peeked out to take a look. It seemed like there was another Rataclaw, only this one was squealing and on its back in pain. Its cries were weak, and he wondered just how long had the beast been there for. After waiting a few moments, there was no sign of any other creatures. He came out from the side of the wall and walked up to the injured Rataclaw on its back. As he got closer to it, the Rataclaw snarled at Quinn and tried to swipe its claws out, but the attacks were far too slow and the beast could hardly move. Still trying to kill me even in this state, Quinn thought. As he got closer, the beast continued to swing its arms out towards Quinn despite it not being able to move. Its legs had been crushed by something, and it had a large wound on its stomach. "Let me put you out of your pain." He walked up to the beast, and with a single blow to its head, it had died. System alert, 100x points gained. System alert, 1140 1600 exp. As Quinn looked at the back of the building, he could see a small hole in one of the corners. Did the Rataclaw come out from there? Before entering, he gulped at the thought that perhaps whatever injured the rat might be inside. Crawling on his front, he had reached the hole and tried to pop his head in. It was big enough for a human to fit through, but what he was afraid of was inside the building. If he entered the building, there might be 100 of those things or something that was stronger than the Rataclaw itself. Quinn crawled forward to the entrance of the hole and started to look into the hangar. Although the hangar contained no light source and was completely void of light from the moon, his vision allowed him to see clearly inside. After scouting the area for a while, it seemed like there was nothing inside, but of course, he couldn't be sure. He thought about it for a while, but in the end, the possibility of getting a new beast weapon or something amazing was too tempting for him. He crawled through the hole and entered into the hangar. As he stood up onto his feet, he was quickly disappointed by the state of the hangar. Nearly everything inside had been destroyed, and just piles of scrap metal and rubbish remained. There were no airships, mechs, and no beast weapons. Whatever was left was unable to be used. However, the building was large and Quinn wouldn't give up just from his initial view. He started to walk around the hangar for a while until eventually, there was a room stationed in the corner. It was hard to tell how big it was, but it seemed like it went the whole length of the hangar, and on closer inspection, it looked more like a large container. He walked up to the room, and there was a single steel door with a passcode device next to it. The door was military grade, which meant even those with abilities would find it hard to break it down. Perhaps it was the reason why no one so far had been able to enter, including the beasts. But it was clear to him that whatever was in the container had yet to be destroyed, and most likely whatever was inside was important stuff worth locking. Should I try hammer strike on it? Quinn looked around the hangar. The ceiling was high and the roof was made of metal. If he was to perform a hammer strike in a place like this, the sound would just echo out. However, Quinn didn't want to give up that easy. All that stood in front of him and his treasures was a single door. There must be something he could do. He looked at the passcode on the side and pressed 4 random digits before pressing the enter button. Beep. Of course I'm not that lucky, he thought. Right now, Quinn was desperate and wanted to try everything. He thought perhaps if he was to use the inspect skill, maybe it would give him some information. System alert, inspect. System alert, a passcode machine which is linked to a steel door. Entering the right combination to the door will successfully open it. Just as Quinn was about to give up, another notification sound was heard in his head. System alert, inspect skill is now level 2. System alert, inspect skill will now display more information about objects, humans, items, and more. Ever since his blood swipe skill had leveled up, Quinn was sure his other skills could level up too, but he never thought about his inspect skill too much while using it. Looking at the lock again, his gut was telling him to try it. System alert, inspect. System alert, a passcode machine which is linked to a steel door. Entering the right combination to the door will successfully open it. Please touch the lock for more information. Quinn then did as his inspect skill said and touched the lock. Nothing happened, but then he used the inspect skill one more time. System alert, a passcode machine which is linked to a steel door. Entering the right combination to the door will successfully open. The combination to the door is 2,536,725,364. Quinn immediately tested out the number the system had given him. Beep. Kachuk. The door then made an unlocking sound and swung open. Chapter 72, Inside the Container. Seeing that the intermediate beast was patrolling around the storage room, Ian and Vorden had decided to go to a different part of the shelter. As Ian said, it was most likely the portal wasn't there in the first place. Even though the portal was in a red zone, the portal on the other end still had to be placed in a safe place to make sure either beast from the other planet didn't enter it or destroy it. Of course, a party or a group could bring a portal with them to get back to their own world, but these were very expensive. Someone at Ian's level didn't have one of these devices because once they had been set up, they were unable to be taken back with them. It was a one-time use device. Any ideas of where the portal might be? Vorden asked. My guess is somewhere underground. It's safe from most of the beasts that way. Most likely they have a special building that looks like any other and a secret entrance. Wait, so are you saying we just have to keep going into buildings? Well, we can rule out all the residential buildings. They wouldn't be able to build a large enough base under those. And any of the small buildings or dangerous areas you can rule out as well. There are only so many big buildings that would be large enough to store a big base under. The two of them continued to look into building after building, but there was no luck or no sign of a secret room. Eventually, they entered what looked like a library. Although most of the books had been destroyed, and several of the bookcases had fallen over as well. That's when a loud, grumbling sound had come from Vorden's belly. I guess we have been traveling for a while now. Why don't we rest here for the night? It doesn't look like there are any beasts here, and we can build our own fortress, Ian said. The two of them then went up to the second floor of the building. There were large holes and broken-down walls on the first floor, which made it easy for beasts to attack them. Once they had reached the second floor, the two of them started to lift up a few of the bookshelves. It seemed like Ian had the ability of super strength, seeing how easily he moved the heavy bookshelves, but Vorden knew that wasn't true. The reason why Ian seemed like he had extra strength was actually from the beast armor he was wearing. Certain beast armor once above the basic tier had special properties. If the user was able to activate these properties, they could increase the base strength of the user, giving him more power, extra speed. Overall, it just improved you as a human being and almost made you seem to be a superhuman. Vorden could see Ian was still struggling, though, most likely due to his injuries, but there was no way he himself could move the giant bookshelves so easily. So instead, Vorden helped out in his own way by clearing a space and moving all the books and piles of rubbish away. After an hour or so, they were done. Ian had moved the bookshelves to create a small type of fortress around them. It's a nice home, isn't it? Ian said proudly of his work. Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's go inside. As Quinn walked inside, Ian followed behind, and as he did, he pulled one last bookshelf around them, sealing them up in a cube-like shape surrounded by bookshelves. The room they were in was now pitch black. Ian then punched part of the bookshelves with his fist, creating a hole in all four directions, letting in a little bit of light. But more importantly, it was used to let them peek through and see if any danger was coming towards them. He then pulled out a little small stone from his pocket and placed it on the ground in the center of the room. He tapped the stone once, and a warm orange light started to shine from it. The light wasn't very strong, but in the small, dark room, it made a huge difference. "Here, take this," Ian said as he handed a small circle pill to Vorden. "Is this a food supplement?" Vorden asked. "Yeah, I'm guessing if you came here by accident you don't have any with you." Vorden looked at the pill before shoving it down his throat and into the stomach. A food supplement was a pill that contained all the things a human needed to live. As long as a person took one pill of these a day, they no longer needed to eat. Although it gave humans enough calories and vitamins, it did nothing in terms of the water continent. You would still need to find your own water source. Luckily, in the shelter, it seemed like the waterworks in nearly every building were working. So it wasn't a problem for Ian and Vorden. "You get some sleep and I'll keep watch, then we'll do a little switch later on," Ian said. "Sounds good." "Yeah." As he heard the sound of the door, unlocking, a grin appeared on his face that couldn't be contained. "I love you, System. I swear I'll never talk badly about you ever again," Quinn said as he stepped into the container. But as he stepped in, his hopes of finding legendary beast equipment or stashes of beast crystals were soon lost. The room was simply filled with shelves of books, nothing else but books. However, as soon as Quinn picked up one of the books closest to him, his mind was quickly changed. System alert, Earth Ability Book Level 1. System alert, unable to learn, would you like to convert into 10 exp? It was a container room filled with ability and skill books. Although Quinn was unable to learn the ability, he immediately converted the book into exp points. As soon as Quinn decided to convert the book into exp, it started to vanish in his very hands as if it was disintegrating. A sensation was felt from inside, and finally, the message had appeared. System alert, 10 exp gained. System alert, 1150-1600 exp. After absorbing the first book, Quinn started to pick up book after book. After going through the books, Quinn found out that a level 1 skill book would give him 5 exp points, while a level 1 ability book would give him 10 exp points. If he had already absorbed that book again, the system wouldn't even pop up with another message. It was a shame, since most of the books inside the container were Earth books that the military had the most control over. Quinn got closer to the back of the container and found that the level of the books would increase. A level 2 ability book would gain him 100 exp points, while a level 2 skill book would gain him 50. This would be the case even if he had already absorbed the level 1 version of the ability book. And finally, after absorbing multiple books, another message had appeared. System alert, X points gained. System alert, you are now level 6. Chapter 73, Skillbook Grinding. After leveling up, Quinn immediately put his stat point into strength, and now without his gauntlets, his strength was at 15, meaning he would be able to perform the hammer strike skill with or without the gauntlets. As Quinn looked around the room, there were still several books he hadn't even touched yet. The place really was a gold mine for him. As he went on to the next set of shelves, with it came a new set of books. He placed his hand on the first one, and it was the first level 3 ability book he had come across. System alert, level 3 Earth ability book. System alert, unable to learn. Would you like to convert into 1000 exp? Quinn placed the book down and picked the book up, making sure he had heard the system right. But once again, the numbers he had received were correct. The level 3 ability book was offering him 1000 experience points. Without hesitating, he had decided to absorb the book right away. System alert, 1050-30 200 points. Quinn then picked up the skill book right next to him, and as he thought it too had offered him 500 exp points. So far, it seemed like a skill book would offer half the amount of points that an ability book had to offer. He once again went on rampage, grabbing every book he could on the shelf, absorbing those that he couldn't and tossing the others on the ground. Although he would have loved to take the books with him, as they would have sold for a healthy price. The books so far were unable to go into his storage like the crystals, and carrying them would just be more trouble than it was worth. After going through all the books, Quinn was able to level up a total of 2 more times. System alert, level 8. System alert, 45 HP. No new skills were unlocked, but Quinn still obtained the regular stat points for every level up. Now that his strength and agility were at level 15, he decided he should finally increase his stamina points. If there was a fight that needed him to perform flash step and hammer strike multiple times, he would definitely be in trouble. After putting the 2 points into stamina, his stats were now looking a lot more even. System alert, strength 15 2. System alert, agility 15. System alert, stamina 14. System alert, 510-12800 exp. Although the exp needed now was getting further and further away, which made Quinn think if there was even a cap to his leveling, or would the exp amount increase so much that it was no longer possible to achieve. Quinn had now nearly touched every single book that was in the storage room. Unfortunately, the highest ability Quinn was able to find so far was a level 3 ability book. The further he went into the container, the higher the levels, but for the last few shelves, it didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like they were just duplicates of the other level 3 ability books. As Quinn picked up one book, the system message didn't go off. It was because it was a level 3 Earth ability book that he had already absorbed. Hey, maybe Peter could use this, Quinn thought. It was only one book. Quinn was sure he would be able to carry it safely with him. But as soon as he thought about Peter, a memory entered his mind, and it wasn't a good one. Peter was the whole reason why he was in this place, and he still didn't know how long he was going to be here, or if he would even be able to survive. To be honest, Quinn was just trying to make the best out of a bad situation at the moment. As he thought about Peter, anger started to enter his mind and body, and he ripped the book up. He was willing to hear Peter out if he ever got out of here alive, but Quinn would no longer help him. If someone like that betrayed you once, for whatever reason, it only meant there was the chance that the same thing could happen again. Then, as Quinn looked around the container, he noticed there was one shelf at the very back of the room where he hadn't been yet. He didn't bother going over there yet because it looked empty from a distance, but as he got closer, he noticed there was a single book that had been placed there. As he touched the book on the shelf, a new message appeared. System alert, level 6 ability book Shadow Element. After seeing the first message appear, Quinn couldn't wait to see how much experience points a level 6 ability book would give. Perhaps it would finally shoot him up to level 10, and he would unlock the use of the shop in his system. But then something unexpected happened. System alert, ability is compatible with system. System alert, would you like to learn? Out of shock, Quinn dropped the book back onto the shelf and took a step back. Out of all the books in the room, it was the first time he had ever received a message of this kind. He wasn't even sure it was possible, but the system was clearly telling him he could learn the ability. Then Quinn started to think back to the name of the ability, Shadow Element. It was something he had never even heard of before, and Quinn was quite knowledgeable about the abilities of the world. He then picked up the book once more just to make sure, and the same message had appeared. After thinking about it for a long time, he decided he would try to place the book in his storage. It hadn't worked with the other books previously, but he thought it might work with this one. And to his surprise, it worked. The ability book was safely put into his system's storage with his beast crystals. Before learning the ability, Quinn wanted to make sure he could find out more about it first. Maybe then he could find out why it was compatible with his vampire system, and if so, maybe they were other abilities that would be compatible as well. If that was the case, Quinn didn't want to rush into things. Usually, a human being was only able to use one ability for their whole lives, and it could be the same for him. As he continued to level up and get stronger, he thought about it more and more. His system wasn't an ability. The book that was gifted to him by his father wasn't an ability book, but it had completely changed him. He was no longer human, but something else altogether, and it was why his abilities had worked inside the game and why he had received the option to learn another ability. This was the only conclusion he could come to. After storing the book away, he decided to close the door to the container unit and remain inside. It was safe here, and he was starting to feel tired. At least he knew the container was strong enough to protect him from whatever beast remained outside. He lied on the floor, and in an instant closed his eyes. Chapter 74, Fight or Why? His body was pressed against the cold, hard floor. His eyelids slowly started to open, and all he could see was a white light. For a moment while Quinn was sleeping, he had forgotten about everything that happened. But as soon as he looked around him and realized where he was, and he knew that everything wasn't a dream. Right now, he wasn't at the school, but was on a completely different planet miles away from home. As he stood up and started to stretch, there was no way for him to tell how long he was out for, but his body felt good. It was a surprise that he slept so well on the floor without a bed. Without realizing it, he was more exhausted than he thought. Not only physically exhausted from fighting against the beast, but also mentally exhausting. The constant fear of the unknown was a terrible thing that slowly would eat away at him. System alert, your hunger grows. System alert, daily quest complete. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. And at last, the system message had appeared. This meant that in 1 more day's time, the system would inform him that he needed to consume human blood. He was okay for now as he still had 50 milliliters of blood in his bank. As long as he didn't get in any more fights, he would be fine. The most important thing for him to do now was to find that portal. As he went to open the steel door, Quinn was half expecting that the sun might be out. After all, the message appearing meant it was a new day. However, he was unsure whether the system clock was related to the time on Earth. The daily quest reset every day at midnight, but if he was in another country, midnight would be different, and right now he was on another planet. But as he opened the door, he was surprised to see it was still night out. However, his mind was quickly distracted by something else. Quinn immediately closed the door back up to the container. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling his heart beating at an incredible speed. What was that? Quinn thought. That was no rat, that's for sure. This time, Quinn went to the steel door again. He placed his hand on the metallic handle once again and slowly opened the door to take a peek, and as he did, a large beast stood inside the hangar. With the body of the human but the bottom half of a scorpion-like creature, Quinn couldn't make out what it was. From the human half of its body, it also had 2 claws on each side. Inspect. With his new inspect skill, it seemed to now work at a greater distance. System alert, Scordana. System alert, intermediate level beast. After finding out what little information was available about the beast, Quinn quickly closed the door once again. Although Quinn had grown 3 levels while inside the container, he still felt like dealing with an intermediate beast would almost be impossible for him. The weakest of intermediate beasts were at least 10 times stronger than a basic tier beast. Of course, this would depend on the beast, for there were some beasts that were just easier to deal with than others, no matter what tier they were at. But looking at the creature, Quinn could tell it would be a tough battle. Instead, he decided to remain inside the capsule until the beast had eventually disappeared. It wasn't here when he first entered, so there was always the chance it could leave. After waiting for what felt like a considerable amount of time, he decided to open the door once again to check if the beast was still there, and unfortunately it was. That was when Quinn noticed something else that was in the hangar that wasn't there before. There were 3 round objects right next to the Scordana placed in a pile of scrap metal. Are those eggs? Quinn thought. Inspect. System alert, Scordana eggs. System alert, intermediate beast level. As he saw the eggs, a horrible thought had entered his mind. Quinn hadn't noticed them before, meaning she must have just laid them out while he was in the container, or they might have been hidden somewhere. But the first was more likely. Now the fact that her eggs were here meant the beast would protect them until they hatched, or at least it wouldn't be moving for a while. Quinn had 2 options. He could continue to wait in the container hoping that the mother would have to go out and hunt for food for herself in a while. But beast bodies were completely different compared to humans. Sometimes a single meal could last them weeks before they had to go hunting again for another one. This felt like a risky option for Quinn, for he himself was on a time frame. Then there was the second option. If the Scordana had just given birth, then there was a chance she was weaker compared to usual. With the second option, he had to make a decision as soon as possible. The longer he waited, the more chance the beast had of recovering. In the end, Quinn gritted his teeth and stepped out of the container. Before even thinking of fighting against the beast, he would try his best to sneak out. The entrance to the front of the hangar was completely destroyed. The beast, when entering, had ripped apart the 2 metallic doors before coming in. The problem was the beast was blocking that exit, but that still left Quinn with the small hole in the wall from where he had entered. Carefully moving in between piles of scrap metal and rubbish, Quinn slowly moved across the room to the other side, where he had first entered. Then, when he finally had reached the hole, he could see something else entering from the other side. It was a Rataclaw. Oh no. As soon as the Rataclaw pulled its body through the small hole, it immediately looked up to see Quinn. Before he even had a chance to run away, Rataclaw started squealing like mad. Shut up. Why did you have to come here now of all times? Then the sound of several steps was heard from behind. Quinn didn't have to turn around to know what it was, but he did so anyway, and as he did, a giant claw was swung down towards his head. Flash step. At the last second, Quinn performed his flash step skill, avoiding the claw, but he couldn't say the same for the Rataclaw. It had been completely hammered and smashed to the ground in a single strike. I guess we're doing this then. Chapter 75, not a game. Now that the Scordana had spotted Quinn, he had no choice but to stand his ground and fight. In a red portal planet, there would be more dangerous and higher-tier beasts than an intermediate one. Although he could make a run for it and head outside, the commotion caused might attract even more dangerous beasts, and that was the last thing he wanted. Looking at the squashed Rataclaw, he could tell the beast was powerful, and he needed to avoid getting hit by those claws. Already using the flash step had taken a considerable amount of stamina, and at most, he was able to perform it one more time during the fight. As the scorpion creature turned, it immediately started charging forward. Hoping to scare it away and do some damage, Quinn let out 2 blood swipes. This time the attack was more powerful than before. The lines looked thicker and larger as they left his hands. The level 2 increase in the skill, on top of his extra stat points in strength, had really improved the attack. However, the scorpion wasn't stupid and covered itself with its 4 claws, blocking the attack. As the blood swipe made impact, the scorpion was pushed back a few steps, but no damage could be seen, not even a white scratch mark on the claws. Damn it, the scorpion's claws are an exoskeleton. An exoskeleton beast meant that the beast's skeleton was on the outside, making the outer shell incredibly hard. As Quinn looked and inspected the creature even closer, He could see that every part of the beast was covered in some type of shell, apart from the upper body. That was the beast's weak point, and that's where he needed to hit. With a plan set in his head, Quinn charged forward once again. The scorpion opened up its 4 claws ready to attack. The first claw came down. Swiftly he was able to dodge the attack, then the next set of claws followed. Avoiding the claws was difficult, but right now Quinn was in full concentration mode. As the 4th claw came out to attack him, the beast's body was now wide open. Then, as Quinn readied his hand to cast his blood swipe skill, he felt a sharp pain in his back. As he looked up, he could see something connected to his body, and when he followed it, it went behind the beast. A tail that wasn't there before. The beast then lifted Quinn with the tail and chucked him hard up against the wall. As he fell to the ground, his HP had taken a huge hit. System alert, 1345 HP. As Quinn looked into his stomach, he could see a large puncture had been created, and blood was quickly flowing out of his body. System alert, critical hit. System alert, 1245 HP. System alert, 1145 HP. System alert, 1045 HP. As the blood continued to leak out of Quinn's body, so did his HP. In order to stop his HP from continuing to drop, he had no choice. System alert, blood bank. System alert, 10 milliliters have been used. System alert, 40 milliliters remaining. System alert, 1545 HP. As he absorbed the blood, the puncture in his stomach slowly started to heal, but it wasn't going to be enough. He needed more blood, and with the Scordana charging towards him, he needed it fast. Just use it all. System alert, blood bank empty. System alert, 3545 HP. With his health nearly full, his wounds had healed up almost instantly, and Quinn was able to move once again. Looking at the scorpion, he noticed the tail truly wasn't there. Is it able to take it into his body and out at will? This is going to be a pain. If it wasn't for all the levels up he had received while in the container, he would have already been a dead man, and with no more blood bank, Quinn was unable to take another blow. There were no more second chances. Hoping to stop its charge forward, he threw blood swipe after blood swipe. The beast held up all 4 of its claws and crossed it against its body, protecting it at all times. But the beast was powerful and continued to push through despite the blood claw coming towards it. It got closer and closer, but Quinn never stopped using his blood swipes. System alert, 3045 HP. System alert, 2845 HP. A battle of strength was being displayed between the two. The red swipes were powerful and started to knock the beast back, and eventually, even the claw started to crack, but neither of them gave up. System alert, 1345 HP. But Quinn couldn't keep it up. If he carried on using the blood swipes, then he soon would completely run out of HP. He had no choice but to change his plan. When the beast was close enough, finally the tail was revealed from above. While its claws covered and blocked its body from the swipes, its plan was to attack from above with its long, large tail. As it fired its tail downward, just before the tail could pierce Quinn again. Flash step. Suddenly, Quinn was no longer in front of the scorpion and now was directly behind it. He gathered all his strength from the bottom of his body. It rose up into his fist, and as he slammed down his foot, at the same time he pulled back his hand and released all the power he had into his attack. Hammer strike. As soon as the blow had hit the beast's soft human upper body, a large hole was created. It was around the size of a human head, and a chunk had been taken out, allowing him to see completely through the beast to the other side. Then a few moments later, the beast had collapsed to the ground, and so had Quinn, completely exhausted. As he lifted his hands, his gauntlets had completely shattered. They were too damaged from the Rataclaw's bite from before, and it was unable to take the impact of his hammer strike. The gauntlets no longer gave Quinn the extra attack power it did before, but it was hard for him to be upset for long, for a number of messages had appeared. System alert: Scordana has been killed 1000 exp. System alert: first intermediate beast kill 5000 exp. System alert: first Scordana killed 2000 exp. System alert: 82512800. Although now that Quinn was a higher level, it took a considerable amount of exp to level up once more. Right now he had a serious problem. His health was incredibly low. 1345 HP, and with his blood bank empty, there was no way for him to heal it back to normal. Then a thought had come to his mind. If his system was like a game, if he leveled up, would his health heal back up? As he looked around the room, he noticed the 3 eggs still there in the metal pile heap. After waiting a few moments for his stamina to rise back up, he walked up to the dead Scrodana's body. He had no hard feelings tearing the beast's body apart as he looked for the beast crystal inside. Before, the old Quinn might have shown compassion and been respectful, but the fight he just had was showing him that even on other planets, the strong ruled. Before, even when he got bullied at school, it was never like this, of course. The strong ruled at school, and he couldn't do anything about it, but he never came close to dying. He just took several beatings, but for the first time, he truly felt like he was close to death. Finally, after tearing and rummaging through several limbs, the beast crystal was obtained and stored in his system once again. Now Quinn looked at the eggs in the room. As he went forward, he lifted one of the eggs. They were large and about the same size as football. He took a few steps back before lifting it into the air and slamming it into the ground. Black blood had been splattered all across the floor, and a little half-grown scorpion could be seen inside. System alert: Scordana egg killed 1000 exp. System alert: first Scordana egg killed 2000 exp. System alert: 11,251.800 exp. To Quinn's surprise, the system had counted the egg as a new beast kill, so he also received the bonus points for that too. He then went over to the over 2 eggs and threw them both to the ground, similar to the first one. System alert: Scordana egg killed 1000 exp. System alert: Scordana egg killed 1000 exp. System alert: 13,251.800 exp. System alert: congratulations, you are now level 9. System alert: 1350 HP. As Quinn looked at the information displayed, for the first time he was displeased with a level up. The system hadn't given his health back like he thought it might have done. Although his HP had increased, nothing else had changed. It made him realize that although his system was like a game, it was. This was real life, and the next message made him realize that even more. System alert: your hunger grows. System alert: you can no longer suppress your need for blood. System alert: your HP will decrease by HP every hour until you have consumed human blood.